Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, ambassadors, distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to welcome you at the Aspen Annual Conference. A year ago, I was here as a mere guest. This year, I'm part of the Aspen family. It feels great to be here again. And many things happened in that last year. And there is one that stands out, and that's the result of the US elections. I was in the United States when it happened. I had to learn the new word, trifecta. The American people spoke decisively, and now we are all in waiting what's going to happen next. But there is one thing that can be said is slightly upsetting. But it's not upsetting for us. It's upsetting for Kremlin, it's upsetting for Tehran, it's upsetting for Pyongyang. And that upsetting thing is that the day of the elections was just a normal day in America. The message is that the Constitution, now being almost quarter a millennia old, works well, and democracy can bring change within the democratic means. And next year, Aspen will celebrate 75th anniversary. And I can think about one more thing that can make Tehran, Moscow, and Pyongyang slightly upset. And that's the Western unity, because they are violating our peace every day. Russia is an aggressor, and those who are helping, and we should not shy away from making them a little worried, because we will maintain our transatlantic unity at the occasion of celebration of 75 years of Aspen, and 1 year after the celebration of 75 years of NATO. With that said, I'd like to welcome here on the podium our founder. Without him, nothing will happen. And please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Ivan Hodáč.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jakub, and welcome everybody. It's great to see you here again. It's the 13th annual conference of Aspen in these beautiful surroundings, is, I think, for the 5th time. Aspen has been founded, for the ones who don't remember, in 2012, and in 2016 we became Aspen Central Europe. That means that we are operating and we are active not only in the Czech Republic, but also in other Central European countries, and especially in Poland. I think it's important to stress that we have opened very recently a new office in Poland. Aspen, as such, is standing for values of liberal democratic society. We have been defending these values and will continue. We defend also and we try to build and strengthen the transatlantic relations, which are extremely important and which Jakub has mentioned. Obviously, we are working with young people through our young leaders program. So I'm not going to go through everything that Aspen is doing. We will continue doing it, I think, because of the latest developments, both in Europe and globally. It's important that Aspen even puts more stress on the values that we are standing for. We hope that you will be here with us. Now, the last thing I would like to do, or maybe I should do it at the beginning, I would like to thank and welcome our sponsors and partners, because without you, the conference will not be possible and Aspen would not exist. And I would like to also thank our team, our Aspen team, who has put this whole thing together, the whole conference together, and who has really done a great job. So welcome, enjoy the day, and thank you for being with us. Thank you.
And now I will pass the floor to a true professional who has on her shoulders the burden of moderating the whole conference. And he's doing it for a long time and doing it very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michala Hergetova.
Jakub, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here again. It's great to be part of another Aspen Annual Conference with the year 2024. So great to see you all here. Great to see you all who are with us remotely. And the main theme of this year is values and ethics. Are we ready for the future? I believe that the topic of values is becoming increasingly important. Conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East are escalating rather than calming down, and recent elections in the Western world show that people are somehow seeking new, perhaps more assertive response and solutions compared to what we've been used to previously in the recent decades. So this morning we will focus on values, democracy, and how we can defend them. The morning session will be international, so will be held in English. In the afternoon, we'll build on last year's discussions and recent studies to explore ways to improve governance in Czech education, the role of small and micro enterprises, and the future of the Czech labor market. I hope you will again take part in our discussion, and we use Slido to connect us again. So when you just look at the chair in front of you, you'll find a QR code. So it's very simple. You just scan the QR code and you get to Slido of our event, Aspen Annual 2024. And you may ask questions, and I'll be more than happy to ask them in your name here on the stage. And now we begin with our first topic, transatlantic and geopolitical challenges. Is Europe ready for the future? Important elections have taken place in Europe and America this year, and more are scheduled for the next one. The results so far show that people are afraid of the future, worried about their well-being, and looking for someone to tell them everything will be okay. What challenges does it present for leaders, for political leaders, and what implications does this have for the crucial transatlantic relations? That's a topic for our special guest. Let me welcome to the stage Jan Lipavský, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind introduction. It is always a pleasure to speak at events organized by Aspen Institute. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to address the 12th anniversary of the Aspen Institute, Central Europe. Back then I spoke about the geopolitics and the pressing impact of Russia's war of aggression on European security. Today, I would like to revisit some of these critical issues in my opening remarks. First, I will discuss the outcome of the US presidential elections, I want to explore what the anticipated changes in the White House political direction may mean for Europe. And I will also address the steps Europe must take to ensure its security in the foreseeable future. I will highlight initiatives already undertaken by Czechia, and finally I will discuss populism and hybrid warfare, emphasizing why, if we are serious about security, we must not neglect the fundamental pillars of our democracies. So, a few days ago, the United States chose its leader for the next 4 years. The American people elected Donald Trump, a candidate committed to a peace through strength approach in global affairs. What can we expect? Well, the turbulent history of the 20th century, including 2 world wars, has firmly established the importance of transatlantic bond. In the darkest time, the United States has been Europe's closest ally. Regardless of who leads in the White House, our shared interests and values endure. The United States is and will remain Europeans' closest ally. As the main leader in NATO, it is our guarantor of security. In recent years, we have witnessed shifts in the geopolitical landscape and growing instability in the international environment. China's influence is rising, along with its ambitions to reshape the international order. The Kremlin is trying to dismantle the Euro-Atlantic structure by joining forces with Iran and Kim Jong-un's dictatorland. With North Korean boots already on European soil, the axis of evil has definitively revived. At this point, it is fair to say that Russian aggression is not only an assault on Ukraine anymore, not only on the West. It is an assault on the entire democratic world. We share core values with the United States, but even a brief look at the geopolitical map reminds us to set clear priorities. The United States will focus on containing China and protecting the Taiwan Strait. Meanwhile, Europe must concentrate on what is happening closer to home. If we want a strong commitment from the United States to help contain Russia, we need to be ready to support them. This includes helping to address the challenges posed by China. As Europe, we should perceive the change of the leadership in the White House as an opportunity to take more responsibility for our own security. It is clear that the United States cannot continue policing the world on its own anymore. To ensure mutual advantage, security and prosperity, the transatlantic bond must be a two-way relationship, not a one-way one. Everywhere I go, I hear that the second Trump administration will push its allies to increase defense spending, and rightly so. Fair burden sharing is essential to boost Europe's readiness. Keep the United States engaged, ensure NATO's Article 5 remains ironclad, but fair burden sharing is the only first step. You see, Trump is a tough guy. He watches MMA. He respects those who step into the ring, those who don't shy away from the fight. Europe is not standing on the sidelines. We are in the arena. We are supporting Ukraine, facing threats and taking real steps to secure our future. If Europe wants respect from someone who values courage and resilience, then we need to keep proving that we are in this fight, that we are brave and determined, like a true competitor. We shouldn't back down. And we shouldn't wait for others to lead. Ladies and gentlemen, I always like this one quote from the very first speech delivered by President Eisenhower. I will paraphrase it. He said, history doesn't trust people who are weak or afraid to protect freedom. Our freedom and security is our priority. It simply has to be. Ensuring security is essential for our societies to grow and prosper. It is a task for us politicians to be able to communicate these basics to the public. In Ukraine, a war is fought for the security of Europe. This is why supporting Ukraine against the Russian aggression is our core interest. As Czechia, we have taken responsibility for our own security. We act accordingly. We are part of the Euro-Atlantic community, actively shaping its future. Our government has increased defense spending to 2% GDP. In May, we hosted an informal NATO ministerial summit at the Chernin Palace. When it comes to our security, we are no longer just bystanders. Czechia has also launched its own ammunition initiative to help Ukraine obtain the supplies it needs. We are on track to deliver the promised 500,000 shells by the end of this year. Additionally, we have identified a substantial supply of artillery ammunition, which we can provide further funding if further funding is available. We have not bowed to Russian blackmail. Instead, we have taken decisive action. To date, we have enforced 15 rounds of sanctions against Russia. We freed ourselves from reliance on Russian gas. We will no longer be needing it. Today, in these days, we are also completing the TAL pipeline, a project that will fully supply us with oil from non-Russian sources. Each of these steps directly weakens Russia's ability to wage war. Our commitment goes beyond mere resistance. We are setting a standard to prevent dangerous precedents from regimes with aggressive ambitions. We stand for a war where borders are respected, not withdrawn by force. And we reject the false idea of appeasement. History has shown us where that leads. Instead, we stand strong in support of international systems based on the UN Charter and international law. Please make no mistake, Europe will not be intimidated. We will continue to stand up, to take action. This is our commitment, and we are ready to face whatever comes next. Ladies and gentlemen, a few final words. Russia is waging a hybrid war against us, a war that is not fought by the missiles and guns, but whose effects are no less damaging. Hybrid warfare is a reality we must face. The Kremlin's ambition is to discourage us from supporting Ukraine, to undermine the unity of the European Union and NATO. The tactics are different. The ultimate goals are no different from those Russia pursues with conventional warfare. The strategy often involves targeting the single elements of our societies, the citizens themselves. By waging information war, Russia is abusing our democratic freedoms to promote authoritarian ideologies, to promote hatred. The Kremlin profits from divided societies. It feeds on them. The rhetoric of hatred is the very essence of the populist strategy. This is why populism goes hand in hand with Russian propaganda. Populism has become the Kremlin's outstretched hands, its useful idiot, working to erode our unity from within. We often hear populists say, look at Russia's power, don't provoke it. Look at China's rising influence, don't criticize it. Look at BRICS, look at the BRICS. But there is a contradiction. The same voices are doing everything to stop us from building a strong, secure and confident Europe. They would have us cut back on military spending, avoiding taking responsibility for our own security, and therefore keep us vulnerable. We must not allow this. for that we have to work to do. We must stand up for the democratic world. Maintaining a strong transatlantic bond is essential, but we also need to invest in our own security. And finally, we must protect the democratic foundations of our societies. We need to engage with our citizens before the Kremlin does, so that everyone knows that the Russian world is not an alternative. It is a shadow that grows only where democracy falters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make sure that light, not shadow, shapes Europe's future. Thank you very much.
Jan Lipavsky, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, thank you very much. And it is also my pleasure to give the stage now to award-winning journalist with rich background in cybersecurity, geopolitics and criminology, author of a non-fiction book, Mafia, about the globalization of organized crime, and Black Market, about the cyber scene. Let me welcome here the rector of the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna, Misha Glenny.
Dobrý den, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here at the Aspen Conference. Thank you very much for the invitation, but let me go straight on to my remarks. Playing the young teenager, Dorothy Gale, Judy Garland spoke one of Hollywood's most memorable lines when she realized she had landed at the start of the yellow brick road, situated in a new, magical, but very unpredictable land. Toto, she addresses her pet Schnauzer dog, I've a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. In other words, she has left the normal world behind. Well, friends, there's no question in my mind, last Wednesday morning, we entered a different world. Maybe not forever, but for 4 whole years at the very least. Like Dorothy, we have traveled over the rainbow, and we have only the vaguest idea what awaits us in this new land. In the film, The Wizard of Oz, everything works out well in the end, despite some dark threats along the way. It's a Hollywood movie, after all. But in our land of Oz, things are looking much less certain. Let's start with a country where right-wing populists scored an early major victory, the United Kingdom. Brexit is likely to go down as perhaps the most damaging self-inflicted wound ever undertaken on an advanced industrial state. Some leading Brexiters orchestrated this as a way of furthering their own political or financial interests. Some because of lost dreams of empire. Some because they thought it would limit immigration into the country. In fact, the opposite has happened. Some on the left believed this would deliver a fatal blow to neoliberalism, and some were caught up in wacky conspiracy theories propagated on social media channels, and in the case of the United Kingdom, some of the mainstream media as well. What joined them together was the idea that Brexit would restore the sovereignty of the United Kingdom. The bitter experience of a hugely expensive disengagement from 40 years of regulatory alignment should have taught Brexiters by now of the illusion of their dreams. Some have clearly seen the light, as polls now register consistently that over 65% of Britons consider Brexit to have been a mistake. But such is the irrational world of British politics these days that Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his government are terrified of ever mentioning any reform of the Brexit agreement, despite his overwhelming parliamentary majority. Once Donald Trump, during his first term, announced his first set of tariffs, followed up by Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS legislation, the EU had little choice but to respond by increasing subsidies for its own industries. The war that has broken out over electric vehicles has further exacerbated this rush towards protectionism. The financial might of the US, the EU, and China means they are still in the game. But Britain, squeezed between all three, now faces a choice. Either it returns as a supplicant to the EU with its tail between its legs, prepared to give up all those special derogations it once enjoyed, or it signs a free trade deal with Trump's America. During his last administration, the president-elect made it crystal clear to London, you want a trade deal? Then you have to let American health corporates chew up your national health service, and we want unfettered access to your market with our hormone-driven agricultural produce. Outside the European Union, Britain simply doesn't possess the financial firepower required to compete with any of the big three. But this is no time for the European Union to feel smug about the UK. Germany is suffering from a political and economic crisis that is unprecedented since the Second World War. If Donald Trump carries out his threat to impose 10 or 20% tariffs on EU imports, this will deepen the German crisis, especially since Germany's two largest export markets for its car manufacturers are China and the US. On top of this, we now have German elections to contend with after the collapse of Germany's most dysfunctional post-war coalition. Europe is thus facing severe external pressures on the trade front, but it's also likely to face a significant challenge in the area of security. With the early appointment of Marco Rubio, some worrying social media messages from Donald Trump Jr., and a steadily weakening position of its forces on the front line, Ukraine's future is looking uncertain. We must face this fact and respond. NATO's future also could be uncertain, who knows? People will point out, fairly I add, that Donald Trump's bark was worse than his bite during his first term in power. And with regard to NATO, one might even argue that he encouraged Europe to take more responsibility for its own security by demanding an increase in European spending for the alliance. But in other areas, he inflicted serious damage on the world, notably his decision to pull out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. But although nobody really knows what Trump's policy from January of next year is likely to be, there is already evidence that he is surrounding himself with less experienced political actors driven by some of the more extreme ideas which the president has been flirting with over several years. Don't bank on him being pragmatic in power. The safer money is on him looking for revenge and applying international pressure to those he doesn't like, whether they are allies of the US or not. Of course, he won't have everything his own way. The Middle East is not the same Middle East that he left when in office. Although his power is virtually unchallenged in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman is fully aware that developing the relationship with Israel, which Jared Kushner and Trump embraced in the first term, is now impossible. Even MBS feels the pressure as an Arab of what Israel has done in Gaza, and of course, earlier in this week, he declared it to be a genocide. His government has even been involved in tentative talks with Tehran. And then there is China. The tech war is fully underway. Both sides hold some major cards. The United States, and this is generally a bipartisan policy, has successfully prevented the export of 3-nanometer microchips to China, and China has yet to develop the technology to compete with the most advanced chips. On the other hand, China dominates the processing of many of the 51 raw materials that the US Geological Survey deems critical. This is particularly important when it comes to the key component for batteries, lithium, as well as certain rare earth metals such as neodymium, vital for the magnets which power much of our green energy technologies. So what does Europe do to meet the challenges of what looks increasingly like a dog-eat-dog world? Rationally, it would need to A, expand into the Western Balkans sooner rather than later, B, start the process of investing its defensive capability and integrating its military capacity, C, unify its capital markets ASAP, and D, listen to what Mario Draghi has been saying. None of this is likely to happen, but it could. And because the EU is likely to dither and hesitate in the face of these threats, this opens the opportunity for Viktor Orban and his neighboring acolytes to strengthen their position within the EU. Brexit made it clear, even to some of the more extreme populists, that leaving the EU is not in their interests. Instead, the plan is not to reform the EU, the plan is to reform the EU politically while retaining the single market for goods and, where possible, services. Andrej Babiš is likely to win here in Czechia next year, joining his erstwhile compatriot Roberto Fico and Orban. It's also possible that Herbert Kickl might yet lead Austria's next government. The AfD is likely to come in as the second largest party in Germany's forthcoming elections, and Marine Le Pen is odds-on favourite at the moment to be France's next president. Triumphant though they will be, the populists are going to face the same problem as the centrists: demographic crisis, collapse of the social welfare system, chronic labour shortages coupled with a refusal to accept migration, climate change, and the list goes on. Do they have the answers? Well, if the munchkins of Brexit land, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak and the rest, are anything to go by, they live in a world of fantasy politics. But I must confess I have a positive word to finish about one of Europe's most controversial politicians, Viktor Orban. He has developed a much more strategic vision than anyone else in Europe. I don't happen to share it with him, but you have to credit him with possessing remarkable political skills and intuition. He maintains the warmest relations with Trump and his crew, but also cultivates a close friendship with China. He is acting as the aircraft carrier for Chinese electric vehicles in the EU. BYD is building a big factory near Szeged, and the Chinese will also be manufacturing its batteries in Hungary. My own suspicion, Orban has dreams of grandeur. I think he would like to be the man who brings Xi Jinping and Trump together in the hope of a golden age of autocracy. I wouldn't put it past him. After all, we are now in Oz, a land where anything but anything can happen. Thank you very much.
Misha Glenny, thank you very much for taking us to the land of Oz. But as Misha mentioned, if we stay or remain faithful to the spirit of the story, everything works out well at the end. So let's hope for that. And we'll definitely discuss under what circumstances it may come out well. But before that, we promised you a special guest. And this one really is special. Media call her Variety Princess, but she is also a poet. A young lady who wanted to become primary school teacher, then changed the course of her career and started pursuing a degree in public administration. But the Russian invasion put all her plans and dreams on hold. She immediately enlisted in the army, was seriously wounded, but came back to the war just a few months after. Now, again, platoon commander of the Armed Forces of Ukraine and an author of Ornaments of Fate and Toward Death books, accepted the invitation to be here with us today. So welcome here, Oksana Rubaniak. With Oksana, I also invite Lenka Výchová, the interpreter from Ukrainian to Czech. English will be in your headsets. Also, for those of you who speak only English, I recommend to have headsets ready. And we are bringing some. Welcome, Oksana Rubaniak.
Я щиро рада бути тут і присутня з вами. Вітаю, шановні гості, дякую організаторам за запрошення. Дякую, що ви приймаєте Україну в себе і мене як представника України на цьому заході.
Dobrý den, moc děkuji za to.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very pleased to be here with you this morning. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this magnificent event. And I am also very grateful for you supporting Ukraine and also for accepting me here in person.
В кожному з українців існує тільки одне, і що я сьогодні хочу вам донести. В нашому серці існує вже понад 10 років, понад століття одне слово – боротьба.
Já jsem si nepřipravila speciální vstup, nemám nic napsané.
I didn't prepare a long speech. I don't have anything written. Just very briefly, I would like to tell you that each Ukrainian for a decade has been thinking about one thing only, about one word, and this word is fight.
Наш український поет Іван Франко казав: боротися значить жити. Зараз в Україні триває боротьба не просто на існування, а на життя. І доки я говорю ці слова, кожної хвилини в Україні гине хтось із воїнів, хтось із цивільних, тому що жертвами є не тільки військовослужбовці Збройних сил України, не тільки представники інших країн, які долучилися до лав наших сил оборони, але й також цивільні люди, такі само, як кожен з вас, хто на мене зараз дивиться, і кожного дня вони гинуть через агресію Росії.
Ukrajinský básník
Ivan Franko, a Ukrainian poet, once said that a fight is the life. And actually, this is very true for us. Every moment, even now, as I am speaking to you here during the time that I will spend with you, thousands of people are dying in Ukraine, my friends, soldiers, and also civilians. People who look exactly just like you.
Мені справді було 19 років, і про військо я ніколи не думала, як і не думали мільйони українців, які стали того дня на боротьбу, коли Росія напала на нас.
Když začala invaze ruské armády na Ukrajinu,
When the Russian invasion started, I was just 19, and until that moment, I never considered joining army.
Не знала, що я робитиму, проте я хотіла бути до боротьби. І тоді вступила в одну з бригад наших Збройних сил України, де стала кулеметницею. Я зі своїм зростом 155 сантиметрів стала представником Збройних сил України і стала солдатом кулеметного взводу.
tehdy mi bylo jasné, že musím vstoupit do armády.
But it was clear to me at that point, I knew that I needed to join the army. I had no idea what I would do, but I decided to enroll. I was accepted to a brigade, and then I was assigned to a heavy gun. I am not tall. I am 155 centimeters tall, and yet I had to operate this machine gun.
І захищати країну, не тільки свою, але також і Європу, тому що Україна наразі є тим форпостом, є тою обороною для всіх інших західних країн, і як сьогодні було озвучено, так само і для демократії.
Tehdy jsem se bála a měla jsem strach.
At that moment, I was scared, and I was experiencing the same fear my older male colleagues were experiencing, but we never doubted that we need to fight. We need to fight not just for our country, for Ukraine, but we also understood that Ukraine is the shield of Europe.
Безпілотних авіаційних комплексів. Ми існуємо завдяки забезпеченню Збройних сил України і завдяки допомозі цивільних людей, і також допомозі вашої. Я щиро вдячна кожному, хто допомагає тим чи іншим чином війську, цивільному населенню України, за те, що ви їх приймаєте в себе як біженців, як людей, які втратили свої домівки, які втратили свою сім'ю, але оселилися у вас в країні, і ви є для них прихистком, ви є для них домом наразі, допоки в моєму домі іде війна.
V dnešní době já velím vlastně četě.
At this moment, I'm in charge of a troop of drone operators.
Vlastně tím způsobem, že nám
We can operate thanks to the help of the US and also of volunteers, of people who have been supporting us and who have been providing us with all material that we need. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you at this moment for having accepted thousands of fellow citizens in your country, and I'm very grateful that they can be here in peace as we fight for our freedom.
Країни, які допомагають їй матеріальними засобами, забезпеченнями, зброєю, людьми, адже зараз з нами воюють не тільки представники Російської Федерації, а й інших країн. Можливо, ви бачили, що в Україну направили свої війська з Кореї, але в нас також багато і представників з різних країн, в тому числі і вашої, і ці люди надзвичайно відважні, надзвичайно мужні, такі самі, як і українці, і в нас одна з ними ціль, в нас одна з ними мета – це приблизити перемогу і забезпечити мир в моїй країні і також в кожній з ваших.
Takže chtěla bych vlastně říct, že Ruská federace,
My message is the Russian Federation that is fighting against Russia has its allies, and I'm very happy to be able to call you our allies, because the allies of Russia are very powerful. You have definitely noticed that soldiers from Northern Korea were also deployed in fights. And I would like to thank you once again for supporting us, for helping the armed forces, because people from your countries are also present on the front. They are fighting courageously, hand in hand with us, and they are aware of the fact that they are defending not just Ukraine, but Europe as a whole.
І представників інших країн захищають Європу, захищають світ від агресії, від жертв, від смертей, які зараз тривають на території України. І я надіюся, як наша боротьба триває там, так само і ваша підтримка буде тривати, допоки ми не закінчимо цю боротьбу, допоки ми не закінчимо цю війну. Дякую.
A také bych chtěla říct, že vlastně v té době, kdy naši vojáci brání.
Another thing I wanted to say is that as our soldiers are defending Ukraine with the assistance of citizens from your countries, we will not resign, we will not stop supporting them, so I hope that you will not stop supporting us either, and for which I need to thank you very much.
Oksana Rubaniak, thank you very much. Important to see that those are people like us. I think that was a great kickoff for our next discussion. We got plenty of information, we know where we stand, and we should know what to do next. And that's exactly what we will talk about at the first panel of today, Innovation in Defense, Capabilities for Space and Cyberspace. This panel is based on Aspen Institute CE and Daniel Kostoval research or study. Daniel Kostoval is from Prague Center for Transatlantic Relations. So let us start with a video summing up their conclusions.
Jsme v éře mezistátních konfliktů na strategické úrovni. Hlavní hrozbou je mocenské soupeření a vojenské konflikty velkého rozsahu a intenzity. Multipolární svět bude příštích 20 let přinášet řadu střetů. Mocnosti jako Rusko, Čína či Írán chtějí změnit globální poměry na úkor zemí západu. Obrana teritoria a suverenity je proto prioritou. Vedení obranné války proti technologicky vyspělému a průmyslově silnému protivníkovi vyžaduje silný obranný průmysl, který technologicky i kvantitativně zajistí potřeby armády. Země NATO a EU nejsou v tomto ohledu v dobré kondici. V důsledku nízkých obranných rozpočtů a ignorování potřeb pro obranu, teritoria a suverenity je obranný průmysl v zemích západu atrofovaný. Není schopen v potřebném čase vyrobit potřebné množství zbraňových systémů ani munice, ani obranné potřeby Ukrajiny. A obrana NATO vyžaduje mnohem více.
Yes, there is clearly a new space race going on, and we can see that by the number of launches, the number of satellites, the number of services. Now, Europe is very well prepared for that in some sectors. Certainly, we have unique capabilities in Europe, as we demonstrate with our navigation program Galileo, the best in the world, or our Copernicus program, the most comprehensive Earth observation program that there is. And these are the result of four things: technological excellence, programmatic decision-making, political ambition, and of course, the appropriate financing. So certainly, if these things remain together, Europe will have a great place in the future of space race.
Největší výzvou současnosti, které čelí naše armáda, ale nejenom ta naše, ale i ty velké, jako například americká, britská nebo francouzská, je opravdu integrace nových technologií do vojenských schopností. Dnešní technologický vývoj je natolik rychlý, že vlastně na něj nemůžeme ani aplikovat současné tradiční akviziční postupy a vlastně rychlá adopce nových technologií do vojenských schopností je i jedno z témat, které velmi intenzivně řešíme v rámci aliančního akcelerátoru Diana. Dialog se soukromým sektorem mimo tradiční obranný průmysl je absolutně klíčový. To se týká i kosmického průmyslu, kde Česká republika jednoznačně navazuje na svoji dlouhou a tradiční historii leteckého průmyslu a rozhodně má místo na světové mapě. Ve vesmíru se Česká republika rozhodně nestratí.
Investiční společnost Rockway se rozhodla rozšířit své portfolio investic do oblasti obranného průmyslu s tím, že v červnu letošního roku akvírovala společnost URC Systems, brněnskou firmu zabývající se elektronickým bojem. Cílem Rockway je posílit pozici URC jako lídra středoevropského trhu a podpořit internacionalizaci v rámci NATO zemí a případně i dalších zemí mimo Evropskou unii.
Je velkou výzvou nastartovat inovační a výrobní schopnosti obranného průmyslu. Máme 7 let. Neobejde se to bez jasných cílů, politik a financování ze strany vlád, ani bez financování od komerčních bank. Politiky na úrovni státu a EU musí koherentním způsobem prioritizovat rozvoj obranného průmyslu, který je základem pro udržitelný rozvoj států a společností. Je třeba ctít principy svobody podnikání a tržních sil a vyžadovat konkurenceschopnost. Podpora kosmického průmyslu v důsledku jeho pozitivního vnímání je inspirací pro přístup k obrannému průmyslu.
Video by David Koštoval, and following the video highlighting the insufficient spending in Europe for our defense, it is crucial to acknowledge how our world is rapidly changing. NATO has expanded its focus to 2 more domains, now also addressing space and cyberspace, areas where modern conflicts evolve even more than ever before. As threats evolve, so do the strategies that NATO has to fulfill, but also evolve the strategies of our adversaries. So, how prepared is NATO for these challenges? What strategies do opposing forces employ, and how does Europe fare in comparison? Let's explore these questions with our panel of experts. Let me welcome here Air Chief Marshal Lord Stuart Peach, former chair of the NATO Military Committee and former UK Chief of Defence Staff. Also, Jakub Landowski, Executive Director of Aspen Institute Centre Europe. He served as the ambassador and permanent representative of the Czech Republic to NATO. I also welcome Jan Lukačević, space engineer and science communicator who works at the Prague Innovation Institute. He also served as a NATO 2030 Young Leader, external advisor to the Secretary General, focused on innovation and disruptive technologies. We also have Jerry Javornický here, a co-founder of Space Now that specializes in AI-powered satellite imagery products that track various activities on planet Earth. And Ben Crampton, Director for European Government Affairs in Microsoft with a 20-year career as a diplomat, worked for UK Foreign Office or the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the United Nations. Welcome, gentlemen. After what we've heard here, you know, we were taken to a trip to the land of Oz. And we all hope we'll stay with everything coming out well, working out well. But when we look at nowadays situation, how has the war in Ukraine, Stuart, reshaped NATO's defense strategies, especially regarding readiness and adapting to the new threats that we see?
Dobry den, and thank you for this invitation. Can I first of all pay tribute to the creativity of my friend, Ambassador Lanzowski, in inviting you to talk to us this morning. And thank you for your service, thank you for your bravery, and thank you to all Ukrainians who are fighting. And rather than give a speech, I think you have told us what we need to do. And I have one message for this conference. I have one message for our alliance, which has survived 75 years by adapting. Whatever we're doing, we have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to learn with and from our Ukrainian friends. And we have to change the way we adopt new capabilities. I work in small ways with UK companies starting up in space, and we're not fast enough. I work with other companies using data derived from space, expertise is on the panel, and we're not fast enough. We're in a data-driven world, but we still do everything sector by sector. We're in a world where you hear from the bravery of the front line how much has changed, and we still do everything by doctrine, by committee. NATO has 450 committees. We have to speed up. Now, I've been saying this for a long time, so I'm part of the problem. But equally, I know in this beautiful church, you are a creative people. And data is data. Whether it's derived from space, I think a big sin in the military, and I was part of the military for 50 years, so I'm part of the sin, was neglecting electronic warfare. The country we're in today did not neglect electronic warfare, neither did our friends in Ukraine. And electronic warfare, the spectrum in which we operate, is vital. So in the innovation that we just heard from the video, we have to do more on electronic warfare, in which space fits, in which cyber fits. And we have a tendency in our way we organize ourselves in governments, in the military, to see everything as separate. Maritime, land, air, now space, now cyber. Actually, as our friends in Ukraine show us, it's integrated. We then need to bring small industries, good ideas, creative people into defense. And simply put, my life that I remember in the military is upside down. It is young people, Generation Z, who are the technologists, who are having the ideas. It has never been, ladies and gentlemen, the generals who create capabilities. It's the corporals, it's the soldiers, the sailors and the airmen who create capabilities. We need to unleash them through small companies, through innovation labs, through different ways, at speed, and then change the way we operate. It is a tall order for some. NATO can move at the speed of relevance. The ambassador and I have seen it. It can move quickly when it needs to, and it needs to move quickly now. There is no monopoly on good ideas, and the land of Oz may teach us that. The country I would add to the geopolitical list of concerns isn't just Russia and China. and I think, Misha, you brought that to life so well, it's also Iran. Iran is now a major supplier of Russian weaponry, not a small supplier. There's huge factories being built inside Russia. Those devices, those UAVs that you face on a daily basis are often stuffed with Western equipment despite 15 rounds of sanctions. Are often dual use is proliferating on the battlefield despite the sanctions. And we can't really stop it, nor can we stop, as the US National Security Advisor challenged China on a recent visit. And the Chinese response was, we export so much, we don't know where it all goes. But they do know what they're doing with the materials that we need for the wars we face now and in the future, and they are hoarding them. And so suddenly, and I'll stop here, but our whole definition of what constitutes defense, what constitutes national security, whether they're sitting in Czechia, the UK, or in NATO, has to be broader. We need a broader view. We have to embrace energy, climate, food security. We have to really make sure that space is enabled for the world we are in and the world we need to respond to, the threats we face. Not as esoteric projects occasionally launching at the speed of which Elon Musk would be proud of. I'll just close on one fun fact. I was responsible for space in the UK 20 years ago. It's now 100 times cheaper to put something in orbit than it was 20 years ago. Do we really take advantage of the technological edge we have, is my thought for this conference. I don't believe we are, I don't believe we do, and you have told us we have to do it quicker.
Jan, are we taking the advantage of the world provides us with today when it comes to space and cyber from your very young point of view and the experience with working with NATO? What can we do to be faster? What are the strategies? What are the tactics that we are using? What role does AI play in NATO strategies?
Hello from the Young Token here. I feel like these are the big words, but we're missing the components beneath, meaning we actually don't look into the processes, how to implement things. We don't look into the facts that we do have the administration, we do have the departments, but they are severely understaffed. We don't have the subject technical experts, and we are not able to even provide them with competitive salary. So when they are available, we are not able to attract them towards the public and military sector.
When I connected, it sounds like we have loads of committees and people sitting in the offices, but no those who are doing the real job.
So expecting different outcomes from the old rusty pipelines in terms of the way we design things, the way we require solutions, cannot provide us with different solutions. So I would go a few steps back and I would actually look into how we acquire technologies, how we support the smaller companies and academic teams, because there's plenty of different obstacles, and I'm in daily touch with small companies, startups, and spin-offs, and they often run into issues like, oh, we were founded 2 years ago, and this way we're not relevant for the military or for the Ministry of Defense or for any of the ministries. They just don't talk to us because we don't have the track of records, even though they possess the solution. So that's one thing to consider. And the other thing is, my experience in NATO was that very often generals and people in the political leadership lack the actual knowledge of what are the possibilities, what are the solutions we can use. And they are not really problem-driven, they are solution-driven. They really look into very specific solutions they want to acquire, even though that's the solution they learned about 15 years ago. So
they're not looking to solve the problem, just to reach some goal.
Yeah, in a sense that you better spend 5 months defining what specific machine gun do you want to take down a drone, the length of the weapon, the weight of the weapon, and so on, instead of asking the academia or the private companies, please provide us with a solution, any solution that can help us deal with the problem of taking down the drones. So we need to switch towards this mindset, to look more into the problem solving rather than solution, or problem definition rather than solution definition approach.
I would ask probably Jerry how he sees it from his point of view. You work with them, you provide the modern technology, you work with data, AI. Are you fighting with this approach, not solving the problem, just wanting to reach some goal set probably, which is not really up to date anymore?
Well, I'm going to start with a personal story that I would not be able to share just probably a year ago, right? So when the war started, we were approached by Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. And back then, you know, no one knew what's going to happen, right? Literally, this was first weeks into the war, and the whole Ukraine and indeed Russia was covered with clouds. And then Space Now has some unique capabilities where we are able to task satellites that can see through the clouds and obviously detect changes and make sure that we collect everything from the commercial providers and provide it to somebody in need, right? So back then we made a swift decision, you know, and within weeks we were able to deliver a portal that would ingest every single provider that is available, that was willing to join this program, and provide it to the Ministry of Defense. Indeed, you know, people fighting for their lives, and the AI served, you know, for good, right? And when you think about it, you know, after a month or two, obviously, the support from, you know, NATO and obviously United States started to pick up. You know, they provided Ukraine what they needed. They provided them with, obviously, their satellite imagery, which is not commercial, but state-owned sensors. And then things were getting better. When I look back, obviously, it was massive effort. Everything stopped in Space Now for literally months, and then we have to work with things that we've never done before, like we were not a defense company indeed. And when I look back, you know, 2 years into the conflict, you know, NATO or many of countries that are supposed to support Ukraine still don't have this kind of portal, right? Which just gives you an idea how slow and painful things are, right? Like NATO doesn't have a capability where they would be able to task commercial constellation, work with radar satellites, work with commercial Earth observation satellites in a very easy, meaningful way that would be sort of able to transfer anywhere where it's necessary, right? And then for me, it was a lesson learned indeed, but you know, commercial world, small startups have massive advantage over any military, any program that is being created by the government or, you know, by massive organization, right? We can do what we want. We can decide on our own. We can risk everything and then, you know, deliver what is necessary, right? That's why it's going to be harder and harder for any of these organizations to stay relevant, right? I mean, the brutal force is still there, but with AI, you know, and cyber and all these commercial activities, you know, a lot of these institutions will simply be very outdated very, very soon.
Thank you. Now I don't know, but probably Ben could add, because it was about the technology, about how fast it is possible to react when something happens. But from perspective of Microsoft, how do you see the nowadays situation? Are we using all the possibilities we have when it comes to cyber attacks, for example? Are we fast enough, or do we need to change it again to act really now?
So,
and now I don't mean the normal cyber attacks like phishing ones, but the serious ones that are going there every day.
So I'm not sure. Yes, it is working. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for inviting me. I think we're very honoured to be sponsoring the conference. So thank you for having me here. I mean, it's both a very broad and a very narrow question. I think I'd return to what Stuart was saying. I mean, the first thing to say is that cyber is defined as a new domain for defense. I think that's a wonderful thing. It's appropriate. It, of course, is the primary domain for hybrid operations at the moment, and that's a big issue that we're focusing on a great deal. At the same time, there's a risk in defining cyber separately, in as much as the digital underpinning of modern defense covers everything. So defining cyber separately potentially leads us into a trap where we think about it as a separate domain and neglect the fact that we need to think about digital underpinnings of all defense activities, not only within countries, but between countries too. So are we moving fast enough in that domain? The answer is definitely no. We have quite long processes. The kind of procurement issues that Stuart and Jan have talked about are the same in the digital domain. By the time procurement processes are finished, for cloud acquisition, for instance, for defense purposes, the technology has usually moved on. So there is a huge problem in terms of speed in the adoption of digital technology in general in defense, but I think a bigger problem in integration of digital technology in the defense domain. Now that requires both the fast-moving smaller companies that we've talked about. It also requires, and I would argue obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in now, the larger companies like Microsoft. We can provide that digital backbone that underpins everything. Because in order to function properly in a defense domain, you need both high capacity, low latency communications, and you need high capacity data management systems. Essentially that's only available in the cloud domain. The problem in cloud adoption in the defense domain is it gets bogged down in a discussion in sovereignty. And the problem in that discussion is the conflation of sovereignty and security. You can have security without sovereignty, as we do now in some respects in Ukraine. Ukraine's data is well publicized, has been migrated out of the country into the public cloud, where it is both more secure from cyber threats, but is essentially also immune from physical threats. So at the cost of sovereignty, you've gained security. So I think that issue, the political imperative needs to be greater to understand that there are trade-offs here. There is a necessity of thinking about digital technology in the defense domain as a distributed function. Distributed across the domains, but distributed between allies as well.
When you speak about we, us, is it us as the Western world, as NATO, or is it us as Europe? And I'm wondering how to change it. For example, we are criticized by Donald Trump mainly for not spending enough. Jakub, I think I may connect that with a question that came from the audience. In case of withdrawal of American support to Ukraine, is the Czech Republic or Europe ready to increase its support, such as sending troops? That goes to troops really, but are we ready? Are we technologically ready? Are we whatever? In everything, what do we have and what we miss?
Well, thank you very much, and I will build up on what Sir Stu said and Ben Crampton and the others, because I couldn't agree more. The simple answer is, depending on the political will, yes. Will that be enough? No, not at all, because technologically there is no way we can really supply the critical technologies that Ukraine needs right now. And I think one of the reasons that haven't been mentioned so far, and I will do my speech in Aspen/NATO fashion, which is 3 minutes or you face the penalty of being time irrelevant, which means like not moving at all. The connection or relation between you and the risk. Because those two domains, and they are always the frontier domains that tell you a lot about yourself and the previous domains, they require to take risks, to be in them, to conquer them, and to place your footprints into them. And this risk was usually handled by state, and state is very risk averse. It usually not lets you to do the things the way you want, because there are processes inside. And in NASA, the failure rate was 125. By the way, there was 50 launches of space shuttles. 2 of them blew up, so perfect counting on NASA's part. But in private domain, you can blow many more rockets to smithereens now to get ahead of others. And it's very important to leave these things, because the businesses are not risk averse if the states don't push them to be. They can be really entrepreneurial, adventurous in trying to achieve the simple goal, and their reward is money and being part of the society that's secure to enjoy the profits. The other part is accepting and facing the reality. And in this sense, I was happy to hear that Europe is ready to be a contestant in the space race. But for example, the number of space launches from EU or European Space Agency tells a different story. It's comparable to Israel, which says a lot about Israel, but also a lot about us, a large conglomerate of countries that are not being able to match it. And it's not only about quantity, it is about quality. And I will say the name that might stir some emotions, Elon Musk. It's true that there is no one else in the world that possesses the technology of reusable rocket. Of course, he had to get there through taking risks, but he's there now, and it will be very hard to catch up without supplying finances. And it's not only our defense budgets, it's also allowing the institutional investors to invest and take risks in that area, and relieving the regulation and relieving the risks, and also the last thing, get materials, rare earth metals that this industry desperately needs.
I think it was mentioned here many times, we are dependent on the private sector. It used to be the other way around. We were using the military technology for civil purposes, but now it's the other way around. Is it so? Is it dangerous? Are we able to change it, or is it not necessary to change it?
I think all these things can come together if the urgency is there. The urgency is clear. And the other thing I would also say, knowing where we are, is we have a history of working together between my country, the UK, and Czechia in difficult times. And we're in difficult times now. And actually, I see nothing wrong with working with Czech companies in the spirit of Anglo-Czech history to work on electronic warfare. You have a huge respect in electronic warfare, on space, on exactly, as was said, about portals and using industry to show us how to speed up. And then in NATO, you can bless things that more than one ally can do together. This is never really discussed very much, but you can get little clubs of countries together, 3 or 4, to work for Ukraine. It's not going to resolve everything overnight, but when you play to your strengths and move countries who want to work together and then move industry in quickly to show what they can do, then I think we can speed up. I am not despondent. I think there's a big opportunity here for the UK and Czechia to work together.
Any comment? Because there's another question that reacts on what you said. Cyber war is a hidden conflict, but it requires a large amount of resources. How to ensure the public sentiment stays supportive so governments can keep funding? Because we'll get to that topic later on, about the politics and public acceptance of those topics. But is there any way, in your view, Ben?
Thank you. I mean, I didn't really answer your question on cyber in the first session, so I'll take advantage to do so now. Just very quickly, I think one element of gaining public acceptance of and understanding for the seriousness of the hybrid threat is better and more rapid attribution. This is something that we in Microsoft do actually quite publicly and in quite a lot of detail. So we monitor about 1,500 what we call advanced persistent threats. The number consistently goes up, I should hardly add. Many of those are nation-state actors. Some of them are what we believe to be cyber mercenaries, so these are criminal groups that are...
By the way, when we say state actors, why don't we name them?
We do. So if you look at the Microsoft threat taxonomy, we go not only by state, but we go by institution. So we will describe specific threat actors as working for the SVR or the FSB or the GRU in the case of Russia. We attribute specific institutional affiliations of state actors in the case of China, in the case of Iran, and in the case of North Korea. So we have a threat taxonomy which you can look at, which describes in quite a lot of detail. And we have When we attribute to a country and when we attribute to a particular institution, we have very, very high levels of confidence in our attribution. I think what we need to see more of, though, is a cooperation between companies like Microsoft and governments in order to make sure that that is a concerted attribution. And ideally, then you would then start talking about consequences. We've recently cooperated with the FBI in the US to take down a number of websites that were affiliated to a Russian threat actor itself, we believe, attached to the GRU. We've seized, so the United States government has seized a number of websites. I think we need to start thinking, the EU has recently passed a new set of sanctions against Russia in which hybrid and cyber threats are specifically mentioned as potential triggers for sanctions against individuals or the Russian state. And I think we also need to start thinking about things like asset seizures, to break down the business model. Because some of these, there's a continuum between, if you like, a classic cyber threat, which is espionage-driven, and information operations. The Iranians do this a lot, what we call hack and leak. Go into a system, grab the data, publish it immediately, and run an information operation off that hack and leak program. So there's a continuum between cyber and hybrid. They're not separate. They're parts of each other. And so by better understanding the cyber threat, we better understand the hybrid threat, we better understand the intent of the state actor.
Thank you, Jakub.
I just wanted to say something about the way ahead through the functional markets, and I see the market imperfections, and I'll give you an example. If you have a critical infrastructure and you want to have it really safe, you don't let the Chinese in because they are giving you a lower price for a reason of getting to your data. It's very simple. But the normal market is defenseless against this bid. So sometimes you have to justify to pay a higher price in this circle of trusted suppliers, but how to compensate in a market, because to pay a high price is not a good business decision. And then we need to think about it from a societal perspective. Businesses and your usage of them is part of the ecosystem that needs to be secure. So there is a certain small margin that the customers should be ready to pay to keep our supply chains clear of danger, because in cyberspace, everything is dangerous because it is imperfect. It's a human creation, it's full of artifacts. And we need to be really worried, and we need to persuade the publics that the best way to achieve competition on one side and development on the other is to be able to pay a little extra to keep our critical infrastructure secure.
Thank you. Jerry.
I believe part of this sort of underestimating the cyber threat is the fact that we don't see people dying, right? Or normal people don't see the real threat unless you see a dead person behind it, right? So I happen to be a co-founder of a stealth startup that is doing black hat testing, and we performed over 300 penetration tests on anything from hospital, ministries, commercial companies, past 2 years, and there were only 5 companies, commercial companies, frankly, that we were not able to penetrate, right? So that is the level of the problem. And indeed, the worst thing we saw was in a hospital that I can't name, where our hacker would be able to change remotely the guests going into a patient at an IC unit, and then switch that so that the person would effectively die, and without anyone knowing, because he would just do a slight modification of what he was breathing at the time, right? So that is the level of the problem. Most of your records in the hospital are almost public or easily accessible. So whenever you go to a hospital, think about that every single thing that has been performed on you is probably available for some amount of money to be made public. And all these kind of things are eye-openers. It was certainly an eye-opener for me when I realized that this is happening. And going back to the sovereignty problem, again, when the war started, Ukraine, all their major systems, electronic systems, ministries, and every single, important wireframe was penetrated by Russia. It was part of that, initial preparation for taking over the country, right? So they had no sovereignty at that time. The only thing, and very logical, was, you know, to remove that from the country, to put it into the cloud, secure it with, you know, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, with all these companies, commercial companies, that could step up immediately that effort, right? So again, you can't lose the sovereignty when you don't have one, because your capabilities are sort of very, very small.
I'm just thinking, are we only reactive or are we also proactive?
I think we have been reactive and far too slow. There's been often, I've been sat in many meetings, both in NATO and elsewhere, where there's a reluctance to say how bad things are until the attribution can be, I would say, made perfect. But sometimes you have to take a risk. And I think we're in that, this conversation reveals, in the spirit of the conference for ethics and values, we have to take a risk. And we have to tell people how real the threat is, at the same time without frightening them. It's tricky stuff. But again, we've been here before in history, and I think it's just a new domain, a new way. We have to make sure people understand there's a real threat now to our way of life. And I say that whichever audience I'm in, whether it's in Prague or in London or anywhere else, is a real threat to our way of life by everything you heard in the first panel.
Jakub? Ben?
Response to being on a back foot. Russia and China are both testing anti-satellite weapons in the last decades, successfully showing us what they can do. At the same time, Chinese nuclear buildup is putting big question tags on a strategic balance in the world. And the Russian, I would say, very ambiguous attempt to bring the question of nuclearization of the space domain had put us in doubt what's going to follow next. It was a big step. And we already know that the space treaty, for example, is one of the last standing, vestiges of order in this domain that is always a global commons. So I need to open the question how we're going to respond in the future to this advancement of autocratic regimes in the space domain. The good news is that the rise of industry shifted the number of commercial space vessels into the favor of our fast-evolving economies. But there are other military means to achieve some effects in space domain that we really need to think through and respond to, because otherwise we will remain in the defensive.
Jan, I think you wanted to react on that. We have the treaty. That's from 1967. But what is it? Is the point of having such a contract or such a treaty when only one side is keeping with it?
Well, it's good to keep it at first. But at the same time, it's perhaps the time to revise it, in a sense. And I know that in the United Nations, they are working on this constantly. I think the real issue, and I'll sort of answer the previous question regarding the action and reaction, is that we are comforted with our success. We're okay with having the technological advantage rather than doing further to increase the advantage and to sort of leave, because I remember the discussions in NATO where very often China is catching up. And not, we should go further no matter what China or Russia is doing. So in this sense, I see it requires a lot more initiative from our side, what we want to achieve, how to hold up to our values, and to defend our lifestyle and the way we live. And I see this more as a cultural thing. Because you mentioned that the people not willing to spend money on things that are not for certain, in a sense. And that's what needs to change in society as a whole, that we will be very much risk averse. We will do things that may be redundant or not as optimized and effective, but providing us with solutions that help us defend ourselves in very fragile situations. Because right now, a lot of things we do are so optimized that a single black swan can destroy the entire supply chains. And remember a couple of years back when there was this container ship stuck in Suez Canal, a single day induced $54 million losses, a single day. and it's been there for multiple weeks. So, and that's how we are not ready for future conflicts and for future black swans and elephants.
And we probably don't even accept the fact that I don't know, destroying some satellite on the orbit can destroy the GPS signal we have. It totally destroys the whole business, the world business we have, because it stops the
space
traffic.
is absolutely getting more congested, both because China actually is trying to catch up, and they are really launching every 3 days nowadays. But at the same time, we do have still the competitive edge thanks to private companies, and the rise of satellites is very steep. And also the mentality behind what we launched there is very different, because we shifted more towards constellations rather than single-use satellites. And that means that we have a lot higher requirements regarding how we organize the space. So those are all the factors that affect how we approach the treaties we have had, because they were written in the times that nobody thought we will have constellation as big as we have right now, and when we still had hundreds of satellites in orbit. Nowadays it's tens of thousands. So.
Thank you. Yeah, but also Ben wanted to react. So if... Come on, so Stuart, and then Ben, because I have a question for you as well.
So here's the thought. So that discussion is very good. But that's where you use NATO to your advantage. That's where you use the convening authority of 32 nations to say, we've got to sort out this space treaty. That's where it works best. On the technology, we have to educate, work with young people to explain that not everything they see and hear is right, not everything they see and hear is accurate, and I think we've got a lot of work to do there.
Not only with the young.
Not only with the young, and certainly not, and I speak as a grandfather, and saying that my grandson is probably better at this stuff than me. But wherever we draw a boundary, going back to Misha's point, wherever we draw a boundary, those who wish to destroy our way of life, those who wish us harm, will exploit it. And we need to be really careful in this discussion about drawing yet more boundaries, because then we're creating more vulnerabilities.
It would be great to hear the position of the private sector.
Yeah, I mean, I think to a large extent, Jan already covered it. I mean, the question you posed is, are we being too reactive? And the question is, who do we mean by we? Because I think collectively, and coming back to the point we've all been talking about, there is a sort of lethargy and a caution in the way in which institutionally we're responding to this, whether that's at a national level or a multilateral level. But if you look at the private sector, there is a huge degree of proactivity in identifying how to get ahead of threats in multiple domains. There's a huge plethora of companies. The interesting thing about it, and it's something you mentioned yourself, is that in this case we have consumer technology that is being adapted to military use rather than military technology that's being brought into the civilian sector. So there's an inversion of the way in which the relationship has worked in the past between defense and the private sector. And what has not happened is you haven't seen a change in the way in which governments or NATO deal with that wider constellation of private companies, including technology. There is no equivalent in NATO for discussion with technology companies.
Well, explain me. It means they still deal only what's theirs, or they don't want to cooperate enough, or they are afraid, or what?
There is a long-standing relationship between governments and what we call defense primes. These are the standard established defense contractors whose only clients are governments. But for most of the new technology companies, you're talking about consumer technology with a military application. These are companies that are consumer-facing. So the process of getting to understand procurement in a defense context is time-consuming, it's difficult, it's bureaucratic, and many of these companies just simply don't have the resources or time to do it. Microsoft does, but many companies do not.
There are many questions about Ukraine and our support to it. So if, Jakub, you were still looking like you wanted to comment on this topic, but then I would go for those. What can an ordinary citizen do to encourage Europe to help Ukraine even more? We don't have politicians here, actually.
I can do one thing, because the political discourse about defense expenditure, which must cover Ukraine, because it's much more efficient, responsible, and moral to defend in Ukraine rather than wait for the threat to come to you, is usually seen as a zero-sum game, like we will take the money from hospitals and schools, put it to defense. That's a wrong narrative. We can see countries like Poland that can marry growth with high military spending. But it depends on the society's, let's say, request from the governments what they should do. And here comes the trouble. I am really afraid that the new administration in Washington will listen to our words, but also see through our accountancy books. And I don't want my country to be a free rider in defense. We have been a free rider, black passenger for more than 20 years. Basically, from the moment we entered the alliance, we started to take the so-called peace dividend, at the time I hate the term, with both hands. This is very irresponsible, but the governments can only do that if the society allows them to, and is so short-sighted that it doesn't see that the true foundation of any society is not its economy and progress. It is the defense that creates a safe space for the economic activity and pursuit of happiness and whatnot. And this is a change of thinking, it's a change of paradigm, which any one of us can do. I was feeling like a small member of a very small group that thinks this way. I hope there is more of us every day, but the price we pay and price of our Ukrainian friends are paying in blood is tremendous. So we should move faster.
Jan?
Well, there are multiple ways what each one of us can do. First, get your hands on actual help. There are charities and various initiatives to really help and to show the support, both in practical and symbolical way. Second thing is to demand better explanation how the system works, because I've seen a recent unpublished study how people perceive the recent flood response of the government, and there's 61% who find a plausible narrative that the government could use the money on people better, but it used it on Ukraine. And it's all across the segments of our society, even the people on the stage. Plenty of them would say, oh, well, we spend the money elsewhere, so we couldn't help our own people. And it's on each one of us to A, demand better explanation how the money is spent, and B, explain to people around ourselves, once we have the explanation, in our own terms, in our own words, in simple language, how this works. Because it's a lot more about the dialogue. It's less about the claims and public speeches. It's more about the hands-on work and seeing people like yourself and talking to them and explaining. Because you know what? I hate when we talk about values, because people outside this room don't understand them.
What is value? Yeah.
And like saying we support Ukraine because of values doesn't mean anything to people in Česká Ves who were flooded and they don't have homes. So, and it's gonna get worse with the climate change, and it's gonna, the fragile world and polycrisis, the Kostoval mentioned, will only incur more and more often. So we do have to work a lot better on explaining these things, and we do have to drop the big words and get things done and really look a lot lower than when we look right now when we talk about these things.
Very important point. Thank you for that one. So, because we are nearly at the end, I would like to know from you, looking to the future, what do each of you see as the most urgent next step for NATO and its allies to build resilience in these rapidly evolving domains we were talking about? What is...
We have to accept there's a real threat, and defending Ukraine is part of our collective security in Europe. We have to accept our responsibility, whether we're old like me or young like you, is to explain it better. I push back all the time, as my ambassador friend will hopefully agree, at the North Atlantic Council in asking generals and admirals to use plain language. We have to explain defense better, in ways that people understand. We have to explain why collective security works. Maybe we should drop the term collective security and just say, you're stronger because you're in NATO. But then we have to make the case for defense in a way people understand and support. Instead of saying, it's very cynical in my country sometimes, I'm sorry, Ambassador, but they say things like, there's no votes in defense, therefore we're not interested in defense. Well, as they used to say, Russia's still interested in you.
Thank you. Jakub.
Of course, I agree. And I just add one more thing to it, because since we had so many conversations about the matching speeds of the military adaptation and political adaptation of NATO, which eventually will lead to the question of Ukrainian membership in NATO, I would like to say that your words should be matched by your credibility, which is done by your capabilities and deeds. And we need to find a matching speed of development inside NATO to both, because the idea of peace through strength is not foreign to my thinking. I think it worked in the 80s and brought a situation where, for example, intermediate rockets were expelled from the European theater, but it needed for Ronald Reagan to have the courage to persuade the populations inside the Western countries who were really against it, that they should deploy Pershing missiles. But the ultimate goal was de-escalation through bold statement of strength.
Thank you. Jan.
I feel like our current system doesn't yield the desired results. So the immediate step is to rethink the approach as a whole, in a sense how we cooperate, in a sense what are the pipelines we use, and if they are not obsolete, if we should build up new ones to cooperate better with the private sector, to create more effective public-private partnerships. I absolutely agree with we have to explain the defense better per se, so don't leave up to the military-industrial complex guys who provide us with images of tanks, and so it seeps into studies like we need more heavy armor. No, we are not. We don't. We actually do need more effective technologies. We need to provide our militaries and civil society with dual-use solutions that build up our resilience. A tank is pointless when you use FPV drone for $200 and destroy it within a couple of seconds by a guy who trained a week with the FPV. So in that sense, we really need to rethink how we approach defense as a whole. And that defense is also about creating more informed society and creating more uniform society in a sense that people in the society understand their role and they want to build it together rather than, oh, these are the defense guys, these are the big tech guys, these are the private companies guys, and we are the citizens.
We need to learn that one not only in defense, it's everywhere. So how about the tech guys from the private sector?
Look, I don't know how to fix NATO, but what you need to understand is NATO is the best thing that happened to us, at least in my time, right? And then just accepting that as a fact and accepting that NATO is the thing that is preventing Russia from, coming to Czech Republic if they decide to go through Ukraine, or if they unfortunately they're going to take over. Just accepting that fact and then supporting NATO as an organization, supporting the sort of narrative that NATO is sort of a defense organization indeed is what we should all do, and then just embrace that idea.
Thank you, Jerry and Ben.
So very quickly, resilience is a whole of society endeavor, and private companies are part of society. Companies want to make money, but that doesn't mean that we're not interested in the societal benefits of the products we offer. We want NATO to be stronger. We identify threat actors according to the hierarchy or the taxonomy that NATO uses. So we're in this together. I mean, we can provide digital services, companies can provide digital services to NATO, but I think one thing I would say just narrowly in that digital domain is there's been a lot of focus on interoperability of physical weaponry, but there has not been very much emphasis or thought about interoperability of digital systems across the alliance. It has to be thought about before countries start adopting sovereign clouds that turn out to be incompatible with each other.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben Crampton, Jerry Jawornicki, Jan Lukasiewicz, Jakub Landowski, and Lord Stuart Peach. Thank you very much. And about your question, if the defense is only a man thing, definitely not. But unfortunately, even though we always try to invite ladies as well, they don't want to spend that much time on the stages. So I hope this will change. But believe me, in the next panels, you'll see some. But for now, we have a 10 minutes break, so we continue, oh, it's 12 minutes break. We continue at 10 to 11, and we'll continue with this topic. Just we'll focus on the democracy in Europe and North America. So meet you back here at 10 to 11. Thank you.
Říkám, že přidávám přes ten mikrofon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. We will continue in a few seconds.
Welcome back to Aspen Annual 2024. Aspen Annual Conference is ready to continue, so I would like to ask you to join us here. I know the break was very short, but actually you will have more of them, and the next one will be for lunch. So there you will have a lot of time for networking and meeting with the others. But for now, I would like to invite you here in front of the stage so that we can continue. I know we already have some questions for the next panel because you're already asking about the role of new administration, the US administration, and its influence on democracy. So we'll be more than happy to receive more questions. But for now, I would like to ask you to move here because otherwise we wouldn't hear ourselves on the stage, even though it seems you are quite far from us. But as I can see, nobody can hear me in the back as there is a really lively discussion. So I need to ask my colleagues here to help me and meet you personally in the back of the room. This is when the company is too good. And then you don't want to miss anything. But definitely you will not miss anything when you'll be sitting down here in front of the stage. So take a coffee, take water, drink, or even anything yummy. You may take it with you and enjoy it while sitting and listening to some interesting information. But I would like to start and invite our special guests to the stage when it's so loud in the room. So now I ask all of you who are ready here to hide your ears. I also ask the sound master to cut it from the broadcasting because I'll use a stronger voice. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all here at Aspen Annual. I would like to continue with our next topic, which is the future of democracy in Europe and North America. And for that, I would like to invite you to take your seats so that we may continue with another panel discussion. Thank you very much. And sorry for all of you here who had to listen to it. You can imagine how it looks at home where I have 3 small boys. So, I was once discussing it actually with a teacher of my boys, how difficult it is to calm down a classroom full of small kids. And I just told her, and imagine how difficult it is to calm down a room full of adults. You see? But I think now we are doing quite well because a big group is moving in the front. So I may start, and I will just believe that it will give us enough time for calming down the whole room. So I already welcomed you twice or 3 times back to Aspen Annual. I don't need to do that anymore. But we will now focus on what was already mentioned here, the future of democracy in Europe and North America with a focus on recent election results in both regions. As we see rising populism and increasing disinformation campaigns, we must consider the impact on democratic values and stability. Key elections, including potential early elections in Germany, will shape not only national policies, but also broader European direction. And with advancements in AI and the powerful influence of media, the way voters receive and process information is evolving, raising questions about transparency, neutrality, and even manipulation. And more we are going to discuss with our guests. So let me now ask to join me on the stage Benjamin Haddad, French Minister Delegate for Europe, attached to the Prime Minister and Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Welcome. It's also my pleasure to welcome here His Excellence Matt Field, British Ambassador to the Czech Republic, who previously served in a number of overseas political and policy service, e.g. in Brussels. Vivian Schiller, renowned journalist and executive director of Aspen Digital. She held executive roles at some of the most respected media as the New York Times, NBC News, but also as global chair of news at Twitter. So she has both views. Let me welcome here Jacques Rupnik, Director of Research and Professor at Sciences Po, a famous French political scientist who was born in Prague, so he's fluent in Czech. We also have Matyáš Boháček, student researcher at Stanford University. His work focuses on combating deepfakes and is exploring how AI can undermine itself if it learns from its own creations. And Alexander Brown, Managing Director and President of Research and International Political Practices at SKDK. He creates communication campaigns based on research and analytics, worked e.g. on Joe Biden's campaign. So, welcome. And I start with the lady here, but I have the same question for every one of you. Should we be worried about democracy? Is any of you personally concerned about the future and the developments in the US and Europe? Vivian.
Okay, hello everybody, thank you. Sorry, thank you, thank you for having me. It's delightful to be here. I can keep my answer very short. Am I worried about democracy? Absolutely. Am I hopeless? Absolutely not.
Great. I'll ask about hope later on, but is here anyone who is worried as well, but probably not that optimistic with the hope? Hopefully not. Okay, so what should we be afraid the most, or what is the thing that scares you? Jacques, if I may ask.
Well, good morning, everybody. Am I worried? Well, if half of what I've heard in the American campaign comes true, there is reason to be worried. If the war in Ukraine is a war which also concerns a clash between a democracy and a dictatorship, then I am worried, given what I've heard about what may follow. And if I consider the boost the victory of Donald Trump in America gave to the European Trumpists, led by Viktor Orban, well, then I am worried. So I have also reasons not to despair, and therefore but I must keep it brief, you told us, so I will not go into that. But these are at least 3 reasons to be seriously concerned.
And we'll definitely go more into detail. Matt.
Again, it's been well put already. Are there reasons to be worried? Yes, absolutely. To elaborate a little bit on that, it does feel as though, I mean, the worry didn't start a week ago. I mean, the worry has been there for some time, not only because of the clear attack on European democracies through Ukraine, but also I think what we've experienced at home increasingly over recent years are attacks on democracies and what in democracies are critical infrastructure. So we tend to think about critical infrastructure in terms of the IT systems and so on, but in democracies, critical infrastructure includes independent media, the judiciary, and of course the election process itself. And there's been a sustained attack on those attempts to use our openness, our transparency against us. And that continues, and if anything, that is getting stronger. So there's more and more reason to be worried, but slightly channeling the spirit of Václav and Olga Havel in this building, this very special building, there are plenty of reasons to be optimistic, not least because I think we have many who are determined to fight for those same democratic values. We heard it from the foreign minister at the start of today. It's not just that democracy is worth fighting for, it's that there are people who are ready to do that. So another reason maybe to be slightly optimistic.
Thank you. Matthias, obviously, a young generation, it's important how you perceive the situation, how you see the future. So how do you?
Yeah, to your question, I am concerned about democracy. At the same time, I'm very optimistic that our generation is ready to take up the fight with all the challenges, starting from the attacks of democracy to climate change and many other things that are becoming more and more pressing every single day. I want to say that most of my friends and people that I talk to who are similar age like me, like I'm 20, are very much attuned to those things, and I think that they have a sense of agency. I think that while many other people, say that we're lazy or that we don't care, or we're always on social media. I mean, sure, we may be on social media quite a bit, but I do think that the sense of urgency and of the importance of these things is there. I think that Ukraine very much reminded us of the amazing things that we have here, and I think most of my peers are ready to fight for those. So I'm very optimistic. But yes, to your question, there are many reasons to be worried, and I think we have to discuss them and work on them every day.
Thank you. As a representative of European politics, is democracy still a European priority? is democracy?
Yes, of course. And first, let me say it feels so appropriate to be talking about democracy and freedom here in Prague in this beautiful building. It's really quite remarkable under the authority of Václav Havel. I am worried because we see the assault within our democracies and outside of our democracies. But I share what was just said. We have a sense of agency, and we have to treat this as a wake-up call and act urgently. There's an internal and an external challenge. And, you know, I lived in the United States when President Trump was elected the first time. And to be honest, I think there was a sense of denial over the issues that he touched upon and that made him successful and that made it successful again. And if our liberal democracies are not able to deliver and also answer the needs of our populations, then we'll see the backlash on issues, if we're frank, of disindustrialization, the backlash against some of the free trade arrangements that we've had in the past, on, you know, do our societies deliver on the economic well-being, on prosperity? Can they tackle global challenges like climate change? Can we control immigration? All of these issues, I think that us pro-Europeans in our societies need to have an answer to. And then you have the external challenge. And of course, it starts with the Russian aggression on Ukraine. When you see North Korean troops being deployed today against Ukrainians, when you see Iranian drones and missiles being used against Ukrainian cities, you understand that this is not a local conflict. This is a broader assault against European democracies and against the global assault against democracies in general. So of course, it touches first and foremost our own security as Europeans. And this is what, you know, when you look at what happened, the US election, the only answer we can have is that we need to take ownership for our fate, for our security, invest and cooperate together as Europeans, and be able to defend our values at home and, of course, abroad.
Thank you. I think many from what you said, Alex can comment on, because how do you see it from the perspective of knowing the US as such, knowing how the campaigns work, but seeing that the result is a bit different from what we expected? So, where's the risk for democracy in your point of view? And then, Matthias, I have a question from you from the audience. Very good one, thank you.
So look, I think we are witnessing sort of a realignment on many fronts, right? So for example, politically, the left and right division is not that useful, right? Where is left and right in France? Where is it in this country? Where is it, you know, in the US? We see less trust in the traditional institutions, in traditional media. Okay, can you hear me now? And so that brings uncertainty with that, right? Less predictability, less central kind of decisions and predictions. So I think we just have to learn how to live with that and adapt to that, right? And then a lot of this is what Benjamin just said, like delivery, for example, as opposed to lofty ideas, right? And kind of where you put the focus. Where I do see a challenge is polarization of our society, where we're getting closed off in our own bubbles and we don't talk to each other. We don't understand each other. And we are growing apart, and that tears the societies apart. And we saw it in the US in the elections, where there's two completely separate worlds that just don't talk to each other, don't understand each other, don't like each other. And I see that as a bigger problem than democracy as an institution or as a principle behind our political system.
I still stay with that. Probably, Matt, if I may ask, what can we learn from Brexit?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's exactly what you wanted to.
34 minutes to add this out. Okay. Well, I think Misha said so much already on that topic. I'm not sure there's much more I can add. I think one of the things that is absolutely worth dwelling on with Brexit, as that particular moment in 2016, is that it's very easy to say that this is all about disinformation or misunderstandings. But the fact is that support for Brexit was highest in those areas that had received the most EU funding, which is a paradox. But it speaks to the same problem that Benjamin was mentioning, which is that there are significant parts of the UK which have felt left behind through industrialization, through a process of losing opportunity and losing hope. And that is precisely where the debate ended up being focused. So it's too easy to dismiss it as a misunderstanding. I think you have to dig deeper, and you have to look in particular about people who have been left behind. We tend to think at the sort of government level in terms of aggregate. So aggregate, if GDP is going in the right direction, or aggregate growth, aggregate success, yes, people in this area have lost out, but someone else has benefited. That's not how people live. People don't live at the aggregate level. They live individually and in individual communities. And many of those individual communities had felt and experienced, and were right to say they had been left behind. So I think that's the failure. It comes back to Benjamin's point. What do we do about that? Well, we have to deliver. Governments have to deliver for people. And that means perspective, meaningful jobs, meaningful reasons to be optimistic about the future. And it is absolutely possible. So, for example, what you've seen, the picture, particularly of the northeast of England, that's in the book by Dr. Fiona Hill, and she makes fantastic parallels between where she grew up in Bishop Auckland and parts of the Rust Belt in the US, and actually parts of Russia as well. But you're also now seeing in those same areas data centers, you're now seeing jobs for the future, you're seeing offshore wind industry, exactly where the coal industry has died away. But you have to make that effort, and I think that's the challenge that many of our countries face today. I think I dodged the Brexit question quite neatly there, but again, Misha said what
he's a diplomat. Nice one, thank you. But it brought me to a question to Jacques. Is it also that the people felt left behind in Netherlands, Slovakia, Hungary, probably even France? What can we learn from their examples as well?
Well, yes, some of them have felt left behind. It has been mentioned, the impact of globalization on our economies, disindustrialization, all that is absolutely true. And there is something that relates to Brexit, the slogan, "Take back control." There was a feeling that politics no longer has an impact. You vote for government, center-right or center-left, but they don't have real impact on the key questions. And they sometimes, therefore, stray into subsidiary questions or substitutes. You know, on the right, the temptation, nationalist. So that is true. The idea that democracy has to deliver, it has been mentioned, and quite rightly. So I would say this is the common denominator. Then, of course, you have a lot of other features. It's simply people have used this situation of uncertainty. Uncertainty about the borders, uncertainty about the economy. You look for the strong man who will have the answer. And there are varieties of them around, and the whole nationalist populist thing revolves around that. It's basically looking for a strong man who can deliver, not just the center-right replacing center-left. And the sovereignist argument, we have to protect. And the big debate in Europe will be about where is the protection? Is it what the nationalists promise? We will close our borders, we will solve the national solution. And nobody can seriously today believe that to any of the major challenges of today, I mean, start with the economy, environment, immigration, whatever, any of the bigger issues, no government in Europe, not even the bigger countries, can seriously argue they can handle that alone. So therefore, the question will be, can Europe protect? Can Europe provide that feeling that it is answering those needs? And the issue of democracy will depend on that capacity to answer.
Nice, you have the same answer, actually. Benjamin, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I strongly agree with what was just said. I mean, I'm not sure two Frenchmen should be commenting that much on Brexit. But the truth is, look, a couple of things. Yes, the answer to take back control that we heard during the Brexit debate cannot be
lack of control, powerlessness, or just openness all the time. It's making the case for a European that the European Union can provide the protection and the control. That when you face such complex challenges as the question of immigration, as the need to invest collectively in our defense and security, as the need to be able to protect our trade interests, especially when you see protectionist trends elsewhere, we're stronger together and we're stronger when we do it at the European level. But that means investing in our common instruments and tools, and especially now developing our autonomy and our European sovereignty. The second case I would make on Brexit, what really struck me about the Brexit debate at the time is, when you have on one side people making the case for independence and sovereignty and freedom, and on the other side, a defensive argument that's a cost-benefit analysis saying, well, we're better off if we're in because we're going to gain half a point of GDP, or we'll be better on trade, I think you're bound to lose that debate. And this is why, once again, as a pro-European, a realist pro-European that understands that we need to reform, we need to make progress with the European institutions, but a pro-European, you need to reclaim the narrative and you need to go back on offense. And I think that's what we did at the time with Emmanuel Macron's campaign in 2017. I remember very well, it was just a few months after Donald Trump's election and Brexit, and everyone said at the time, do not use the European flag. This is not a moment to be pro-European in Western democracies. And on the contrary, when you looked at the rallies, we brandished the European flags. For the first time, we actually reclaimed the European flag in these rallies. And I think it created a sense of momentum alongside the French flag, of course. And it created this momentum and sense of pride that, you go back on offense and you have something to claim and to praise. And this is why you said earlier that Ukraine is an inspiration also for Europeans. It really struck me. I was in Kyiv the first time 10 years ago to support the Maidan movement. And it was the Revolution of Dignity. And it was the first time in history that we saw young people, dozens of thousands, being killed, being shot at because they were brandishing the European flag, which for them was the promise of a better future, the fight against corruption, democracy being anchored to European freedom. And so sometimes, when we become jaded about our own model and cynical, the inspiration can come from our neighbors who are fighting very hard to be able to join the family. Yeah, we've heard that already before. But as you mentioned the young generation, I promised the question. Young Gen Z men voted for Trump. Here, it's common for Gen Z voters to choose far-right or populist. We cannot count on you to save democracy, writes someone here. Thoughts?
That's a great question. Yeah, so I would say that the premise of that question is right. I mean, it's still a bit too early to say anything too conclusive, but it is very likely that Trump did capitalize on the vote of young men. And I do think that, especially in the US, they're feeling left behind. And it's actually very similar to some of the points that were made here before, because after hundreds of years in which men were, dominating the workforce and were, getting better wages. There's a point now in the U.S. and in the Western democracies in which the rate of change and the rate of improvement of women, in their careers, but also just like in public life, is higher than that of men, or young men at least. And so, you can look at the number of, people who are graduating from colleges. You can look at the entry-level wages, anything like women or winning in that regard in the US, or at least the rate of change is. And so there was this moment that I think was felt particularly before the election and the months leading up to it, where the Trump campaign was capitalizing on like this machoistic, like bro movement in which they were very heavily present on podcasts that were about sports, about what it means to be a man. Strongman. That's right. I think
you heard about it already. Yes.
Oops. I think that's exactly. Thank you for that. I think that's exactly right. I think a lot of these dynamics are just being kind of played out on like a micro level there. And I have to say that it's not just that young men would be leaning towards Trump. I think it's also about the other side not being there. Because when the other side is focusing on a lot of different areas, but is not being present on those podcasts, on those venues where young men are spending their time, well then it's not hard to see why they wouldn't turn up as much for Harris and would for Trump. If you don't see the presence there, it's much easier to lean one way or the other. I'm reducing it. There are many other things at play here, but I think it's about being seen there. I think it's about offering visions that cultivate like a more, from my perspective, healthy vision of what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine, and yeah. So that's why, to the question that was posted, I would say that maybe the young men of the U.S. let you down now, but I think that moving forward we can do better, and it's about both sides being present and being at the table where men are.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I actually have an issue with a question.
Do you?
Which is, and I'll preface it, I'm centrist Democrat, I've worked on the Biden campaign and so on. But is voting Republican undemocratic? Is voting for Trump undemocratic? It's whether it's young men voting for him or old women, it doesn't actually matter. I think that the framing of that, and it's not, don't take it personally, is kind of a root of the quote-unquote problem here, right? Who sets the right and wrong here? Who sets that voting, out of the two choices, that this one is wrong, this one is right? That's what drives a lot of the voters. It was a big backlash. If there's some lessons to be learned from the U.S. elections, is that you create a backlash, and you kind of need to have that in mind as well as we kind of discuss things like that.
Actually, nobody said that Trump would be not democratic, but you read it in that, because we think in a certain bubble way. Vivian, you wanted to comment, and Matthias then also.
Yeah, I want to just pick up the theme around the role of the media and the role of the information ecosystem, which I think is so crucial here. There's a lot to unpack there, and I could spend the rest of the time just talking about all the different facets of the media's role. But I just want to make a couple of quick points. One is, I think when Trump was elected in 2016, there was a lot of discussion in the aftermath around the role of mis and disinformation, particularly foreign influence, and that because of that mis and disinformation that may or may not have impacted the outcome. But I think now, 8 years later, what we're seeing is something different, which is it's not just a matter, and I am a recovering journalist, so I consider myself a journalist and I see the world through that lens. So I use the term we, even though I'm not working as a journalist right now. I think we always believe if we could only get the information in front of people, the right information. No, see, the sky is not green, it's blue. No, if you see this, let us fact check this for you. Let us show you all the information. And the big question now, I think the big aha that has come out of the last year or so is, maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter if people if people think that something is not true. It comports with what they feel. The now Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, some of you may remember there was sort of a meme going around in the United States, and it actually came up in the debate between Harris and Trump about Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, who were stealing people's cats and dogs and cooking them and eating them. Based on no evidence, it's been thoroughly debunked. And it's been debunked again and again and again. And when Vance, then the candidate Vance, was asked about, was shown that evidence, he said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's not true. It's what people feel. So when we get into a sense of reality is about what I feel, not about evidence, we are in an entirely new world. And as media, we have to think long and hard about how we report, how we cover, and about our role in democratic processes as the fourth estate.
Thank you. Matthias.
This was great. I really want to underscore a bunch of points from this last response, because in our work, where we're trying to detect deepfakes and work with disinformation, we're seeing this as well. A couple years ago, the worry was that there would be these like major one-off deepfakes that would change the entire narrative or the entire outcome of something, and some bot online would post those, and it would change the outcome of an election. And that could happen hypothetically, but it's not what we're seeing. We're seeing this like longitudinal disruption of the ecosystem in which these like minor deepfakes might pop up, but it's not really about the deepfakes themselves. They're more so like an artifact or maybe kind of like a meme for these communities. And quite often people know that these are fake. It's not about seeing some information presented in those deepfakes. It's about how they make you feel, and it's also about what they make you think about. There were these polls and these studies made in the US where voters would be asked after they exited the polls whether they were impacted by some specific deepfakes that popped up. And a lot of the voters said, I knew that it was fake, but it's just that I couldn't unsee it. I couldn't like unsee the narrative and like the phase there, and I think that's something that these deepfakes are tapping into. So I just want to underscore that, and I also agree with the point that Alex made in that this premise of like voting for Republicans being anti-democratic. I do agree with that for sure, and I think it's also the fact that the Harris campaign couldn't really deliver like a vision for the future. It was about we're not going back, and like there were of course different points made, but the main narrative or the main slogan was we're not going back. And as much as I recognize that it's hard to pull off a campaign in like a couple weeks, that I think was one of the reasons that might have discouraged some voters as well.
Yeah, when I was listening to you, also very often somebody just sends me what do you think about this information? So I said, it's nonsense, that's fake. It's just an eye proof. But, and they say, okay, but after a month, I see it's still there. It's still in the brain that it was said, like, I already proved to you it was fake. So it works with our brain. But Matt, you wanted to comment.
Just to pick up, absolutely the tools have accelerated all of these challenges. But there's much of this that is very familiar. And I'm reminded of the Timothy Snyder line that post-truth is pre-fascism. And we have seen many of this, and it's a great time to go back and read Madeleine Albright's book and lots of other things which remind us about, not least that the Soviet playbook, for example, was not necessarily about convincing people of an alternative version. It was to make people believe it's not possible to know, to bring complete lack of confidence either in the possibility of knowing what's true, complete lack of confidence in the democratic process itself, to get the idea that, well, they're all the same anyway, all politicians are venal, everyone's corrupt, there's no point. And I think it's worth bearing in mind that a lot of the attacks on our sort of, again, democratic critical infrastructure is about creating the idea that it just doesn't matter. What do we do about it? Well, we have to invest an awful lot more in our democratic resilience. We need to be much more careful about the money that is allowed to get into our politics, about the money that gets into our legal system, about attacks on independent media, about digital literacy, about the whole, the sort of civics side, the responsibilities that come with the opportunities to vote. And I think that's just part of how we frame this. Yes, absolutely, the tools are new. And far more scary. But a lot of this is quite familiar already.
But how can we work with the new tools? Because there are German elections ahead of us. And we see what the media role is, and that they are not neutral anymore. Or if they are, we don't expect them to be, because there are so many that are not neutral. How can we, and I don't have a question for just one of you. How can we recognize what is aimed to us, because we liked to read that, and what is true? How can we trust to a campaign? What does it mean? What challenges does it pose for campaigns? How does it need to change? And that I would be happy to hear from you as well. So, yeah.
I'll just jump in. First of all, I think we need to find a better word than the media, because the media is so fragmented now The concept of media is so fragmented, and as we talked about previously, a lot of people were persuaded in the U.S. elections. We're listening to podcasts, we're seeing memes on TikTok. I mean, there is a vast array of the way people get information, and the so-called mainstream media, or sort of the traditional news outlets, of course they played a critical role and will continue to play a critical role in doing accountability journalism. Without that, all is lost. But what we traditionally called the mainstream media has got to evolve, because another thing that I think we have seen in the last year is a sense of the mainstream media is maybe not quite as in touch with everyday people, which is an imperfect term, and really missed so many things. I mean, it's shameful because there was a lot of discussion about this in 2016, and yet here we are again, didn't really understand what people were experiencing, the economic hardship they were experiencing. They were looking at all the big economic indicators, which under Biden have gone up, and yet the day-to-day purchasing power of people in many parts of America was going down. And that disconnect and that failure to report on this, or to report on it in a way that to many folks came across as patronizing, I think was a huge problem and alienated a lot of would-be consumers of that news.
Thank you, Jacques.
Yeah. One of the first things the so-called illiberals do, I mean, illiberal democracy, Viktor Orban has picked up a phrase from political science and introduced it into politics. And one of the first things they do, they go after the media. I mean, they go after the rule of law, the independence of the constitutional court, the judiciary, etc. And the next thing is the media. I mean,
you can see it
the
in
public
Slovakia as well.
Especially public broadcasting, etc. So that is what they do, and I don't have time now to, I mean, I don't have to explain to this audience what they've actually done with the media in Hungary or in Poland under Kaczynski. What is interesting is now that there is a new government in Poland, it was confronted with this issue. How do we undo the illiberal legacy? And they did something quite drastic with the public broadcasting. You know, they shut down the place and reopened the next morning for business. You know, this is something that many people would say illiberal. So the question then is, and of course you try to safeguard pluralism in the media as a condition for democratic debate, but with methods that are not obvious. So that's the question we are left. You know, can you undo illiberal democracy with illiberal methods, or what, you know, what is ahead of us? And that is, of course, Poland from this point of view is a major experiment, because, you know, can you undo that? Many people think this will no longer be possible in Hungary, etc. Anyway, this will be a big debate, and we will see what Fico does with Slovakia. He's there only 1 year, but we go, one of the first things, judiciary, the media, the two-pronged attack. So you're talking about, are we worried about democracy? Yeah, in this sense, very much so. Do we think it's a desperate situation? No, the Polish case shows you can try to dismantle it. How successfully, we will see.
Can I just quickly say that maybe there is also a different angle, which I think Vivian was hinting at a little bit, if I got it right, which is maybe the issue is also with the media. The media, I mean, there's certainly, you know, kind of inherent biases there as well, but it's also the media, the traditional media. We should, yeah, the term is kind of weird now. You know, they matter much less than they did, right? There's an inherent bias. People are leaving it. People are getting information from elsewhere. And when Donald Trump went, you know, on a podcast with Joe Rogan, he got 50 million views, which any media anywhere can just dream of, right? And so I think there's no public media in the U.S., for example. So you know, point taken. But at the same time, that's, you know, doesn't even exist.
Doesn't mean the threats aren't there.
Yeah, no, I agree as well, right? But I think there's a huge crisis of the media as well.
Yeah.
Matthias, you also wanted to.
Yeah, I wanted to underscore this and also get back to your question about new technologies and how to work with them in this ecosystem. Since we're talking about different kinds of media, I want to say that the problem that is often framed as an AI problem, like, oh, deepfakes or AI-accelerated disinformation, I don't think it's that much about AI. I mean, sure, it can accelerate stuff, but I think it's fundamentally a social media problem. I think it's how we regulate social media and how social media approach their responsibility to attribution and to which kind of content they promote. I think that's really what's at core here, because you can create a deepfake of anyone saying anything, but as long as it's on your phone, you can show it maybe to your friends and like laugh about it, but that's pretty much it. It's the social media that promotes this content to millions of people, and not just any millions of people, like very particularly chosen set of millions or any number of people. And I think that really is the driver here. And so I think that it would be productive to perhaps shift the discussion around these new AI tools to social media, because I mean, for them, that's what they want to do. They want to steer this discussion away from their, like their ponds and like where they're regulated. But I think that is really at the core of the problem here. Yeah, well, I mean, he'll be in charge of the Department of,
Efficiency, state efficiency.
State efficiency, that's right.
I like the question that just disappeared right now because probably it's jumping. Yeah, why assume democracy must be orderly, clean, tidy, and polite? Why assume that America's democracy culture is more raw than European countries?
I'm not aware in any time in my lifetime when democracy was polite and orderly.
Well, especially when we look at the British Parliament, screaming, whistling at each other, tidy.
Never tidy, or never knowingly tidy anyway. Just very quickly, because I think it speaks a bit to that, and it comes out from the other points already. I think, on the column of reasons to be optimistic, democratic countries have an enormous amount to offer and are incredibly attractive. My previous position as ambassador in Sarajevo, no one was ever queuing up outside the Russian embassy. I mean, frankly, they were queuing up outside the Slovenian embassy or other embassies there. Everyone who wanted to leave was leaving for places where they had rule of law, opportunity, exactly the same things that make us fundamentally democratic. And I think we can have a bit more confidence maybe about that. Part of the attacks on our systems is designed to undermine our self-confidence, our trust in our allies. And just as a very concrete example of that, that includes thinking about how we can make best use of our education systems. I'm struck, very interesting, I think, to hear President-elect Trump talking about giving automatic green cards to graduates of US universities. Now, whether that happens or not, I think it speaks to something which is about the contest for talent. And I think that's a useful way of thinking about reasons to be optimistic in answer to these kinds of questions.
Thank you. Benjamin.
Yeah, first, I would say I think no one would accuse French politics of being tidy, clean, and
and polite.
And polite and quiet. And I spent enough time in the National Assembly to be able to testify of that. But look, I wanted to say, especially to react to the previous question, that when there is such a large level of distrust directed at politicians, the media, and others, I think our first responsibility, that's not the only answer, but our first responsibility is to look at ourselves in the mirror and ask, where did we fail to deliver? Where did we fail to listen, to respect the voices that are angry? And how can we get better results? Because when we talk about information bubbles or algorithms, we don't escape them. We're in the same kind of bubbles. And I think that's what's really important, and that's, I would say, one of the privileges of elected office is precisely to be pushed to go constantly meet your citizens and answer the demands and try to get results. And in this respect, I mean, you have different trends to look at. One is the fact that you probably have more political pluralism and more diversity of opinion and backgrounds in the media and a broader diversity of media. We're talking about podcasts and social media. And I would say that's a positive thing. And it's a positive thing to engage with. The downside is indeed what we've been mentioning, that these new platforms need to find ways to moderate content, push back against disinformation. We see the proliferation of deepfake videos. And this is why we've pushed these measures at the European level, like the Digital Service Act, like the measures on the artificial intelligence, to say we need these platforms. We need to invest also at the European level in these new fora of conversation. But we also need to make sure that you have the digital literacy, that you are able to label what really is disinformation, hate speech, call for terrorism, etc., like traditional media would do. And it's this balance that we need to be able to find.
I thought we are already only starting, and we are nearly finished, what I see the clock. So, again, one final question for all of you. As we consider the future, what do each of you see as the most urgent next step to safeguard democracy in Europe and North America? The most important next step to safeguard democracy. What can we do and what should we do? Is there any one of you who would go for the answer as the first one? Thank you, Matthias.
Okay, so what I'll say is not a small feat. I think it's not like a small step. It really is a major thing. But fundamentally, what we have to do is to, and I think this goes back to a bunch of points made here, we have to start seeing eye to eye to the people on the other side of the issues. And that's really hard to do when you can't both agree that 2 + 2 is 4. And you know, it's social media, it's traditional media, it's the whole discourse that really separates us and it makes the division and polarization just even more striking and more omnipresent. And so I think this is like the one step we have to focus on. And you know, it's a major thing. It'll take years to rebuild this. You know, it's something that like many people, many organizations, many politicians, many parties have to partake in. But without this, I don't think we can get to a point where democracies are thriving again. So that's my take on this. But I realize that, and I want to stress that this is a big, major thing. But yeah, that would be like my one thing.
Everything that Matthias just said.
I was just wondering, with the 8 billion people being eye to eye, well, that would be difficult.
I would add to it dignity. Dignity is an underrated concept that really is behind a lot of the things and the issues that we talk about, and we need to better understand what dignity is, what it means to people, and that it really kind of drives people to the less desirable outcomes, for example, right? And that means understanding, you know, everybody within the society, all the different groups, and kind of being able, once you have that better understanding of that, then I think the future is brighter.
Vivian?
Yeah, I'll have a much more specific answer to that, which won't solve everything, but I think it's critical. If we stipulate that information, really strong, important information that people trust and they consume is a precondition for democracy. And if we stipulate that trust is stronger, which we know it is survey after survey in every way at the local level than the national level, we need to focus on strengthening local news. Local news. In the United States, it's been decimated, in many parts of Europe as well. We need to find a mechanism, because people don't trust the media, but they trust their local news outlet. And so this, to me, is an absolutely crucial step that we need to take.
Thank you. Matt?
Yeah, again, agree with everything that's been said. And we've answered this question, I think, all the way through this discussion, so it keeps coming up, which is exactly as it should be.
Yeah, one.
I think the thing that I would just mention is, yeah, great moderating. Sorry, yes, exactly right.
Thank you.
The thing I would just stress is, I think the tendency when you're unhappy with the democratic process or with the results is to lean away from it and see that as part of the problem. I think we need to lean into the democratic process more often. We need to encourage people to take even more interest in how they use their vote. If you're happy with the way things are, vote. If you're not happy with the way things are, vote. You know, really sort of pushing that idea of the responsibility and the opportunity that comes with that. And I'm reminded of, it's attributed to Karl Schwarzenberg. It sounds like him. I'm not sure if it actually is, but you know, treat your vote like you treat your kids, and entrust your vote to someone you would entrust your kids to for the weekend. And I think if you set that as the kind of bar and you take that level of interest in the democratic process, it's better for all of us.
Thank you. Benjamin and Jacques still hasn't put theirs, so.
Well, there are a lot of things to answer this question, but if you ask the most urgent thing we can do to support democracy right now is to support Ukraine, not give a win to Vladimir Putin.
Thank you. Thank you. And Jacques?
I second what has been said. I was planning to say the same thing. Absolutely. But that is it. We Europeans must be aware of the geopolitical dimension of our discussion about democracy. Okay, we may be very dissatisfied with the way it is operating in our countries. And first of all, I have faith in the capacity, in the absorption capacity that our democracies have vis-à-vis the populist tide. Look at, just one example, look at Meloni. When she came to power, oh my God, you know, post-fascist, what is she going to do? Well, first of all, she's active in Europe, pro-Euro, and on the immigration issue, which was supposed to be the main sort of driving force of the opponents of Europe, well, she reduced the numbers, but you know what she did, nobody talks about? She regularized 450,000 illegal aliens on the condition they don't have a criminal record and they have a job. Well, this kind of realism, I'm not pleading, I'm not quite from her kind of party, but the idea that this kind of realism, the capacity of democratic institution to absorb the populist is probably part of the answer. And the second thing is to take, as I said, the geopolitical argument. What is at stake in our democracies is also something that concerns our security. We have 2 wars on our doorstep. If in this situation we don't get the point, when will we?
Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you. So, your applause for Benjamin Haddad, Matt Field, Vivian Schiller, Jacques Rupnik, Mateusz Boháček, and Alexander Brown. Thank you very much. I'll ask you to take your seats down the stairs because we'll continue with this topic on the stage right now. So we just need to get ready. You still wait a while because we add some more views, and I believe this time it will be really positive ones. Or at least I hope so, believe and hope, because we have very special guests here to come on stage right now before the lunch. They are both from Aspen Institute, US. As we focus on value-based leadership for the future, we need to learn from those who actually embody it in practice. Please join me in welcoming Elliot Gerson, an accomplished nonprofit executive, lawyer, business leader, and state and federal government official, and the executive vice president of the Aspen Institute. So we need to get, I think you may,
Thank you very much. Did these work? Actually, I'll just stay with this. This is fine. I am absolutely delighted to be here. I didn't know until a few days ago that I would be here, so I hardly have highly prepared remarks. But what I would like to say is a little bit about the Aspen Institute in the United States, globally, particularly here in Central Europe, but begin really with deep appreciation to my friends and colleagues here. A welcome to Jakob, the new director of this wonderful institution, thanks to old friends like Ivan and Pavel and the wonderful team here. I naturally think about a couple of birth moments when I come to this room and when I come back to Prague, and think about the origins of the Aspen Institute in the United States and the origins of the Institute here in Prague. For the United States, the Institute was born in 75 years ago. It will be our anniversary. And it was really inspired by a German-American immigrant who was horrified by the events of the previous decade, totalitarianism, World War II, the Holocaust, and the rise of communism. And he brought people to what was then a deserted silver mining town in the Rocky Mountains, Aspen, Colorado. No one had ever heard of it. And the reason he brought them there was to reflect on fundamental principles of what is the good society, including particularly the importance of democracy. So the theme today would be enormously important to them. And I see Michael Zontoski, who also is just here, who is also a founding spirit of Aspen Central Europe. So that was the principle that launched the Aspen Institute. And over 12 years ago, I was present at the creation of the idea, the spark that led to the Aspen Institute here. And that too is directly related to our topic today. Two of our wonderful trustees in the United States, of course, Madeleine Albright and also Fred Malik, had the idea to bring the Aspen idea here. Both Czech Americans, and critically, one a very proud and active Democrat, one a very proud and active Republican, believing that it was incredibly important to have the same kind of dialogue about fundamental values and what the good society is in this city, in this country, and in this region. And it is remarkable, and I just want to congratulate my friends here again for all they have done in the years since to create such a vital institution here. Let me just take a second before I pass on the microphone to talk about the point we are now. And you've been hearing about that from many people this morning. And in my lifetime, I have never seen such poisonous, deep partisanship as I see now in the United States, my own country, although I'm also a citizen of the European Union, and in many countries around the EU and indeed the world. And I think it's critically important for our institutions to try to understand why there is so much anger, why there is so much distrust, why there is so much grievance. And I think Aspen Institutes can play a critical role in trying to understand that. And the only way you can do that is by respecting people with whom you have fundamental disagreement, and to respect everyone for their fundamental human decency. What are the reasons that they vote as they do? I know there was an earthquake of sorts in the United States in the election, but don't forget, as many people have said today, we still have a vigorous, thriving democracy. And things can change, and they will change, and they always do. There are many ways to interpret that election. One way I interpret it is that a lot of people are fed up. One thing that isn't getting a lot of attention is that there are actually 9 million fewer voters in this election than there were 4 years ago. Donald Trump got 1 million more than he did last year. To me, a much more significant fact is that the Democrats got, I think it was 10 million fewer votes this time than they did when President Biden ran last time. Why? Who knows? But I think a lot of people just decided that they offered nothing to them. We have in the United States now, more than again any time in my lifetime, a wholesale rejection of, not wholesale, that's an overstatement, but a massive rejection of the Democratic Party by the American working class. And I think we need to understand how that happened, why that happened, and we'll see in the years ahead how politics changes as a result. But democracy is fundamental. What the Aspen Institute does, bringing diverse people together, talking about their issues, understanding why people have the views that they do, and fundamentally, and this is the last point I want to make, we have to understand and speak to and engage with the rising generations, with young people, with people much younger than the average age in this room and most of the convenings we have at the Aspen Institute in the United States. We have to get them to understand the importance of engagement with fellow citizens, to voting, to elections, and why democracy is so fundamental and so important. I think if we do that, and focus on them and create systems that are responsive to their needs and make sure they feel that they have a place at the table, it is fundamental. One thing we see in the United States and almost everywhere else is a rejection of elites. And yes, all of us in this room would probably be perceived as elite by many of our fellow citizens in our own country. We have to ask ourselves, why are we perceived that way, and what can we do to create a greater sense of equality and equity in terms of participation, without necessarily having any preconceptions about what those democratic views will be when they're expressed. So a hearty thank you again to Aspen Central Europe. The moment for the Aspen idea has never been more important than today. Thank you.
Elliot Gerson, thank you very much. And yeah, it's important not only to talk to them, but also to listen to them and try to understand them. And that's why also like a note you wrote to Slido, and I didn't have time to ask that, but shall not the Liberal Democrats be more populist in sense of simplifying messages and understanding people's needs to fight liberal populists like Orban, Fico, and Trump? So I think it's all about understanding each other. So we need to listen more. And I think now it would be nice to listen to the next speaker. One more inspiring keynote before lunch as we discuss value-based leadership. We must also focus on those who are most vulnerable, children and youth. And this is precisely where our next speaker has dedicated her efforts. Let me introduce an attorney, children's advocate, and the Chief Executive Officer of Safe and Sound, as well as an Aspen Institute trustee. This is Katie Albright.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I so appreciate that introduction. I am honored to be here as a trustee of the Aspen Institute, and for this occasion, most importantly, as Madeleine Albright's daughter. My mother loved the people of the Czech Republic, the beautiful city of Prague, and particularly her partnership with Aspen Central Europe. Through the years, my mother was always thrilled to speak at this convening to promote civil discourse and informed discussion. I do have prepared remarks because I'll be reading several of her remarks to you. She made these 8 years ago in November of 2016, a few days after America's election of Donald Trump as our 45th President of the United States, winning then against Secretary Hillary Clinton. My mother supported Secretary Clinton and shared with you her deep concerns at that time. After America's recent election, my mother's words remain poignant and meaningful, and for me, show a path forward to leaders' values-based leadership. So I thought it would be most meaningful to share them with you this morning. She began her remarks at that time stating, as has happened throughout American history, there will be a peaceful transfer of power from one party to another come January 20th. And while that thought is reassuring to those who believe in democracy, it leaves all of us to understand what it means for the United States, for Europe, and the world. Reflecting on the 2016 election, my mother noted several observations, including a loss of faith in institutions. She elaborated, stating, "What may ultimately be needed is a new social contract that addresses the unavoidable questions of the 21st century, questions we talked about here today, questions about personal identity and work in the age of globalization, information overload and high technology, about how people will be able to preserve their ethnic pride and value their national citizenship, and how nations will protect their sovereignty while cooperating regionally and globally with others." In her very plain speak, my mother acknowledged that there is no easy answers, but she argued that the only way to address these challenges is by reinforcing the values upon which democracy depends. The values of opportunity, responsibility, community, and respect for human dignity. She said, and now I quote her at length, "Democracy is a messy business that requires patience, hard work, flexibility, and the acceptance of its inherent imperfections. It has also asked us to live peacefully as neighbors with people who are different from us, and we may not even like." And what most of us discover, and what I hope we will discover once again, is that we share more in common than we think, and that we are stronger as people if we overcome our superficial differences and unite around our shared interests and ideals. But to do that, democratic values must be shaped into our daily lives. The measure of a country's dedication to the values of opportunity, responsibility, community, and human dignity is how it resists the forces of darkness and intolerance. When we in the United States will have to show our true strengths over the coming year, and that strength comes from the fact that we are a country composed of people who trace their heritage to almost every other country, but who are bound together by the values of liberty and, yes, by an unyielding optimism about the future. For those of you who knew my mother, you may remember that 76 years ago this past Monday, on Armistice Day, my mother, my grandparents, my aunt, my uncle arrived in New York's harbor as refugees from the Czechoslovakia, which months earlier had been taken over by communists. Ever since that day and through to her death, she considered herself to be a grateful American. And no matter what, she was always proud to be. Based on this life story, which she knew the following to be true and shared with you in November 2016. I quote again, "For the truth is that populism and nationalism are not unique to America or Central Europe, nor is the skepticism of national and global institutions. But while those currents run through our political system today, they are not the values on which our transatlantic alliance stands. Instead, our alliance is grounded in a fundamental optimism about the ability of human beings to make progress in freedom. It is based on a firm belief in worth noting of every individual, and it is embodied in liberal democracy, the only road we can all walk down together." My mother said nearly 100 years ago, President Thomas Masaryk crossed the Atlantic in search of friends for his country's cause. He did not appeal to America's geopolitical self-interest. He did not offer to sell the United States oil or offer us access to some vast new market. He did not promise us a secret alliance against other major powers. No, Thomas Masaryk had a deeper understanding of national interest than that. He appealed to the U.S. on the basis of a profound connection between Czechoslovak and American ideals. He believed that a nation's success depends on its purpose, and that America's purpose and that of the Czech and Slovak people are the same, and that our shared purpose is freedom. No one knows better than you in this room that freedom has and will always have enemies. Evil has found many masks, from Nazis to communists, from practitioners of ethnic cleansing to apostles of fear and hate. Over time, the labels and the battlegrounds have changed. What we must never change is our determination to stand together, to defend liberty and seek truth, and to preserve in our efforts to build a better and freer life in our own countries and for all people. Finally, as my mother shared, no one in modern public life understood this as well as President Václav Havel. And so she closed her comments in 2016 by quoting him. His quote reads, "We are not accountable solely to our party, our voters, our lobbies, and our states, but in fact to the entire human race, including those who come after us, and that the decision on the worth of our deeds will ultimately be made beyond the realm of mortals around us. In the language of today's world, this means nothing more than to hearken in our various dilemmas to the voice that speaks to us from the depths of our own conscience. That voice is still free to speak, my mother said in closing, and we should let it speak to the values and ideals that brought us to this point, and that should guide us now and to the future that awaits. Thank you so much.
Katie Albright, thank you very much. Yes, democracy is a messy business, but we cannot stop protecting it. Thank you. Now it's time for a bit of relax, lunch, and getting some energy for the afternoon sessions. We'll focus on a Czech reality when it comes to education, micro and small businesses, as well as labor market. So enjoy your lunch and meet you back here at 1 p.m. Bon appetit. Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Vítám vás stále ještě na konferenci.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Aspen Annual Conference 2024. I have switched to Czech, which means that in the afternoon we are going to speak more about Czech issues. The morning was a little bit more global. But the transition will be gradual, because Czechia is not an island of its own, and we are very much impacted by what's happening around us. So please take the front seats. I mean, if you want to remain standing, you can remain standing. I understand your smartwatch wants you to stand a little bit more and sit a little bit less, but please be quiet. Please be quiet if you're standing at the back, because we don't want to disturb the proceedings. So we will make our way towards Czech issues, but gradually. We will take it through Europe. We want to know what Europe's role in the world is and it can do in the world. And as the European Commissioner designate for international partnerships is Josef Síkela, the former Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic. We might find out soon what this will be about. So please welcome Mr. Síkela. He will be speaking about how to secure a safe future in an uncertain era. Slido is still on, and I do not have time to ask all of your questions, but please keep sending them, because I will at least see which topics are important. So now I'd like to welcome Josef Síkela, the European Commissioner designate for international partnerships and the former Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, my voice is not in great shape. Hopefully it will hold, at least for the duration of this speech. I am speaking in Czech. I'd like to apologize to the international guests in the audience here, but I was instructed to do so. So, let me go back to the past, recent past, 2022, to be precise. When I look at messages that I was sending to my colleagues in the spring of 2022, I have goosebumps, because at that time Russia launched an unprovoked attack against Ukraine and started using its energy dominance in Europe as a weapon against us. And it wasn't until after a period of time passed that we realized how difficult the situation was and how much great work we have done, both in the Czech Republic and in Europe. The situation really wasn't easy. I'm sure you remember the newspaper articles about how we would freeze. Maybe you also saw the commercials on Russian state TV about Europeans freezing to death in their garden sheds, cooking squirrels for dinner on open fire. And I wanted my colleagues to know which companies in the country will have to shut down because there will be no gas. Consumption of gas in households and companies was the highest ever, while our stockpiles were the lowest ever. Back then, we only have gas reserves for 20 days. And analyses of a possible turning off the taps from the Russian taps showed us that the damage would be huge. Today we can say that we managed the situation and we resisted Russian blackmailing and abusing energy dominance as weapons. So we were able to also improve our energy independence. As a result, the import of Russian gas into the Czech Republic in 2023 was by 72% lower than in 2020. Or actually, that was the import into Europe. The Czech Republic has actually completely eliminated its dependence on Russian gas, and next year we will achieve the same with Russian oil. What were the reasons of this victory? I think it was the unification of all countries of the EU. I think it's a wonderful example of approach to the processes shaping today's world. And what's most important is that we are very careful about the authoritative tendencies of our opponents, such as Russia, China, and others. These advantages of our region are all the more important for the future development of Europe, looking at the changes that have been happening around the globe. Geopolitical competition is rising, tension is rising, and there are new challenges that will keep testing our unity. Authoritative countries such as Russia or China or any other countries want to strengthen their position, and their approach is aggressive and devoid of any values. They question international rule of law, democracy, and democratic processes in countries where millions of people live. All the more, the world needs a strong and unified Europe. That is why each and every European needs a strong and unified European Union. And with all this, our opponents are even more motivated to destroy us, because a unified Europe is often the only obstacle standing in their way. But we have to acknowledge the reality of today's world. We have to be ready for anything, including the unpredictable outcomes of the US presidential election. Yes, we can hope for the best, but we have to be ready for the worst. You may know that as European Commissioner designate, I am currently getting ready for working in the area of EU's international partnerships. And I think Europe has realized that it needs to change its attitude. We need to be more decisive in protecting our strategic interests. We need to protect our economic security. We will be leaning on the global gateway strategy, one of the future pillars of our international economic policy. We will be working with our partners on investments in infrastructure, the energy sector, or healthcare. The aim of these projects is economic gains, social development, respecting international values, and more economic cooperation. Through this initiative, by 2027, we'd like to mobilize up to 300 billion euros. We're already supporting 225 investment projects in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And we are preparing more projects. Let me emphasize that this shift is not an abandonment of our values. On the contrary, democracy, equality and sustainability are very important for Europe, and through these values we want to bring our partners a unique model of cooperation based on economic cooperation and a fair allocation of benefits. This initiative will also play a positive role in our efforts to achieve our climate goals. We do not have enough of the critical raw materials that we need, which means we need new partners, and we don't want Russia or China to be those partners. So we need more critical partnerships, and this initiative will help us with that. The central approach is called Team Europe. This is what we will do, which means to put together all the efforts of all the member countries, all the advantages of all the member countries, so that we can join forces and maximize our positive impact on our partners. Do you know what Europe's share in development aid is across the globe? Together, we provide 43% of all official development aid and 48% of relief aid across the globe. Nobody can match us in this. Europe is one of the strongest players in the world, and we have to use this position ours for the good of not only us, but also our partners. Our Team Europe approach strengthens our position worldwide. While using our collective force, we can achieve things that no single country could achieve alone. This means we have to use our own resources as efficiently as possible. I trust that this approach should be applied not only as part of the international partnerships portfolio, but as part of our entire strategy. The CEE region has a unique chance to play an important role here. We can bring in more realism, more focus on security, and on strengthening our position in the world. In order to be able to support values that make this world a better world, we have to be strong. We have to be ready to react flexibly, and we have to be ready to fight for our interests. In the past, we showed that the Team Europe approach is the best way to achieve this. So let's continue in this vein. Thank you. That was Josef Sikela. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that Europe realizes that international assistance should be part of a business relationship with a given country. Thank you.
Ano, zaznělo to opět od Josefa Sikely, zaznělo to několikrát dopoledne.
Yes, we have heard it from Mr. Sikela, we have heard it several times this morning. Europe needs to be strong, Europe needs to be the strong guy, to be a respected partner. And in order to be respected, we need capable and smart people and citizens. So it will not come as a surprise to you that the Aspen Institute has been dedicating their time and effort to education. They work with different experts from different countries, and Finland has been mentioned several times already because Finland has reformed and decentralized their educational system. Teachers will have more autonomy. Teachers in Finland have a very unique position, and we will learn more from an expert on this topic, and we will switch to English for a bit.
Welcome here someone to learn from about education, so we may learn directly from the one who is responsible for the education system in Finland, and we can get to know more about what works and where there are more challenges to face. Let me welcome here Anders Adlercreutz, the Minister of Education and Culture of Finland.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Designate Josef Sikela, on a very important topic. Dear audience, it's a great pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you on the Finnish education system. Over the next few minutes, I'll explore some of the core elements of the Finnish education model and consequently some of the topics that one could see as our takeaways from this conference. I will also present a few perspectives on the administrative solutions and principles which have shaped the Finnish educational thinking and our educational system. I'll also discuss the development needs that societal changes have brought about and in brief terms introduce our ongoing reforms to you. So dear guests, dear friends, in Finland our school holds a special position in society. As a politician, holding the position of Minister of Education is a real privilege. There's a widely shared understanding in our society of the importance of education. You can say that it's rooted in our national psyche. And it's the main driver behind Finland's rise from its early days of independence in 1970, being at the time one of Europe's poorest countries, to where it is today. From the very beginning, our teachers have had a strong and independent role in implementing and developing education. This strong and respected role of teachers in society has in many ways been passed on to this day. As the introduction mentioned, Finnish basic education is based on a decentralized system and shared leadership. Although our parliament sets the general framework through legislation, practical decisions on the organization of basic education are made at the local municipal level. Education providers have a relatively broad freedom to organize basic education, of course in accordance with laws and regulations, while taking local needs into account. In basic education, municipalities are responsible for maintaining schools and organizing education. Municipalities decide, for example, on the number, on the location, and on the resources of schools. According to Finland's Basic Education Act, education providers must prepare a local curriculum based on the national core curriculum. The purpose of this core curriculum is to provide a common foundation for local curricula and thus promote the equal implementation of education and students' rights across the country. Equality is really the foundation of our system, and through that a core value. The school principal is responsible for the operation of an individual school. The duties of the school principal vary somewhat depending on the size of the school and the needs of the school community. But generally, they have broad responsibility for the overall functioning of the school, including planning, leading, and developing the school's operations. Finnish teachers, who are highly trusted professionals in our society, they have a high degree of professional autonomy in their daily teaching. Teachers can decide what teaching methods to use based on their pedagogical views and the needs of their students. This allows teachers to respond flexibly to the needs of their students. None of this would be possible without the high-quality university-level teacher training system, which provides the basis and foundation for the Finnish teacher autonomy. The teacher's degree is a master's degree in Finland, and with that comes not only a high level of professionalism, but also a standing and autonomy, a trust in their ability to make the decisions needed and opportunity to deploy their own personality into their teaching. Our decentralized system has at times come under a critical eye, also by ourselves. So please, dear audience, let me explain the reasoning behind our choice. The advantage of a decentralized administrative model is, as I see it, local flexibility. Municipalities and schools, they can adapt education to local needs and conditions. Local authorities and principals can make decisions quickly without a central government bureaucracy. Principals and teachers can independently develop school operations and education, which increase innovation and commitment. When you have the freedom to adapt, you also have the incentives to innovate. Municipalities also play a significant role in the funding of education. Municipalities can allocate resources more efficiently according to local needs. So for us, the decentralized administrative model has worked really well. Another contested feature in our system is the evaluation and assessment model. In Finland, evaluation of education is also highly decentralized. We are the only EU country without a general school inspection system. Education providers are required to conduct self-evaluation and participate in national assessments. For this purpose, we have a national agency that's responsible for the evaluation of education. Its main role is, of course, to evaluate, but with an aim towards supporting the provision of education and policy development in general terms. So support and development, along with trust, are at the core of our system. Finland's model combines a decentralized administration with strong national guidance, making it wholly unique and, dare I say, quite successful. Schools, teachers and principals, they all have a strong involvement in the decision-making process. This helps ensure the motivation of the professionals who work in basic education. Dear participants, we of course recognize that there's always room for improvement. One major challenge is the decline in learning outcomes, which is evident not only in PISA results, but also in our national assessments. We are currently analyzing the situation and seeking the most effective measures to reverse this decline. The role of the school in Finnish society is changing. Schools are competing in entirely new ways for the attention of children and young people in a digitalizing society. For this purpose, we are currently introducing new legislation aiming to limit the use of cell phones in classrooms and schools. We need to create a space and opportunity for learning. I know that Finland is far from being alone in trying to tackle this challenge. Demographic development is another major challenge for us. Finnish municipalities are in increasingly different situations. Small rural municipalities are losing population due to declining birth rates, which is reflected in the decreasing number of students. Several cities face a different reality, an increasing population, especially due to a growth of the immigrant population. The difference in the municipality situation are also visible in our schools. We have had to seek new solutions to ensure equality in education. Segregation is a growing challenge, and we haven't always been able to guarantee equal conditions for education for all students in all situations. This is something we need to say out loud. The Finnish government is now implementing a reform to increase the powers of regional authorities in supervising basic education. Until now, the regional authority could only supervise activities if there was a clear complaint about the school. In the future, local authorities can be more proactive, which will significantly improve the legal protection of pupils. At the same time, the decentralized nature of the Finnish education system will be preserved. We also want to improve the basic skills of our pupils. We are adding more lessons in reading and mathematics in the lower grades of basic education, 3 more hours per week. We are implementing a comprehensive reform of support in basic education to ensure that every student receives the pedagogical support they need and deserve. At the same time, we are reforming administration and reducing the administrative burden of teachers. The goal is to make the system more flexible so that their primary focus is on providing support to pupils, not on fulfilling administrative formalities. To sum up, the Finnish education system is characterized by equality and flexibility. We want to empower both students and teachers to nurture participation and creativity and to avoid dead ends in the system. There should always be a path forward, and schools must give everyone the necessary skills to become full members of society and the working life. And finally, dear friends, Europe and the world is tested in many ways today, as was also mentioned by Mr. Sikala. We have a brutal, illegal war in Europe, and Russia's hybrid operations are visible in many places. Disinformation is used as a tool to create division and fragmentation in our societies. Democracy is under attack, and the rule of law is tested. Resilience is key, resilience is needed, and education is paramount in strengthening it. Education is a force for good because it creates belonging. Belonging, again, fosters participation and empowerment. And when you are empowered, you take part in society and want to develop it yourself. So education is both the foundation and the guardian of democracy. It can help bring about a just society which allows and shows equal care and respect for all. In my view, the Finnish education system has been attempting to do exactly that, and that, if anything, is worth sharing with the world. Thank you.
The Minister of Education and Culture of Finland, Mr. Anders Adlercreutz. Just one small short question because we are out of time, but you know, your system is based on decentralization, which is the same for the Czech Republic, but you have very high autonomy of the teachers, but they are also perceived really highly, they have high status. How to reach that? Because I think that's our problem. Is it only about money? I wouldn't think so.
Well, I would say that money is not the key thing. I mean, the average pay of a teacher in Finland, it's decent, but it's only average. I would say that it's about the general appreciation that society shows towards teachers. The teachers' education, as I said, is always a master's degree. It's really hard to get into university to become a teacher. Only a fraction of those that apply for it are accepted, which means that the standard of the students are very high, and that, of course, leads to the teachers being really good. And then society, I think, appreciates their professionalism through giving them autonomy. So they can develop their teachings themselves, they can put their own personality into the teaching. They are not done when they exit school, but they are allowed to study further and to develop their teaching materials and the school in general. So I think it's a continuing process where their professionalism is used and constantly developed. But I think autonomy is probably the single most important feature.
something we really need to learn from and improve in the Czech Republic. Thank you very much for sharing your very valuable experience from Finland. Thank you. Switching back to Czech. Tuto pauzu dělám, protože my musíme do streamu přepnout. Proto oznamuji, že přepínám z jazyka.
Now I will change languages and we also need to readjust the stream for our online viewers. Like I said, we have a decentralized educational system, which may not be the issue. The issue may sometimes be resources, be it human resources or financial resources. The problem is that some schools simply don't have enough pupils. So the rule, little school, good school, no longer applies. So based on the outcomes of a survey conducted by the Aspen Institute, we may learn where the problem could be lingering. The next presentation will be delivered by Karel Behák in this short clip.
V České republice je 2635 obcí, které zřizují 3620 základních škol. Takže na jednoho zřizovatele připadá průměrně 1,4 školy. Zatímco v Nizozemsku je to 5,5 a v Estonsku téměř 7 škol na zřizovatele. Kvůli povinnosti zajistit dostupnost vzdělávání se často provozují malé a podfinancované školy s nenaplněnými třídami. Tato roztříštěnost je neefektivní a vede k nerovnostem přístupu ke zdrojům, ke kvalitě vzdělávání. Kdy se malé školy potýkají s nedostatkem financí, kvalifikovaných učitelů a odborných pracovníků. Jako rodič těžko odoláte výběru kvalitní školy. Pokud má například psychologa a rozšířenou výuku angličtiny nebo víc odpoledních kroužků. Zřizovatelé ovlivňují školy hlavně výběrem ředitelů, kteří bývají hodnoceni spíše podle správy budovy než podle pedagogického vedení, což přispívá k rozdílům v kvalitě škol. Jedním z řešení, se kterým v Česku máme zkušenosti, je vznik svazkových škol.
Abychom ve školách zajistili všechny služby, které dnes lidé od škol očekávají, jako jsou třeba i školní psychologové, tak budeme potřeba dosáhnout, aby české školy byly v průměru o něco větší, než jsou. A na tom se často budou muset domluvit zřizovatelé, několik obcí mezi sebou a musíme jim k tomu dát lepší datové podklady, fungující elektronické registry a jinou podporu. Domlouvání se na té spolupráci zřizovatelů na sdružení do jedné školy je někdy náročné, tak jsme připravili i jednodušší legislativní nástroj v podobě školské právnické osoby v návrhu novely školského zákona.
Asi z největších výhod, které vlastně v tom svazku určitě jsou, bych zmínil hlavně tu celou ekonomiku toho svazku. Škola má vlastně jednoho ředitele, má jednu vedoucí školních jídelen a máme vlastně dva školníky, kteří se vlastně starají o všechny 4 naše budovy vlastně školy. Problém si myslím, že to asi nastává v tom, kdy ta jedna z těch hlavních škol se samozřejmě může cítit nějak jako by nadřazená těm menším. A to si myslím, že je asi největší problém z té svazkové školy, tak aby všichni pochopili, že to všichni dělají pro vzdělání těch dětí a nastavili si ty vzájemné parametry, tak aby si všichni cítili v tom svazku opravdu dobrovolně.
Nejdůležitější, co vidím jako benefit svazkového školství, je vlastně to, že malé obce mohou postavit krásnou, velkou, moderní školu, protože jednotlivé obce, které by byly menší, na to vlastně finančně nemohou dosáhnout. Výzev je určitě spousta, jak při vzniku svazku, tedy dát si dobrý pozor na to, jak vznikají stanovy toho svazku, aby žádná obec se necítila upozaděná, aby všechny obce měly to hlasování, které o těch důležitých věcech budou provádět, tak aby cítili jako spravedlivé.
Spolupráce ve svazku škol pomohla ušetřit peníze. Bylo víc žáků, méně provozních nákladů a celkově se školy vedly efektivněji. Navíc se zjednodušila administrativa, protože účetnictví se dělá centrálně. Ředitelé i zřizovatelé oceňují úspory na školních pomůckách, licencích nebo jiných službách. A díky síti kontaktů ve svazku získávají služby levněji. Spojení škol také usnadňuje přechod dětí z mateřských do základních škol, kde dítě chodí do školy ve 2 různých obcích ale díky společnému ředitelství vzdělávací obsah navazuje.
Výsledky studie známe a
We know the results of the study and we have some suggestions for improvement. So let's listen from our experts now what they think about it. Please welcome Mikuláš Bek, the Minister of Education, Petra Pecková, Governor of the Central Bohemian region. She actually was a mayor of a small town of 4,000 people before. Then Robert Plaga, the former Minister of Education, Šárka Vondrová, the head teacher at the Prague Nebušice Primary School and former head teacher of the No Borders Elementary School and Kindergarten in the Central Bohemian region, and then Jan Zeman, an analyst from PAQ Research and the author of the study mentioned by Mr. Gargulák. So hello, let's start with the minister. You've heard your Finnish colleague speak. Where could we get inspiration from Finland? Well, it would be great if we could just have the Finnish people here, because to have a Finnish-like education system, you need to have Finnish mentality, you need to have the Finnish people here. And that is not easily replicable, of course, because overall Czechs respect educational institutions a bit less, including the people who work in education. And I don't want to get too religious here, but we're not a Protestant country, which usually comes with a certain mentality. And of course, we can always get inspired by what's going well in other countries and what's not going well. Both are useful. And Finland has definitely found a better balance in decentralization, but it has not fragmented its system. In the Czech Republic, I think the system is too fragmented into too many tiny schools that have problems, like basic labor shortage problems. So I think we could definitely set up our decentralization a bit better. We could split our education system to bigger units that can be more self-sufficient. And Austria has a similar problem. Slovakia, other countries too. Other Central European countries have a very fragmented school structure. What about Robert Plaga, the former education minister? Are there any advantages to this system? What are the other disadvantages? Yes, I agree with what has been said here. I think the roots are not only in the decentralization of the education system, they go back to public governance overall. We have too many municipalities, and whenever you talk about it, people tell you, but we do not want to join the small towns into bigger towns, and this goes back to the Velvet Revolution. And, after the fall of communism, everybody wanted the name of their town back, and nobody wanted to lose their town, right? So public governance, territorial governance is fragmented, as well as schools. So I think that we should look at the general issue of territorial governance. Also, very often you hear that Czech schools are not free to do what they want. They actually are. They are very free, but when you're too free, when you're too autonomous without support, you are isolated in the end. And that's not good. And then it only depends on how good the people working at the school are. Yes, if the team is great, then it's great. And you can also have the pupils feel good while being at school, but then the quality of their education based on data is not as great. The data shows a different picture. So I think what we need is a combination of motivational tools so that this doesn't pay off. I'm very happy that we have the governor of the Central Bohemian region here. There are two programs called Ring 1 and Ring 2. And when I was opening the first school in the town of Psary, in Ring 1, it was a very modern school. It's still very modern. And there's enough of everything at that school. So I think we should motivate founders to create these federation schools. No, the Ring 1 and Ring 2 are federations. We should support that more than the, let's say, remodeling of tiny independent schools. So let's make it advantageous for municipalities to join forces and to join their schools. And it will be better economically, it will be better for educational outcomes. So let's go on to the governor. He used to be a mayor in a very small town before. You were responsible for elementary schools and preschools. Now you're responsible for high schools. What's your perspective? Hello, good afternoon. I'd like to say that we do not get more federated and better organized because there is a low level of trust in government in general. People trust their municipality and mayor a lot more than any of the ranks higher up. Vivian mentioned that, yes. And then we get to the things that have been mentioned here. I definitely support cooperation and joining smaller units into bigger units. When I was responsible for schools in our small town, our school had like 300 children. Now we have around 800 because there are 5 tiny towns around us and they're all federated in a school. It's not a very fixed official federation, but they are sort of like branches of our school. There were some issues with subsidies that we wanted to use for the reconstruction of the buildings because the subsidies were only limited to like actual federation schools or very autonomous schools. And so there were difficulties related to that. And I think we should fix this a little bit. And as regards actual school federations, I definitely support it. Mr. Plaga said that when he was opening the first school called Amos in Psary, we have Milan Vacha here. He was the founding father of the school, so to speak. He's the current counselor for education of the Central Bohemian region. And in the Central Bohemian region, 5 big federation schools are currently being built. In the past 2 years, 3 big federation schools were opened and 3 are in preparation, quite advanced as projects. So we try to follow on this journey. But the issue is that in terms of demography, the situation is very uneven. It's very extreme around Prague and Brno as big cities. We do not have big towns in the Central Bohemian region. Most of the municipalities have around 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants, and they're not big enough to have like a big central school in their territory. And Prague is full. So at the natural centers where children would go are also full, and none of the municipalities can really take care of this without a subsidy. So the new federation schools are the only solution, but they are expensive. It costs around 750 million to build them, including all the facilities. And 4 years ago, when we started working on this, we were aghast because everything that we were used to at the level of elementary schools stopped working at the level of high schools. We had very bad educational outcomes. We had classes where there were 4 to 5 pupils on average. So we joined 10 schools right before the election, so we were courageous enough to do it. And last year we joined schools only at the level of the head teacher. Only at the level of the head teacher. The buildings were there, everything was still the same, but there were terrible protests against it. Students were against it, parents were against it, everybody was against it. Just against the joining of the administrative side of it. Against joining schools under one head teacher's office. We almost lost the election because of it. Yes, people don't like change, right? Change is difficult. But what about the head teacher here? You are the founder of the No Borders Federation School. What made you do it? Hello, good afternoon. I worked in a totally different sector for 10 years before I started working at school. And I was shocked. I thought that the education system had changed, but it hadn't. And I felt like I was going back to my elementary school where I used to go as a child. So I came back to my small municipality school where the head teacher had to subsidize the salaries of teachers. There were very few children. It didn't really make sense to me. So I spent some time observing the situation and I thought to myself, this is not possible. Like, is there a way for us to function better? Is there a way for us to not have kids going back to cities? Because as the governor said, you know, there are not many big cities in the central Bohemian region, but whenever a town is a bit bigger than another town, parents think the school will be better automatically. So I started looking around. And it was an economic issue. It was clear that the situation was bad at the school. We couldn't afford anything. Like, we weren't even giving money to step teachers when they substituted for their sick colleagues. It was not possible. But our main interest was to make the school more interesting for the parents. So I kept looking around, and then I saw that there were 2 pioneering schools in the country. 2 pioneering federation schools, the Karlovy Vary Rural School, and then I think schools in Čumperk. Yeah, I can't remember the exact name. So I went to see those schools, and since then I've become a staunch supporter of this measure, of this organization of schools, because I could see with my own eyes that this is what our ambition should be. That was 10 to 12 years ago. So we decided to do it. Our situation was very specific. I became the deputy head teacher later. And we initiated this whole thing from the bottom up, from the school itself. Well, we've heard Ms. Petskova speak about all the protests, so it was probably a good idea. Yeah, but it was a lot of work, and had I known how much work it would be, I might not have embarked on this journey. But we traveled around all the mayors, we looked at the map, we drew a circle, and we said, it's crazy, you know, we have 3 elementary schools on this one street, we know nothing about each other, and we are very distrustful of all the other schools. Like, what if our cherished one student wants to switch, right? So we'd better talk badly about the other schools so that they don't do it. And I'm not even speaking about preschools. So we started traveling around, talking to the mayors of the neighboring towns, explaining, presenting our arguments, organizing trips to Karlovy Vary and Šumperk, and establishing the federation. We established a federation of municipalities. I spent a lot of time at the Ministry of the Education, at the register, because nobody wanted to hear about it, but in the end we prevailed. We registered our federation school and it started working. So this is the road to take. I'm very happy that the topic is now being opened, that PAQ Research is researching it, that it's more present in the public space. For me, it's the only way to make the functioning of elementary schools more efficient practically and financially. And it's really too bad that it took so long. Now, I'll be very brutal and honest. You know, when money was flowing in, public money, then there were no reasons to deal with the situation, and now we're forced to be efficient, and thank God. Yes, I understand when money was flowing in, everybody was fine, but the PAQ research study says that small municipalities have to subsidize each student by, like, what, 20,000 crowns? Some bigger schools, it's 10,000 crowns. It's a lot of money. So how do we convince schools to federate? Well, I had different stories in this study. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting story of, I've been following it for 9 months already. And to put it simply, every municipality has the obligation to establish a school to make sure children can go somewhere. And we have 6,000 municipalities, and each has to have its school, so then you have 6,000 schools. So you have small schools in small towns, and it's extremely expensive. You have a certain number of students, the school receives money for each student, but it's expensive. You know, when you have a building, yes, of course, there are some differences in how much the heating costs, but not that much. The basic cost of having a school is high. And sometimes, you know, children from other towns come to your school, but you don't get money for them. And it happens from time to time that in the bigger city, the school gets full. And then the smaller municipality has nowhere else to send their kids, because the bigger town school can say, listen, our capacity is up and we have the right to say no to more students. And then the small municipality is in trouble. And I'll give you a story of a preschool called Venkov, which means rural in Czech. And they said, we need a preschool, but we're not going to do it ourselves. So they joined forces together with 5 other communities. They really met in a pub and they said, okay, how many spots do you want? and you can pay your share. Every community knew how many families there were, and they all shared the cost. And the municipality basically buys spots in the preschool for its inhabitants. Okay, great. Thank you for explaining at least this option. So let's go a bit faster now. We have many questions. Petra, you kept winking at me here because you don't have a federation school per se, but you have an interesting experience. So what are you preparing? What works?
I just wanted to say once again that cooperation is crucial. All municipalities need to comply with the legislative obligation to provide elementary education for their citizens. However, some of them fail to do so. In that case, parents need to just go and do subscription tourism. That means you just go to as many schools as possible, and in some towns you can buy a permanent residence address for 10 to 15,000 crowns, and then the school is obliged to accept all the pupils, which means that the school has so many pupils for which they will not receive any money. Some parents really do this. Another thing that happens is that mayors cannot predict how many children they will have. I know of a big town. They knew exactly how many children they had in the kindergarten. They knew how many kids they had registered in the official registers, so how many they could expect to turn out at the entrance exams, but then suddenly 300 new children appeared, which is very difficult for mayors to manage. So there need to be different rules. For instance, all the surroundings of Prague are filled with vacation homes. And actually, you can register your vacation home as your permanent address. And if you do this, then the municipality needs to look after your children. And this is a very unfair situation. We need to federate, because then we will have a lot of villages without sufficient support and funding to look after all these children. Their means to finance all this are very limited. So it's a vicious circle. I think that parents can't really decide where they would like to put their children. Yes, but we need to understand this, because they just want the best for their kids. They just want them to attend an elementary school. In 11 cities in the central Bohemian region, we just need to draw children who would be accepted. And when we defined the catchment area for the nearest school, it was 80 kilometers away, so it makes no sense. It's not really a catchment area. What is the ministry preparing to do? What can they do? Because you can say, definitely, we will not have a school unless there are more than 10 pupils, otherwise they will not receive the funding. Or do you think that we could put in place a system of incentives to motivate municipalities to federate, if they don't want to do it based on their own initiative? Schools are fragmented in small municipalities, and then we have also municipalities with several schools. So a couple of things need to be done, and we need to motivate schools and municipalities in a positive way, and we also need more regulation. The investment programs that were implemented during the office of my predecessors at the ministry for federated schools is a good thing. However, the operational funds are established and set up in a bad way, because it enables this fragmentation. Since 2017 or 19, we have a system in place that actually suggests that they put in place these schools because it's advantageous. In other words, it means it is more practical to split a bigger school into two smaller ones because you will not need to employ so many people. It sounds illogical, but it is the way it is. So we need a better design for this system of financing of all the supporting staff, the cleaning ladies, and also the cooks in the cafeteria. Then with the organizing bodies, we need to designate the budget and give bonuses to municipalities for cooperation and federating. This is one of the things we are going to present shortly. Then we also need to regulate the size of schools that are organized by the same body. This has been through the commenting procedure and it will be submitted to the government in a few days. This means that if an organizing body organizes several schools, stricter rules need to apply for the second and others. In Germany, they have these regulations. You can have schools only if there are several classes for each year. That means you must not have a school with only one class per year, because in that case it is very difficult to find the teachers. So it would be complicated for us to motivate municipalities to work like this. We really need them to agree one another and to work together. And at the time being, political parties cannot find a consensus. We also don't want to change the situation to get back to where we were before 2000. So we don't want to have centralized education managed by municipalities entirely. We need to set up a system that would motivate schools for also what applies to investments and operations. It will take years. We cannot achieve significant success overnight, but I think that if we synchronize the investment support and also operational funding to prevent further fragmentation, and also establish stricter rules for governing bodies and organizing bodies, we can make a significant progress in a couple of years. It's not about money only. The economy of scale, the way it was analyzed by people from the University of Economics, would be possible only when we have approximately 5,000 pupils. But now we are talking about the quality of staff, of teachers, and also of decisions of the head teachers. And then economies can be achieved at bigger units, which seem to be far away at this point. Robert Plaga. My comment is that we have similar tools to solve the situation. Just quickly about the funding tools, the financing tools. I think that the maximum number of hours which is applied nowadays, this is something I inherited. It was already in place before I became the minister. I was very skeptical about this at first, but I learned, and now I like it a bit. It's been criticized very often for the regulation of the government because it lacked an impact study. This study was conducted at a later point, 1 year later. It was done by Pavla Kacová and Zuzana Matušková, who were at the ministry at that moment, and they already based this reflection on hard data. So the first results were available in 2021. This is evidence-based data. So we did all the analytical part before the reform was launched, and already at that point, we already counted the maximum hours of schools, so we knew that we would use the maximum capacities in terms of teachers' availability and also in terms of their space capacities. I'm happy the ministers said this, because each system has some shortcomings that appear over the time. And if somebody asked me not to postpone it by 1 year, it was the STAN party, because the system in their regions was already falling apart. Had not we invested in this, it would completely crumble and we would never implement the reform. I don't need to advocate for the reform, but I think that we could fully harness the benefits of the schools in the changes where the new system of financing needs to be adjusted and restrictions need to be applied. The governor described what specific steps they made, but the specificity of our country is that every time there is a problem, we always ask the ministry what they want to do about this. The Ministry of Education in this case. We have a very autonomous system, but the ministers cannot agree on things. So if we check the historical data and check the number of money schools received, it was 3 billion less than what we receive now. There were freeloaders. They were presenting the money as used by education, but they were putting it somewhere else. So the non-teaching staff members will be on the organizing body's charge, but this will even further deepen the losses due to freeloaders. So if there are legislative hurdles, they need to be removed. It was addressed by Jiří Handl in the opening clip. Education is a public estate. That means it needs to be available to everyone, everywhere. So if municipalities cannot provide this, then they need to be supported. And it can be done by investment and non-investment means, so that schools that make sense can be opened. But as I said, a further reform of public administration would also be needed. I don't want to analyze in detail the history. I think we just need to revisit the funding principles and to readjust it so it works for the bigger units and also for municipalities. And we need to create better conditions for municipalities to work together. I cannot guess how long this will take for the new institutions to find their place under the sun, but I think that these are the tools, these are the ways that will enable us to further cooperate and to federate. There's approximately a dozen of schools like this, and we need definitely more. I think that there is a large expert agreement, generally said, and when head teachers start discussing this, I think most of them will probably say that it is like this, that it is the case, just like the head teacher here said. But then when we need to defend the interest of smaller schools, then the regulation of the second school is probably not correct. But I think that this is normal. It will be a heated debate. I think that we are all okay with this. But thanks to the analysis by PAC Research and the University of Economics for Partnership 2030 provided an outlook on this. The national inspections findings were also similar. I would like to hear the opinion of the schools. So now, Robert Plaga, very briefly, please. So let's close this political bracket, this intermezzo. I think we agree one with another. I think mayors generally claim that the small schools are doing fine, but the data shows definitely where the problem lies. Šárka Vondrová will respond next, and I will add one question from the audience for you. You talked about the enrollment tourism. This happens mainly because the quality of schools in catchment areas is subpar. So what can this done? How can the quality of school be also impacted by the enrollment tourism? I'm very happy that I could grab the microphone. I'm not a good speaker. I'm not as good as the gentleman here. But you talked about black passengers and freeloaders. It was one of our main issues, and it has always been. I was never able to learn the information from the mayors. The mayors have no idea. At first, I didn't believe them, but then I understood that they really have no idea. And then we discussed the budget with one of the mayors, and he told me, I don't know. And then sometimes they say, I don't know, but it is very few pupils. So I think this applies generally to everything. I think we started with 7,000, then 9,000, but then when you received the money, you didn't know how much you had per pupil. You received it as one pack of money, and we needed to call the ministry to see how much it is. And it was a constant quarrel about how much we get, how much we don't get, if it's enough or not. Then we learned that since 2004, there is the public. Actually, it's a school corporation. It's a notion that comes from this act, which gave us the possibility to finally focus on what's important and stop the disputes. They told me that I want too much, then I said that it was not enough. We checked the website of the Ministry of Finances after we changed our form. And we learned finally that it's 15,000 per pupil, which you can multiply by the number of pupils, and we were finally happy because we had our answer. So we could finally be at ease. But I think that the economies are not a priority. It is not counted properly. And that I think you can definitely see it at federated schools. And then it also boils down to the fees you need to pay for the licenses, because if you have one ID number, you just pay for one, not for five. So the operational costs were not negligible. That is what I wanted to say. And then we had to focus on the quality of education. So we knew that this school was good at this, the other one was focusing and concentrating on that, but we didn't share this in the past because we didn't care if the kid goes here or there. But we wanted to benefit from the school's specialism. At one point, we finally had an opportunity to become a strong entity in the eyes of the general public. We were no longer a little school in the countryside because we had several branches already. And I think it boils down to this. I knew that a specific colleague was good at developing reading and writing skills with children. There are several models. When we talk about confederated schools, it doesn't mean that you would concentrate in one building. In our case, it was several buildings, and we had one head teacher for all of them. So when the head teacher took her office, she went to visit all these schools, and she prepared a list of things that need to be changed. So this brought many opportunities, and I wanted to be an example, because the former head teachers were upset that they were no longer the head teachers. I had to explain that they still are the head teachers, but that the organizational structure changed, so we need to rename their positions. Then we saw that we need to readjust the employment contracts for the teachers. I spent several days in all the schools, and we realized that this is not a bad idea at all, because until then I couldn't find a full-time English teacher because I couldn't give them enough classes. And also, who would go to a small school? So we always need to compensate it with other classes they had to teach, and it always had an impact on the quality of the education. So we don't want to merge schools, we just want to deliver quality of education. And one of the things that we were confronted with very often was zero support. Because it was a new topic and it has been said many times, you always need an enlightened mayor. Sometimes you need more people, but then finally when you find these people and you raise awareness, elections come and you start again from scratch. So this is what we are missing, and I would really like to appeal to you to help us in this respect. It is important to explain things. For instance, I was surprised when I learned that people believed that the building would no longer belong to the municipality. They thought it would become the property of a different municipality. So all these things you cannot think about. You just need to learn it somewhere. And we need to explain, we want this. You will not lose anything. It is still your property. Your schools will start working together, and you can help one another when there are difficult years with less of children. Jens Zeman could probably outline the advantages of schools that merge, because, like we said, there are different ways of cooperation. What is the most difficult point about this? Can it be the number of teachers, number of non-teaching staff members, or the property managers? What can it be, and what does the cooperation entail?
Well, the thing that decides is the personnel who you hire. And that is also decisive for parents. The preschool in Trutnov had 11 workplaces in 2014. And now all the workplaces are together, and they were able to hire a speech therapist. And that's important for parents. So when we compared all the tiny schools, of which we have 700 in this country, that are schools that are too small, they most frequently didn't have qualified teachers. And it's hard to get people who would teach physics, German, or English. They also had fewer tools and school supplies. And what I think is also interesting is that You know, imagine you're a parent. Why would you put your child in a small rural family-like school? Because your child will get some individual approach there. But when we followed those schools, we realized that, for example, the dropout rate was the same everywhere. It was the same in those big schools and small schools. And it didn't matter in which region the schools were, because in some regions of the country, the population is worse off overall, but that didn't play a role. So when the school is small, it sounds attractive. Oh, my child would have individual approach, but they very often are short on labor or other resources, and then it doesn't work out. Petra Peckova wanted to speak about school quality. We have a comment here from a head teacher of a small school, 200 students. He is asking, what about a school with 800 students? How can you have community education there? Well, our head teacher very often told me, Mayor, you know, yeah, the bricks and mortar are one thing, but what's inside is more important. And what I see often is that, yeah, the buildings tend to be all right, but you need to work with the people inside those buildings. And what helps here are enlightened founders or statutory authorities that help the head teachers. Head teachers are absolutely key. I think that we should have some basic rules in place that are not the norm, such as evaluation of head teachers, self-evaluation of the school itself, evaluation of the whole school by the founder, then some mentoring, leadership support, etc. All those HR things. We at the Central Bohemian region have a wonderful project called the Head Teachers Meeting Room, where head teachers share best practice and experience. We try to support developmental assessment or, you know, grading that says a bit more than just A, B, C, D. So those are all the things, and you also have to, you know, when trying to hire teachers, give them reasons to pick your school. And money is not the only decisive thing. We also have to look at the general atmosphere at the school, whether it's more like a community school or not. And our federated school has more than 1,000 people, 1,000 pupils. And we know that not all children feel great at a big school. So that's why we created a school where you only have first grade, and it's like a stepping stone between preschool and older children. And then it's also good, you know, when you have a special needs child, to have some area where special needs children can have their needs met. So there are many options, and it's up to each head teacher. And yes, not everybody feels great at big school. It also depends how old the children are. You know, high schoolers are almost adults. They can travel further. They can live on campus sometimes. And what we were able to do is that we were able to get better English teachers by joining forces. Because when the schools are fragmented, it's hard to get qualified people. It's hard to get laboratories and stuff. You said it all depends on the quality of the head teacher, and if we have 2,635 schools, I guess it's hard to have a wonderful 2,635 head teachers. Our time is almost up. We need to wrap up. As somebody said on the first panel, so let's start doing things, and let's start doing them fast. we're not fast enough. Why is it taking so long? So, the minister was speaking about labor shortages. What about regions where teachers cannot find a job? What about teachers' mobility? Well, that is something we will be covering in today's last panel. The panel will be dedicated to the flexibility of the Czech labor force. I think there's enough work if you want to work, especially in education, you will find work. But let's go back to the speed. I don't think your opinions really differ on what's needed. Why is it so slow? And what could go faster? I think it could go faster. I'm not the legislator here, though. I'm a very impatient person. I've been waiting for this for 12 years, and hopefully, finally, things will turn around. This might sound as a heresy, but I would choose the path of at least some regulation. I think it makes sense. If you give super autonomy to everybody, we will all get lost in it. Like, okay, you can have a school, but you have to finance it yourselves if you want a small school. Or we can do it together, but then it needs to be regulated. I will only say, let's just create a federated school or an associated school. Go ahead and do it. I think it's important to have experts who will help you do it. You know, when you're out going out to get a mortgage, you'll get an expert that will help you. Same with when you want to do your taxes. So imagine you're a teacher at a school and you want to establish a federated school, then you know, you give up easily when people criticize you all the time. I think it's fair to admit that you know, not that legislative change can be fast, but there is no other area of human activity where the lag between legislation and practice is bigger than the education system. Whenever somebody promises to do something in education within a year, don't believe them. They won't. The lag is huge, but it's still worth it because we will re-up the benefits in like 35 years. It's better than never. As regards the rings 1 and 2 in the central Bohemian region, in terms of investment, it works. You know, I've seen the municipalities, and I knew the mayors had a very hard time agreeing on what they wanted, but then they were told, you know, how beautiful the schools would be, and they were told that they would receive a lot of money per each pupil, and now we have the project done. But then it's going to take some time for us to be able to say that the educational outcomes at those schools will actually be better. Yes, we will have to wait for that. So there has to be a preparatory phase so that it really is beneficial for the students. It must be better than just better looking on paper. Why do I think things are slow and not fast? I think political continuity is very important across political parties. You know, the election cycle is only 4 years, and if one party prepares something and then the other destroys it, that's unfortunate. Another thing is that everybody feels like they're an expert in education, much like with football and ice hockey. You know, everybody went to school, so everybody is an expert in education. And recently I've had many phone calls, many messages, many personal interactions about this, because we wanted to join several schools that had fewer than 200 pupils under one legal entity. and people were telling me, oh, governor, don't do this. Because in our preschool, you know, that has less than 100 pupils, we have this wonderful teacher, Alenka, who used to be my teacher, and now she's my daughter's teacher, and we love her, and we don't want any change here. And it took a lot of time to explain this. So I would love it if we had experts saying out loud in public that it's an unpopular step, but it's necessary. What we lived through in the central Bohemian region was terrible, but I think it was worth it. Well, everybody tells me that I change things too fast. So see, the opinions are different on whether things are happening too slowly or too fast. But, you know, the time is ripe to make changes. In the 1990s, we reacted in an extreme way to the centralizing tendencies of the communist regime, of course. We swung the pendulum to the other side a bit too far. And now we need to correct that. I think there is general political consensus on that. Now our first proposal is going through the first reading in Parliament. If we do some changes in financing, then schools will be motivated to cooperate. It will be more advantages for the schools to cooperate. Those are the first steps. So that's us setting the trend. It started with investments. That's where it's most visible. It's just that somewhere investment will be more important and somewhere else cooperation will be more important. You don't have to have new buildings everywhere. New buildings worth billions of crowns. That's not rational. So hopefully things will work out. I'd like to thank PAQ Research for the cooperation on this issue and also the 2030 partnership, because the discussion is evolving. Okay, that's a wonderful positive ending. Thank you to Mikuláš Bek, Petra Pecková, Robert Plaga, Šárka Vondrová and Jan Zeman.
Díky, my se teď dostáváme.
Thank you. Now we will have a short break. It's only a 10-minute break. It doesn't mean you have to have coffee because you only have 10 minutes, maybe the next time during the next break. So let's meet back here at 2:45 and we will continue with our talk about competitiveness.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our annual conference that is now going to focus on another topic, on the role of key actors in strengthening the competitiveness of the Czech Republic. We will talk about small and medium businesses. Small means less than 50 employees. So these are very, very small businesses that don't get enough attention because their voice is not that strong. So I'm very happy they will be discussed here today. I would like to ask you to kindly return to your seats so you can enjoy the discussion. You can ask questions on Slido. And just very briefly, to give you a taste of what we're going to talk about, the role of small and medium enterprises is important for creation of jobs and also improvement of local economy. But the trends we have been discussing, automation and digitalization, is more complicated in these small companies. Why is that? And is it a threat to their competitiveness and also to the competitiveness of the country as a whole? These are some of the questions that we will focus on, and obviously Prague Data Ethics Labs and the Aspen Institute focused on these with the support of the Strive Česko program. And now Richard Antonín Novák from Data Ethics Lab will present the outcomes of the study in this short clip.
Malé a mikropodniky tvoří základ evropské ekonomiky. V Česku mají přibližně 40% podíl na HDP a zajišťují práci pro polovinu zaměstnanců. To je v souladu s průměrem Evropské unie. V roce 2023 Aspen Institut Centrální Evropa a jeho partnery zjišťovali situaci o stavu digitalizace malých podniků v Česku. Z výsledků je jasné, že i když jsou malé firmy ekonomicky důležité, a zvyšují konkurenceschopnost státu, jsou také velmi zranitelné a v globální konkurenci zaostávají. V roce 2024 jsme se více zaměřili na konkrétní důvody tohoto problému. Realizovali jsme kvalitativní výzkum ve 3 regionech České republiky, který se soustředil na klíčové instituce a aktéry na úrovni krajů. Mluvili jsme s regionálními autoritami i s malými podnikateli. Zajímal nás pohled na specifika regionů, vnímané bariéry a digitální gramotnost zaměstnanců. Cílem bylo zjistit, co brání digitalizaci a co ji naopak podporuje.
Nejmenší firmy a podnikatelé mají v české ekonomice zásadní roli. Je pro ně mnohem náročnější se správně rozhodovat, a to i pro nedostatečné využívání digitálních nástrojů. Podnikatelé potřebují mít přístup k relevantním zdrojům informací a odborníkům, kteří jim pomohou vhodné nástroje vybrat. To vše může v regionech zajistit pobočka státní instituce nebo i malý klub podnikatelů, které organizuje místní nezisková organizace nebo univerzita. Efektivní využívání digitálních nástrojů ve svůj prospěch a přístup ke vzdělávání, financování a mentoringu mohou být klíčové faktory pro zvýšení odolnosti proti krizím, udržení biznesu při životě a zajištění jeho růstu.
Bez digitálních řešení už si dneska nedovedu představit naše podnikání. Pomáhá nám v mnoha oblastech, například digitální správa dat nám krásně dává všechna data na jedno místo a můžeme je rychle a efektivně sdílet s třetími stranami. Nebo digitální marketing nám perfektně pomáhá zacílit na naši cílovou skupinu a máme efektivnější kampaně. Obecně nám digitalizace pomáhá v tom být rychlejší, méně chybovat, být přesnější a taky nějaká úspora času a lidských zdrojů. Překážkou v digitalizaci vidím hlavně v informovanosti, ani ne tak v informovanosti o dostupných produktech na trhu, ale spíše informovanost směrem k nám, malým podnikatelům o tom, jak digitalizace může změnit náš život na denní bázi a posunout i podnikání o kus dál.
My jsme v Moravskoslezském kraji v době, kdy jsem byl hejtmanem, založili Moravskoslezské inovační centrum Ostrava právě s cílem, jak pomoci s digitalizací malým a středním podnikům. A právě toto Moravskoslezské inovační centrum Ostrava společně s Národním superpočítačovým centrem, který máme při Vysoké škole báňské a s Fakultou elektrotechniky a informatiky, jsme potom založili Evropský digitální inovační hub. A ten má za cíl 3 věci. Za prvé, nechat firmy otestovat, do jaké míry tyto technologie potřebují. Za druhé, zajistit, aby ty firmy byly připraveny na to, tyto technologie využít. A za třetí, se podílet na zkušenostech, které s tím mají. Pomohla nám s tím Evropa z finančních zdrojů z takzvané digitální Evropy.
Podnikání ani digitalizace není pro každého. Malí podnikatelé často nevědí, jak s digitalizací začít. Zaměřují se na krátkodobé cíle a často nemají komu rodinný podnik předat. Jejich IT rozpočty jsou malé a potřebují větší impuls, aby se do inovací pustili, pokud zrovna nejde o startup. Příklady dobré praxe ukazují, že vhodným začátkem je nasazení cloudových služeb, jako je software pro účetnictví nebo marketing. Tyto technologie nevyžadují složitou implementaci, přinášejí rychlé výsledky. Klíčový faktor úspěchu je také specifikum regionu, přítomnost univerzit, inovačních center a duch spolupráce, který může digitalizaci výrazně urychlit.
Slyšeli jsme a teď se na to vyptám podrobněji.
That was the introduction. Now we will discuss this further. Lukáš Vlček, our first speaker, the Minister of Industry and Trade. Pavla Břečková, who is the Vice Chairman of the Association of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, and she's also representing here Audacia. Robert Králíček, who is a member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic, and also a member of the Committee for Public Administration and Regional Development and the Subdivision for IT and Telecommunications. Zuzana Bílková, who's the founder and owner of Besky. It's a company based in the Beskidy Mountains that produces cheap wool beddings. František Štrupl, who is the country director of Google for the Czech Republic. And last but not least, Richard Antonínová, who's the founder of Prague Data Ethics Lab and the CEO of Omnicrime. And he is also the person behind the study that was just presented. Greetings. This will come as no surprise to you. I'll start with the minister. Do we understand the importance of small and medium businesses? We do, and we need to. You will not believe me probably, and I may surprise you. You said that I'm the Minister of Industry and Trade, but I will talk about nature. So the question of the socio-economical space is comparable to the nature. It needs to be viable, it needs to be competitive, it needs to avoid crises, and small and medium companies are very much needed for these areas, because with any kind of challenge or issue, the ecosystem will disappear. It will vanish, and it applies to economy as a whole as well. So we had a comparison to nature. Coming up next, Robert Králíček. What is the role of regions in this triangle? Government, small and medium businesses, regions, municipalities, maybe it's a square, not a triangle. And you can speak for both municipalities and for the region. So what is your stance on this? To start off, I think that the government should not get involved in this. The region is closer to businesses. The government and the state is there to regulate, but it has difficulties in terms of digitalization because they're lacking experts and it is not very successful. So we are lagging behind the private sector. So I think that we should not intervene into the business and to make their life more difficult. So be it the regions or smaller units can much more help and promote small and medium businesses. But the problem of the state is that we don't have enough experts, and cooperation with private sector is necessary. It doesn't always work out, but without these experts from the business, the state is not able to help them. We talked earlier today about defense and security, and even there we mentioned cooperation of the private and public sectors. Pavla Břečková represents here business owners. When we talk about digitalization, Google is probably the first one to be mentioned. So what is the role of companies in this? I didn't expect to talk about this at the beginning, but the problem is that we don't have enough small independent tech companies. So that means companies who don't have a huge corporation in their back. Very often small and medium businesses have the following issue. Somebody wants to provide them a software solution, and very often it is SAP or Oracle. So something these companies not necessarily need. Digitalization of businesses is not a homogeneous area because the segment of small and medium enterprises is very heterogeneous. Businesses have different sorts of behavior also in terms of digitalization. That was the outcome of a whole series of studies. In the wholesale segment, we can see that businesses in this area don't feel at all a need to grow and to digitalize. That means they can easily find what they need. To a certain extent, they can get digital, but they don't need to brag about this. They don't need to go further. For instance, a chimney sweeper, an electrician, or a plumber will always have more jobs than they can handle. So, they can benefit from digitalization, it makes sense, but these people don't need marketing tools. But this is just one example, and I'm talking about manual workers, okay? Zuzana Bílková, you own a manufacturer that has a long history. If you look in the Beskid Mountains, we can see that you're very present. You understand the force of local marketing. So what is digitalization for you? I have to say that there are two levels. There is the production, where indeed we follow up on a very long tradition, so hundreds of years of knowledge and craftsmanship. We use the traditional tools and machines that are definitely not digital. And we need to be very careful when we implement new processes because we want to keep it handmade, and we need the craftsmanship, so human hands are necessary. We always need to think twice about what we implement. It would need to significantly improve the quality of our products or provide us solutions for something that we cannot do ourselves. In terms of our presentation and promotion, now we are talking about digital marketing, we use different online tools. We have our own e-shop, so we use an e-shop platform which helps us save money, as we don't need to invest in brick and mortar shops. We can avoid the logistic chain, and that means we can communicate with our customers directly online, and we can also deliver them our products. We are a micro company, and this enables us to work with independent consultants from different corners of the country. So there's a lot of benefits that digitalization can bring to our activities. In terms of work efficiency, there are also significant benefits. For instance, we can reduce routine tasks and we can implement AI, for instance, for some repetitive tasks, and it gives us really a lot. You make me think now. We have a small company, a tiny one, that goes digital. So my question is, in a way you say you don't need this, and that is very interesting. My next question is for Google. Do you hear people telling you, we don't need you, I don't want this? We do, yes, but after a very brief discussion, people usually understand that it is not exactly what they intended, because digitalization and Google services and solutions for companies are really for everyone. Mid-sized businesses, but also large companies. It can also be good for sole traders and freelancers. Based on the current data, we saw that if we are not diligent in digitalization and AI implementation, we are losing great opportunities. And vice versa, if done properly, we can increase our GDP by 15 billion, which is approximately 15%. We can lose this unless we do it properly. To be more specific, because it's nice to provide examples, you mentioned chimney sweepers, who usually have more jobs than they can do. Their main activity is to sweep chimneys. However, today, most of the time is spent on communication. They need to have a calendar, they need to book meetings, they need to change deadlines, they need to do the paperwork, they need to do the annual revisions of smoke conducts and many other things. So we need to understand the importance of this because our future is bound to this. Richard, how can we inspire more businesses to do this? I am a tech optimist, and of course, digitalization is not for everyone. We traveled around the regions. We were in Vysočina, Královéhradecký and Moravskoslezský kraj. And these three regions showed us that, for instance, if you have a look at the Vysočina region, many companies were founded in the 90s, so they have a certain age already. And this is really where we saw that digitalization is maybe not for everyone. These people graduated from university a very long time ago. So we have a lot of talented people who concentrate in Brno and in Prague. And there's a lot of missed opportunities. These people start their day at 6 a.m. and end at 10 p.m. So unless they overcome the critical point, if they want to grow, they really need to find an IT person or somebody to help them with admin to support them. So it can be very important for these companies to get support and help. There's a lot of family businesses that were founded in the 90s, but now big cities with fancy cafes are more appealing to the children who would be expected to take over their parents' companies. Going back to our first speaker, what is your stance on this? Richard helped me remember a story that unfolded in front of my eyes 3 weeks ago. On a Friday night after a basketball match, I go to a pub. There are always the regular customers. So there is a mason, a plumber, and another craftsman. I don't really know what. They always sit around the table. They put their phones on the table and they discuss business. They say it's more efficient for them to meet around one table on a Friday evening so they can coordinate their accounting and their businesses, and I think this is exactly a way to go because it helps us to improve the businesses. The people can focus on what they do. We said that small and medium companies make up to 50% of GDP. Digitalization is a matter of evolution. And I really like this story. This is how I imagine society in the future. This is the evolution I would like to see. And the role of the state in this, in my opinion, is the following. It should not intervene in small and medium businesses. So if such companies don't want to grow, it should not matter. And where the state could have a place is enabling growth. That means if a company wishes to grow, they could have the option to do so. So this is my opinion, and this lovely story really confirmed what I thought, that it is a matter of evolution. Pavla, the floor is yours. Someone said that digitalization is not for everyone. I don't think that's the case. Maybe I was not precise enough. Maybe the craftsmen who don't want to grow, who don't want to go digital, could and should reconsider because they may need it for their operations. They always end up identifying the correct tool, but they no need to comply with the EU targets, for instance. They just need to see what they can provide them with. Very often they don't have time to focus on such things because They start their days very early and they work until very late in the evening. We talk about the very small companies, the micro enterprises, but I think that we went in a different direction. We said that digitalization is not necessary for everyone, but I think it's different because the manufacturing companies, small ones especially, could benefit from this. Our association is helping these companies if they want to receive help and be assisted, just like the minister said. 40% of these manufacturing companies would like to take their business one step further in terms of digitalization. They would like to digitalize and robotize and also harness the outcomes of these processes. But there are some obstacles that are quite hard to overcome. Many obstacles, actually. Let's name the most important one. Impossibility to implement more sophisticated digital technologies. I will explain what this means. Very often they lack finances. They don't have money at some point. It's just too pricey. And another important moment is that they don't have suppliers, because automation and system providers prefer to accept one big job than working with 10 small companies on smaller projects. So this is what these businesses have been grappling with for decades already. František Štrbl will go next, but before, okay, please go ahead. This needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. In terms of robotization, you definitely need a solid partner, and it can indeed be a barrier. But in terms of digitalization, on the other hand, I don't think that we need to perceive it as a very complex and unachievable goal, because baby steps of individuals can also be a way to go. Any company with employees can benefit from tools that can help them improve work productivity. And nowadays, who says this says also usually AI. So it doesn't need to be something from from the outer space. It can be tools that are used by companies already, and AI has proven to improve work efficiency. Another thing that can be interesting for many companies is the digital marketing, because not everybody has so many jobs that they cannot do. There are still companies who need to fight for additional business opportunities, and AI can be a good tool how to find new possibilities and also how to assess the return of investment, because each penny you invest in your marketing can be then received back. That means you need to keep an eye on your ROI, and this is something that all companies can do because these tools are affordable, not complicated, and there are many possibilities to get educated. So if you want to jump on this train, you have many options. I would just to complement what colleagues from Google and from the association have said. I think that accounting, taxes, sales, and digital marketing are fields that no matter what your field of activity is, you can be a butcher or a chimney sweeper. Tools that help you take care of these areas can be good for you. But in terms of higher levels of automation and of things that you produce what make you unique, that gets tricky. Our country has the biggest number of e-shops per capita, So I think that we should improve our competitiveness, and digitalization or automation of workflows is the first step. So there is a lot of potential and we all should do this. It doesn't cost a lot. Susanna, what made you acquire these tools, the back office as we call it, to automate and digitalize some of your processes, the non-essential core activities? It all boils down to efficiency and productivity. When I took over, the company didn't have an internet connection. There was just a landline phone. You needed to fax your orders to the adjacent building. They only had a local shop selling to the people locally. So if we wanted to get over the regional borders, there was no other way than to go digital and to open ourselves to the outer world. Expansion and also expansion abroad. Internet can be very good in building these links. We are working on a multilingual e-shop, and in the foreseeable future we would like to sell abroad as well, so this will hopefully open many doors to Europe. Both politicians here said that we must not intervene too much and that we should only help those who want to be helped. So don't we risk that companies would lose their competitiveness unless they digitalize? Definitely. So unless we see it as an evolution tool, it will have an impact inevitably on our competitiveness. I see medium-sized carpenter companies that need to automate and digitalize because otherwise they cannot be competitive. I have also seen companies investing money into bricklaying robots. Stro Enzo in Ždírce, a wood processing company, seeing the beautiful beams here. This just reminds me that companies like this need data analysts because everything needs to be calculated and they need to process a huge amount of data, and everybody is aware of this. And what is the role of the state in this? They need to suggest solutions, not to overcomplicate things, and also provide tools. I don't think subsidies is a general approach to follow. I'm not a huge fan of this. But then when somebody moves on the next level, this brings additional benefits. So I think it's a necessity. I think we are exhausted in terms of money and other resources as well. So unless we seize the opportunity, this will even deepen.
Let me follow up on this. We mentioned companies who want to automate, but they are facing obstacles. I'd like to say that they are extremely pragmatic. They only do what makes sense to them, what will bring added value to them. They have to see a clear benefit, be it a lower burden for their employees who will be healthier, less sick, etc. It's a big competitiveness tool, as has been said already, and as part of competitiveness, they see that if they automated, their productivity would go up radically. the efficiency of their operations would go down and their costs would go down. Those are the main principles of competitiveness, unless you have a very unique idea, very unique product. Another problem that is part of this, and I will mention it because the minister is here, are the tendencies towards robotization and automation. The Czech Republic is in the top 10 of using robots. That is impressive. But we know what this comes from, where this comes from. As regards SMEs, they are not using robotization as much. Yes, top 10 sounds great globally, but it will not help us much because of the reasons why we use robotization and which industries we use it in. And this is related to subsidies. The entire EU is subsidizing its business people, so I guess we cannot avoid it. And why should we support more automation when we're in the top 10? Well, because the current system of subsidies is not set up well. It will not help companies in the end. Mr. Králíček was nodding. Yeah, I wanted to react to what the minister said at the beginning. I think the state can motivate the smallest companies to digitalize, but it should go first. It should be a role model. I mean, do you communicate electronically with the state? Do you have the so-called data inbox, which is basically like an email for communicating with the government? You know, if the state provides a single point of contact for small businesses, if the state can have all your data in one place for you to access, then it can be a role model. It will motivate you to do the same. People will realize they don't have to actually go to offices, go to the buildings themselves. But the situation is not ideal. There is no such thing as a single contact data point. It's different with each ministry. But I think that if the country the state did a better job at this, people would follow suit. Recently, we've had an attempt to digitalize the building permit procedure, and we all know how that ended. And as regards subsidies, yes, of course, subsidies distort the market. But when subsidies are happening everywhere in Europe, it would be foolish not to have them here. And also, some industries are forced to digitalize. Because, for example, my friend is in the hospitality industry. He has several hotels, and it's really hard to find people who not only will work well, but who will come to work in the morning. So he's interested in things like virtual receptionists. You know, you will come to a hotel and there will be a robot at the reception. Well, that would scare me. It might scare you, know, that they actually look good, but he had no choice. Because, I mean, he wouldn't want hotels to be sterile and inhuman, so he didn't want like self-check-in kiosks. He prefers humanoid robots when he can't have humans, because it's the only way he can go. He is forced to digitalize, and the state should motivate him positively. Well, in the next panel, we will speak about the labor market, so you'll see what the situation is like with the labor force. Let's continue. Susanna. Well, as regards the help from the state, it would be great if there was more pressure on civil servants to be helpful and forthcoming and cooperative. Well, I imagine sometimes you want things digitally and it doesn't work. Minister. Well, Robert is right that the debate continues, then you forget what you wanted to say. I'm happy that there are no pigs on this panel, so to speak. We have a wolf and a rabbit here looking at the last names, but anyway. And next year is an election year, and this debate will be crucial. You know, how big should the government be? What should government expenses be? Because we spend a lot on mandatory things, and what should we do with the rest? And then, of course, there's the question of taxes. How do we raise money for all this? As regards the issue of resources, we recently introduced a new economic strategy. And yes, primarily we need to look at other resources, European resources, such as money from the Modernization Fund. I will ask a question for you from the audience. How do you think EDIH is efficient? They help digitalize Slovakia, but it's very inefficient because of bad administration and processes. Well, when I became minister a month ago, I told people, let's take a look at the grant programs. Because looking at the numbers, we should be better at this. And the first thing we have to do is go to the individual applicants and ask them, aren't the projects maybe administratively too difficult? Could we simplify the programs? Thank you. František, what did you want to say? Well, my topic still is support from the government, and I'm surprised that one extremely important thing hasn't been mentioned yet, and that is the improvement in qualifications of people and retraining of people, because the world is changing a lot. And yes, you went to some school, but that is not going to last you for the rest of your life. Retraining must be a natural part of you being a productive worker in the system. Our program, Digital Garage, trained 6,000 individuals and companies. I'd like to mention that. But going back to the state, I think there's a lot of potential for a partnership between the public and commercial sectors. I think this is an area where we could be more successful and efficient if we work together. Yes, more pressure on lifelong learning. We will not do without that. But these are long-term things. I mean, I'm in politics for 6 years and we've been talking about it. I agree with it, but it really is a long-term thing. This is a question for the previous panel about education, actually. Before Lukáš became minister, we were together in the Commission of Hybrid Threats, and anyway, it's really a long-term path. And I think the big companies here can offer capacities because they have them. And the state has to look for ways to use those capacities. And I mean, I understand, you know, politicians are criminalized very often. When a politician says, you know, they will use the capacities that they have, very often they are criminalized by the public. But short term, the state will never have the capabilities, you know, not in cybersecurity, not in AI. And we will also have the AI Act coming here from the EU. Do we have enough experts at the Czech Technical University in Prague? We don't. So they have the experts and we need them. And we need to find out how to buy these people, so to speak, as in how do we offer them enough money in accordance with the law so that they can work for the state. Yes, I think we have to create those capabilities together. In Europe, currently we're missing like 1 million cybersecurity experts. It's a big issue. Last week we introduced career certificates specifically for cybersecurity experts, and we try to educate them. When I was speaking about a partnership with the public sector, what I meant was, for example, cooperation with universities. Next week we will be announcing a big grant for one Czech university focused on cybersecurity education. And I agree that there is more space for improvement. And yes, I agree that this is a long-term thing, but we can still take short-term steps before the education system develops. Like, ask any public institution, you know, whenever they pick a student that might work for them, these big companies will be faster. You know, ask the secret services, ask the National Institute for Cybersecurity before they even manage to, get in touch with them. A big company like Google will steal that student. I'd like to go back to the study. There's a big difference between regions. Yes, we can all agree on the need for digitalization, generative AI, large language models, etc. In the Hradec Králové region, they told us that they were happy that we put together this cooperation. Some countries do have the university, they have the innovation program, they have those centers somewhere. Sometimes they don't speak to each other. The election cycle is 4 years. Some regions are dependent on one person. The Moravia-Silesia region, for example, is dependent on Mr. Vondrák, who no longer lives there but still works with them. And we mentioned Microsoft, Oracle, and such. Of course, the consultant is not going to work for a company of 2 people. We can do things remotely, etc. But the small businesses are also vulnerable. They don't have any financial reserves, and the economies of scale, huge companies from Asia, are threatening them, of course. So we need to, as fast as possible, bring those things into the regions, things that are not there. Well, there are several levels to this. The blanket approach is national. Of course, it's a national approach. This is where we try to improve the skills and productivity of SMEs. But what is the role of the government here? The government tries to bring in big investors. And sometimes when there's a public incentive, there has to be a lot of value. I said a while ago that we should only use subsidies sparsely. But we have great people in agencies like Czech Invest or Czech Trade. Those people are hardworking and very apt, very skilled. We need to look for the weaker regions and get the investments there. And I know that people from Prague and the central Bohemian regions don't like to hear it. It sounds like discrimination to them. But then the social costs are much higher when we do not dedicate our energy to marginalized regions. Where are the biggest investments? Nuclear energy is in the Třebíč region. On Semi, a huge investment going to the Zlín region. semiconductor technologies in the Ustí region. This positive discrimination of the state can have a hugely positive impact on the development of SMEs in these economically endangered regions, and it can bring in a lot of added value. That's wonderful, all the things you said. I will also mention the dark side of this. In the long run, the SMEs might get connected to these big companies or might not. And as Mr. Králíček said, before the state sector can get in touch with the skilled graduates, big companies will grasp them. And the same goes for small companies, because Honeywell was faster. They have better incentives, etc. Honeywell is a more interesting employer for those who want to be employed. 2 sentences. These big investments will never work if we don't take a bird's eye view of SMEs. I mean, a nuclear plant is not just about a few nuclear units. It's about the education system. It's about emergency services. It's about many other things. And without them, it will not work. One more question. Isn't better thinking about entrepreneurship as such a barrier for better businesses? I mean, are we not lacking in the desire to be an entrepreneur? Should we educate people to be better entrepreneurs? Well, there's a certain reputation to being a business person in this country. That reputation started in the 1990s, and it's not great. Today, even family businesses that should be passed on to sons and daughters have issues with this. Say a father has an IT expert as his son, and the son will prefer to work for a big company in Prague rather than take over the small family business. Also, people don't trust blanket generalized communication, but when a neighbor says that something works, when the local chamber of commerce says that something works, they will trust them, and then the impact is much higher. How does it work in the Beskid region? I think that as regards the awareness of digital technologies in companies, networking is what helps. In the Moravian Silesian region, we have many action-packed communities. Today, we have a meeting of the Patriots of the Moravia Silesia region. There we have a lively freelance community. We have different clubs there, and you can come and exchange views with these people. Use these opportunities. Mr. Vlček was raising his hand. Well, if we're speaking about entrepreneurship, I really want to say something. I use this sentence several times every day, and the sentence says, if you have an idea, share it. And I know we're coming to a close here, so let me say that you can have as many investments as you want, but if you do not have the entrepreneurial spirit, it is useless. And what can we do about it as the Ministry of Industry and Trade? I'll be asking my colleagues in the House to help me with this. We need to move some money towards ideas related to entrepreneurship. If anybody here has an interesting idea on how to improve the entrepreneurial spirit of the nation, you are welcome. Okay, so let's ask our panelists. How can we inspire small businesses, because they don't have time to follow, what's happening in Prague and how things are getting digitalized, and they don't have time to follow our discussions. So how can you inspire them to go to a place where they can find out more? Or what can each of you do to improve the situation? Well, the combination of hybrid communication, i.e. digital communication and communication from your neighbor, is very efficient. Say we have big companies here, Google or Microsoft. They have a lot of know-how. So that's one thing, but then the business people have to believe, and they only will believe and trust those that are very close to them. Mr. Králíček, it's about networking. We as politicians, when we want to address our voters, we have to tour the country, right? I see the Minister of the Interior here also started touring the country. Yes, it's about networking. You have to come to the region, you have to visit the town. It's the same with business. Like, you cannot do that virtually, you cannot do that from Prague. And I think the state can help with this, with the education, because it has its regional network already. It has regional offices, right? It has municipal offices where it can inform people. And when we were working in a corporation, what worked were successful use cases. František, very fast. Yes, I would support the hybrid nature of this. It's important to be present locally. I think local chambers of commerce are doing great things. The Chamber of Commerce is very strong in the regions. On the other hand, the times are globalized, and you have information from all over the world at your fingertips, and it would be sad not to get inspired by what's happening at the other end of the globe. I mean, YouTube is our platform, everybody knows that, and how much can you learn from YouTube? Well, a lot. It would be a pity not to use that. Which brings me back to the issue of AI. AI chatbots can be a good partner for you for your business conversations. You can use them as personal assistants and consultants. And everybody can use this right now, right here. The basic versions of all these chatbots are for free, so there's no barrier but your time and maybe your general approach. Susanna, what would you advise? How do we motivate other small companies to use the tools that are available or to be interested? Well, they have to realize that they have to step out of the everyday grind of obligations, resetting things, changing the way you operate requires some effort, and it's uncomfortable. So I think showing people how far ahead they can get if they do this might help. Pavla, do you want to add something? No, I think everything has been said. So what can you promise? Well, I'll go back to the beginning. Nature. People are lazy on the one hand. On the other hand, they are very competitive, and in terms of evolution, they know that they have to fight for their place under the sun. So digitalization is a question of evolution of both people and the Czech industry as a whole. Thank you. I was thinking about the Chamber of Commerce. If we had Mr. Hare here together with Mr. Rabbit and Mr. Wolf would have to decide which one to eat, Mr. Hare or Mr. Rabbit. speaking about their Czech surnames. But anyway, thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists.
Zuzaně Bílkové, Františku Štruplovi a samozřejmě Richardu Novákovi. Díky.
Thank you very much. So, digitalization has a huge impact on the labor market. We already started with this issue and we will continue with it at 4 p.m. So grab a quick coffee and I'll see you back at 4 p.m. Goodbye.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové, věřím, že jste
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have recharged some energy. It is difficult topics we have on our agenda, and the next one will be no different. We will talk about technologies and their impact on employment requirements. We will talk about the lack of the right people for our institutions and businesses. Before we discover the outcomes of the study, we will pass the floor to Vít Rakušan, who will deliver the keynote speech. He is the first Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of the Interior of the Czech Republic. We will talk about opportunities, how we can bring experts from around the world to help us reform administration. But now before we discuss these topics, I will pass the floor to Vít Rakušan.
Hezký den, vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm a regular guest here. I think that I talk about different topic each year, but I think we can find some similarities. I sent my speech for verification. I was told it's a bit too long, so I will not stick to it and I will just select important sections. Our ministry is in charge of our migration policy as a whole. The Vice Minister Jurečka, who is sitting right in front of me, forbade me to use the term work migration. So please allow me to use it today because nobody is against this, so I will use it for a while. For the Czech economy, it's an important thing. We are lacking capacities. We are unable to bring qualified labor to the market. We have more or less non-qualified workers. Since 2019, there is a program to attract to Czechia workers from abroad. There are quotas that help us recruit people at embassies and consulates, and this seems to be working out. But we are taking this into consideration under the prism of 2019, where we defined clearly our requirements. But then 2020 hit, and now, also with the start of the war, we have registered 400 refugees. And the list goes on. We still have approximately 2,000 people coming to the Czech Republic. There are different scenarios of the development of events in Ukraine, but nobody can predict what will happen, and these numbers could grow further. These people represent a potential for our labor market. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs has been working with us on this, and we have been successful. Compared to Germany, the number of legally working Ukrainians is very high. It is over 120,000 people who are active and who pay contributions to our systems. They are paying back the help we provided them with. So it's strong ammunition for discussions with people who are against migration. The people who are coming pay for their stays in Czechia. The ministry is preparing a change. Temporary help will still be in place until March 2026. But with the new law on Ukraine, there is an option for people to regularize their stay in the Czech Republic during the 5 years after the arrival, and they will receive more securities in Czechia for their future life. So perspectives and opportunities are there. The market will provide them, so that these people can decide to stay in the Czech Republic for at least 5 years under quite strict conditions, and this may be a prerequisite for them to acquire citizenship. On a side note, when I talk with my Ukrainian counterpart, they ask me for something we cannot help them with. They tell us, please don't integrate our people into your systems and society. Please talk about adaptation, not integration, because we will need these people back to help us rebuild our destroyed country. But we cannot just tolerate them here. We need to integrate them to provide safety and security, and for this people need stability, money, education for children, and so on. That's one thing. Another thing, the quotas I mentioned already. Of course, we would prefer to have qualified workers over non-qualified ones, and the quotas were established for countries where the numbers need to be regulated in terms of migration to Czech Republic. There are 5 programs focusing on different groups of workers coming from abroad. There are highly qualified people who also have a fast-track treatment. That means their applications are given priority. And here we listened to the demands of different organizations and institutions with the updated legislation. Since 2020, from 2026, digital systems will work. People will be able to process all their paperwork online. There are positive sides, like you have understood, but there are also negative aspects of labor migration. And we need to really set the bar very high. And we also need employers' responsibility, because there are low wages and high living costs, which is slowing our economy down. So it's not so attractive for qualified workers from abroad. And indeed, quarter of these people leave within the first 4 years of their stay in the Czech Republic. So we need to revisit these, and we need to prevent it from happening. So what is a sustainable labor migration? What does it mean in Czechia? We need to understand the numbers. Very few people realize that we have over 1 million people who are foreigners. There are problems with housing, with services, but at this moment our ministry is having difficulties. We don't have the capacity to process all these applications. So the very same people who were in Czechia a couple of years ago taking care of just 500,000 people are now dealing with more than 1 million people. So their workload grew significantly. With the new legislation for the residence of foreigners, a transfer of responsibilities will be secured. That means employers will be partly in charge of good living conditions of their workers, making sure the workers don't parasite on the social welfare, and also making sure that the company is also providing guarantees for their people. We also need to respect the structural capacities we have for education, hospitals, housing, and other facilities, and we need to quickly adjust them to provide sufficient number of places where they can receive this help. If we talk about labor migration in a broader term, people usually stay in hostels and other accommodation facilities, and it can indeed be not really a threat, but it can be a security issue in some areas. So we need to keep situation under control so that these people are still accepted by the majority population. That was just a brief introduction. I wanted to say that we modernized our legislation, so we stood by our promise. We applied things that you know from businesses in public administration. Not every expert needs to be a manager. That is important to realize. Now, even people without university degrees can work with us as IT specialists, for instance. This always depends on the organization recruiting the people. So this modernization also contributes to better capacities of the government to employ people. This will help us break from the chains that were tying our hands in the past. And I made it within 10 minutes. Thank you very much. That was Vít Rakušan. He's coming back for the panel discussion. I think that he set up the scene nicely for the topics that will be discussed. Let's watch the study video about all the employment at risk. The study follows up on a previously done survey from 2022. They focused on the horizon until 2030. They extended until 2035. Jiří Švejcar, a partner at Boston Consulting Group, will provide the findings of this study in this short clip.
Náš aktualizovaný model trhu práce pracuje s granulárním výhledem do roku 2035 a bere v úvahu 3 nové faktory. Příliv a integraci ukrajinských uprchlíků, rychlý rozvoj generativní umělé inteligence, Gen AI, a zejména její vliv na produktivitu pracovní síly a obnovu ekonomiky po pandemii a nedávném ekonomickém zpomalení. Poptávka po pracovních místech se díky růstu ekonomiky do roku 2035 rozšíří o přibližně 600 000 pracovních míst na 6,1 milionu. Naopak nabídka poroste pomaleji, což povede k přibližně 60 000 chybějících pracovníků. Mění se ale také struktura trhu a technologický pokrok a inovace zvyšují poptávku po kvalifikovaných pracovnících. Odhadujeme, že Gen AI ovlivní více než 40% pracovních míst, především díky rychlé syntéze a analýze informací a automatizaci rutinních úkolů. To bude mít dopad na přibližně 2,3 milionu pracovníků, z nich 600 000 pocítí zásadní dopady. To zdůrazňuje nutnost zvyšování kvalifikace a dalšího vzdělávání, zejména v oblasti digitálních a technických dovedností a schopnosti adaptace na rychle se měnící prostředí.
Upskilling a reskilling jsou pro transformaci pracovního trhu naprosto klíčové. Přináší jedinečnou šanci k tomu, jak snižovat segregaci v oblasti vzdělávání a jak zásadně zlepšit životní podmínky a životní perspektivu vícero zranitelných skupin v naší společnosti. Vzdělávací programy a nabídky je moc důležité plánovat maximálně inkluzivně, aby se jich mohlo zúčastnit co největší množství mužů i žen. Právě ženy bývají v českém kontextu ještě bohužel výrazně dominantně zatížené péčí o děti či starší nemocné handicapované příbuzné. Pokud se vzdělávací programy realizují během pracovní doby, nemusí tak ukrajovat z toho drahocenného osobního a rodinného času.
Ukazuje se podle nejnovějších prognóz, že pravděpodobně máme za sebou recesi, kterou jsme procházeli po období covidu. Dokonce ty poslední predikce zvyšují růst HDP ještě nad 2%. Na český trh práce to samozřejmě bude mít vliv jako i nějaká řada dalších prvků. A jedním z těch hodně důležitých prvků bude relativně rychlý nástup generativní umělé inteligence, která samozřejmě ovlivní obrovské množství pracovních pozic. A z toho důvodu nás teďka ty nejdůležitější úkoly čekají vlastně v oblasti toho, že potřebujeme připravit naši pracovní sílu na tyhle ty změny a nasazujeme velké úsilí na to, abychom poskytli příležitost zaměstnancům a vůbec pracovníkům se vzdělávat, zejména v digitálních kompetencích. A tam směřujeme naše největší úsilí teďka, protože to bude znamenat velký vývoj na pracovním trhu a je potřeba na to být připraven.
Já rád někdy dávám za příklad studie, které jsou už staršího ražení. Například jedna ze studií Světového ekonomického fóra z roku 2020 uváděla, že 50% všech zaměstnanců bude do 5 let potřebovat reskilling a že 40% základních dovedností současných zaměstnanců v roce 2020 bude do 5 let vlastně změněna. Už teď si můžeme říct, že takhle to prostě nebude a na tom jenom ilustruji, že ta rychlost změn vlastně není taková, jak to někdy v médiích vypadá. Co je ale jasné, je, že kdo bude generativní AI umět využívat a bude umět s ní pracovat, tak bude mít na pracovním trhu výhodu a náskok. Závěrem se asi dá říct, že generativní AI tady s námi je a stává se součástí obecné digitální gramotnosti a vlastně skýtá takovou výzvu nejenom pro trh práce, pro celou společnost, ale samozřejmě pro každého z nás.
Odhadujeme, že skoro 300 000 zaměstnanců, již pracovní místa zaniknou, přejde na nové pozice v příbuzných oborech, ale budou potřebovat nové dovednosti. A dalších skoro 70 000 pracovníků bude vyžadovat významnou podporu a zásadní rekvalifikaci. Abychom ale v ekonomice plně využili potenciál Gen AI, je klíčové v podstatě plošně zlepšit připravenost lidského kapitálu i firem. Bez důkladného proškolení zaměstnanců hrozí pokles konkurenceschopnosti České republiky a pomalejší růst produktivity, což by mohlo negativně ovlivnit celou ekonomiku.
Čísla, která možná, když jsou takhle vyslovená nebo na obrazovce,
When we hear the numbers or see them on a screen, it doesn't look that bad. But if you imagine the people who may be concerned, it's a whole different story. So I would like to answer these people's questions. What is coming for them? What can they expect? Are they aware of this? These are the questions that we will discuss with our guests. Vít Rakušan, again the First Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of the Interior, together with Marian Jurečka, who is the Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, then Jana Matesová, who is an economist and a former Czech representative to the World Bank, Jiří Švejcar, a partner at Boston Consulting Group and the author of the study, then Daria Hvišťalová, who is the director of AI Skills and Learning and a representative of Forbes 30 Under 30 and an expert on AI, and Daniel Kristof, executive director of Labour Office of the Czech Republic. We saw the figures, the outcomes of the expert study of BCG conducted by the Aspen Institute. So what does the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs sees in these figures? Who needs to start now? Who should have started yesterday already? What is coming? Good afternoon. We share these figures because 2 years ago, our ministry and the Labor Office put our data together with the help of ECG and the Aspen Institute. We compiled all the data we also received from the Confederation of Transport and Industry, and we compiled all the data and we provided our outlook. So I will not challenge the figures at all because we worked on them together, and now we need to catch up. We need to motivate people as much as we can. We need to motivate schools and businesses to start up a great model for education and employment that will work over the long term. Together with the Ministry of Education and with the regions, here we need to wait for the outcomes of elections. We need to educate people for the future, not for the past. So that would be my general intro. Thanks to the new Director General of the Labor Office and the transformation that is ongoing. And here I have to say that recently we started a great program that improves qualifications and training possibilities for people. It's a wide range of possibilities we offer, so I don't think that there are employments at risk, but we try to talk to all the people and we try to make their services available and also digitalized online. Can we maybe see on the figures provided by the Labor Office what the reality is? Because it may seem that our unemployment rate is extremely low. Does it meet the needs of businesses? Aren't we missing the experts? I think there is not a more boring job than to announce the unemployment rate, because it has been between 3 and 4% for a very long time. It's among the lowest ones in Europe. However, there are two significant differences. Indeed, there is a smaller demand for non-qualified workers, that is a fact, and at the same time the Labor Office, thanks to the undergoing transformation, has improved their position in finding jobs for people. I need to thank all employees of the Labor Office. Within the first 10 months of this year, we found jobs for 238,000 people. That is much more than for the same period last year. So it is like if you took the entire city of Liberec, Jablonec and České Budějovice and combined them together. So we are in a better shape, and then there are two trends. Had we been sitting here last year, I would be very nervous because the digital literacy, for which we received 5.5 billion crowns, thanks to the cooperation with the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, this budget and the number of the people that are benefiting from these trainings that are listed online was very low. It was 3,000 only. Now it's 51,500 people, so it's a huge increment. And at the same time, the number of retrainings grows significantly. So we definitely improved the situation, but the people also took the responsibility over their retraining programs so that they can comply better with the employer's requirements. That is fantastic, because if we see what's changed in the study compared to 2022, that was also examining a shorter period of time, I think I will ask Jana Matesová to comment on this. We are not alone in this, are we? Greetings and thanks for inviting me. Indeed, it has only been 2 years, and it's interesting to see the professions at risk. It has changed. The video said that the trends were not as quick as some of the alarming prophecies warned us about, but it's changing faster than the society is. There are 4 points I would like to mention. 1, the Czech Republic definitely has a business and economic model that is outdated already. Things things have changed. Some of the economists had the analysis already earlier that suggested that benefits coming from the current model started to shrink. There is a Czech National Bank study that needs to be respected. The study says, yes, in 2017, the benefits and the profit from this capital and means that were invested started to diminish. This model will not ensure 2 to 6% growth or 2 to 4% growth that we had in previous years. There are nearly 200,000 vacant posts, vacant jobs. It would definitely be an improvement for the GDP, but it would not be significant. This will also be important for the changes that we need. That was my first point. 2. The Czech society, not the people in this room, lack awareness about what education is, because it's not about completing an educational program. It's a lifelong process and needs to be a lifelong process, because during the lifetime people can change professions several times. For instance, I would like to have more fairy tales describing this. For instance, the main hero is a chauffeur, then head of logistics, and then before they retire, they can do gardening, for instance. So I think that is important to explain to the general public through fairy tales and TV shows that education is everyone's individual business and it's a lifelong process. Point number 3, there was a section on education. Some things were not mentioned and I find them important, so I will circle back to this at a later point, hopefully. And 4, I would like to congratulate the Labour Office and also the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs for what they have been doing this year and last year. I think you are going to take things even further. The inspiration we saw in other countries is that an active employment policy is completely different than what it was in early 90s, because we were number ones back then. It's about work counseling. That means to prepare the work and career paths of people. This is what you did with Liberty. And obviously, the Labour Office cannot be the only one to cover this, because we need to involve universities and NGOs and consulting companies. So I think that this will bring the improvements, and then I would have several ideas what could be improved in this respect. I believe that we will get back to this later. Moving on, Daria Hvištelová focuses on AI. It was briefly mentioned in the clip. So what we are expecting, AI, generative AI, the general one that will be helping us with everything. What is coming in the foreseeable future? How can we prepare for this? And also, shouldn't we prepare for the quick advancement of AI?
The study said that more than 40% of jobs on the market will be impacted by generative AI or have already been impacted. But this is mostly about the knowledge economy, and the AI in these cases definitely does not eliminate those jobs. It just enables people to, for example, be retrained faster. It enables them to be upskilled faster and cheaper, probably. Generative AI in the knowledge economy has the biggest impact on automating routine tasks, such as the generation of content. And this is very often the task that is done by junior workers. entry-level workers. So here we have to think about, together with the state, how we can support these people, support their development, how we can give them a possibility to be retrained in this area. As regards the Czech labor market, Microsoft and LinkedIn has recently published an interesting analysis saying that globally 60% of managers have already profiled people who are skilled in using AI tools, but only 30% of companies have actually trained their people in AI. This means that the burden of education in AI is on the individuals. And then that, of course, increases the risk in terms of using company data, for example. And it also widens the social gap between those who have the possibility to use AI and those who don't. So in this respect, I am happy that there are programs being launched that will improve this in the future, that will try to close the gap, because the gap is there already. And there's also a gender divide. Now we have a first study suggesting that men use generative AI tools at work a bit more than women. Yeah, women can have a chat with each other. Men need AI for that. Or maybe they are a bit too conscientious and they don't want to simplify their tasks by using AI tools. I'd just like to add that many jobs like software developers, junior lawyers, and government workers who do a lot of analyses, they use AI. And you cannot have senior people without having junior people first. To complete your question, yes, generative AI will be important within the 2035 horizon. But what will happen before that is that, or what will not happen by then, is singularity, and we will probably not have humanoid robots. Yeah, that will not happen within the next 10 years. It might happen within the next 20 years, that is possible. And it might resolve our challenges as regards caring for the elderly, or maybe teaching, etc. So you're responsible for public employees. Are they motivated to use these digital tools, or maybe they are forbidden to use them? Should the government be a role model and prepare people for what's to come? Well, it's already here. We've already talked about it, and if you're interested, at least a little bit, you're fascinated by this phenomenon. At the Ministry of the Interior, we have two working groups dedicated to AI. The first one is simple, very straightforward. And I don't want to scare anybody here, but our legislation or legislative work is related to a lot of analytical and comparative work that does not have to be done by junior people right now. That can be done by AI. All the time when this will be possible will be here very soon. Another thing we're looking at is using AI in security technology, but there of course is an ethical line here. You need to look at the regulation of AI. You need to look at what should be regulated and how. Some people hate the word regulation, but it's such a new phenomenon that it can be abused, right? There are various deepfake videos available. You know, an employer of Interpol was showing us a 20-minute long deepfake videos with us in the same room where we were seated while he was showing us, and it was a perfect video, you would be able to tell. We also try to create educational materials as part of strategic communication with the public on how to tell apart deepfakes from real videos. Our Secretary Fritsch is very innovative in his approach. He's responsible for this and also for the cooperation with the Aspen Institute. He introduced this career line in the law. And he's the one preparing, you know, sort of a recipe for government workers in various authorities, in various offices, to prepare a curriculum for this type of upskilling. We want to make sure that the public sector is not behind when it comes to absorbing this type of information. And I think that government overall is better now at this, and the people have a bigger desire to get educated. So we want to educate them, we want to give them opportunities to evolve, and maybe even convert people who 10 years ago would never work for the state to potential state employees. Well, that's a miracle. When I'm listening to this, I used to work for big banks and energy companies for a long time, and then I was hired by the Office of Employment, and I knew that I was up for running a marathon of sorts, but nobody told me that my legs would be tied while doing it in the form of the Public Service Act. So thank you for all the changes that you're making. And thanks to digitalization, you really can get rid of routine administration tasks, and you can be more creative at work, which means that now people might want to work for the government because there's less government work in government work right now. You have your hands free. So now we're getting interesting people who want to work for the government. I think a year ago they wouldn't want to. Yes, I'll follow up on this. Last week we had a 3-day hackathon with Microsoft at the ministry, and we looked at various things there. For example, a dictionary that we could use with AI chatbots and stuff for writing decisions in the future. And with our colleagues from the Justice Ministry, we also started talking about how to align this in legislation. My assessment is that we will not need legislation department in 4 to 5 years from now. Legislation will be written by AI, we will just correct it. And today, when we make changes in legislation, it sometimes takes a long time to reflect those changes in other related legislation, and all of that will be taken care of by AI. Looking back at this from the point of view of the labor market, for me this is very important. We should be more competitive. And companies that use AI systemically are more productive, and there's a much bigger potential with these companies. It's competitive advantage. I also see a strong social aspect there. You know, we finally have data as ministry. We have tens of millions of data as the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. And one of the outcomes is that if you change jobs because you want to, because your competencies are better, your salary will go up by 12%. If you change jobs because you have to, when you go through the employment office, your salary still goes up by 8%, which is great news for the person, for the economy. So let's turn the discussion around, you know, like people keep scaring people saying, oh, AI, generative AI intelligence, you will lose your jobs, blah, blah, blah. Let's say that this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for you as a 40-year-old and 50-year-old, and, you know, if you've seen the film, The Intern, you know that nothing is impossible even when you're a bit older. Yes, the Employment Office and Dan Christoph have done a huge job. It's a great success. There are many trainings. People are using EU money efficiently. It's wonderful. 2 years ago, I wouldn't think we would be so successful. What I would like is a bit more aggressive usage of these funds. Our ideal is that every worker understands what they know, what they don't know, what the market needs, and what the gaps are that the worker needs to close. And what type of government support they can use to close those gaps. You know, today it's like if you believe in it, you can do it. If you don't believe in it, you don't have to work with it. But once the help is a bit more targeted, we will get there. Thank you, Daria. Let's go. Thank you. I can confirm that to implement a project successfully as regards the integration of AI, you need 3 things. You need structured data, structured in a good way. You need a specific brief. What do you want to resolve with the technology? There's nothing worse than saying, oh, let's have AI because everybody has AI, but without knowing what we want from it. Yes, you need a specific brief. And then the third thing you need is building the culture of whoever is writing the brief is the expert. Here, it's not that the AI generates something and replaces a certain task. We really need to have outcomes that help experts do their jobs better. So I can easily imagine a scenario where the sentence, you know, taken out of context when you say generative AI will be creating Czech legislation, I'm sure that can sound scary, but if it's in collaboration with legal experts, it might be a wonderful tool that will help us. Yes, the brief is very important. Let's stick with the education part. And let's see who wants to answer this question. Do you check the quality of the education modules offered to you? Thank you for the question. When I started working at the employment office a year ago, it wasn't easy to have this huge task ahead of me. I was happy to have Aspen Study available because I knew that everybody will need digital skills. And rather than regulating things through the state, it's better to create a marketplace where prestigious digital education companies meet and people can choose freely. What I see in the data now is that people choose from 5 areas: basic digital skills, using AI in their regular work, then data analysis, And craftsmen, small business people, very often pick accountancy programs and the creation of websites. This is what our database tells us. We do have a system of measuring quality, but taking the leap, from the dark times to when we actually have nice structured data, it will take some time. That's what we're working on. Now we're working with questionnaires and the work is relatively slow. Let me add that for us, quantity is not the only important thing. We're also focused on quality, which means motivating employment office workers with KPIs. Motivating them to really want to help pick their client the right strategy, because the employment office worker is motivated by how long the worker will keep their new job. Ideally, they should be internally motivated. What about Jana? Well, that's wonderful. That's what we will all agree on. The offers have to be tailored to the person and their possibilities, capabilities, and interests. I'll take a step back to school education. It depends who is entering the labor market, right? In the morning, we had the example of Finland here. Finland was revered in elementary and high school education, not university education really. It was in the first decade of this millennium. And this reputation continues, but the reality has changed. Their results are not that great anymore at all. The Finnish minister mentioned it himself. And we have nothing to complain about in the Czech Republic. In mathematics, Czech children are better than Finnish children. In reading literacy, we're away by 1 point. They're at 490, we're at 489. And only in life sciences, Finnish children are ahead. So now today it's Estonia. That's the country that is admired in the EU. In the first panel in the morning, it was said many, many times that in Europe, people are not really risk-friendly compared to North America. And this is especially true of the Czech Republic. That is why I would be very, very happy if we started teaching probability, from first grade already. People have to understand that life is stochastic, and sometimes factors that are not under your control will cause that you fail, but it's not your fault. It doesn't mean you're a criminal, doesn't mean you are not capable. Risk is an essential part of entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial spirit, and we need this spirit to improve the Czech economy and innovate. In Czech education, unfortunately, we have a lot of money flowing in a bad structure, and this will not improve things. When you throw a lot of money at a bad structure, the bad structure will be fixated. And there was a lot of talk about the fragmentation of the Czech education system, and I would like to say one thing about it. This is not about saving money, it's about better quality. As the head teacher of a federated school, Ms. Vondrová, said here. There are international studies, there's one Czech study too. It's not the PAQ research, it's a different one, done by SIO schools, showing that the quality of outcome is the best not with small schools and not with the biggest schools, but the ones that are somewhere in the middle. I'm not gonna give you precise numbers. Let's say several dozen pupils to several hundred, but not too many hundred. But the main criterion is that there are enough teachers and that the teacher's room is stimulated by constructive discussion. So they have to have at least 2 teachers in each field, and that they have to have a head teacher. I'm sorry. I have to stop you now. But it's important, yes, because school has to teach us that we will have to continue learning later in life. You also could have asked me to be part of the education panel. I'm also interested in education. There's one thing missing here. We still live in tradition. We say the Czech education system is good, high quality, let's not destroy it. But the reality, and I don't want to insult anybody, but my son is 7 years old in a state school and my daughter is 14 years old and she's in a private SCIO school. And there are differences. And the private school understands that things are changing around us. And what you need is knowledge, skill, knowing how to handle the knowledge, that's skill. Then there's approach. So the child is not taught what it should think, but the child is taught to create their own approach, form their own approach. And the fourth element, very important for the future and the labor market, is habit. The habit of learning, educating yourself, forming your approach, and seeing the world around you as a whole. And we can spend all the time talking about framework education programs and whatnot, and yes, of course, we should define them in great detail, but unless teachers in this country understand that this is what upbringing and education are about, no framework education programs will save us. What to do with those people who don't have those habits?
One more comment. I think we are desperately bad at changing jobs. The Czechs really stick to employers who don't let them make enough money. They are very stuck at their work positions. Our fluctuation rate is one of the lowest one in Europe. We can finance digital education. We pay it also for businesses, so we subsidize them. Then we have advisors who can do also these services. 70 to 80% who undergo retraining find better jobs. However, in Denmark, they have a 30% fluctuation rate. People are not afraid of changing employment. They are willing to try new things. So my main recommendation is don't be scared of retraining, don't be scared of giving a try, don't be scared of trying new things. You can also contact the labor office, but usually people end up with smaller salaries. This is based on statistics. But our market is really frozen. Czechs have good qualifications. They work well, but they fail to monetize these possibilities. Just a brief comment. If you want to make more money, go to the website of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs and use their services. We promised a couple of years ago that we would do this transformation, and we are doing this. Christoph mentioned Denmark. We are not capable of copying Denmark. It's not possible. But I think that we have done a huge step, and now we can motivate people, we can support them, and they can see that during the first 2 or 3 months, the state will support them, or at least more than it did in the past. So this will be available starting from the 1st of January 2026. And I see this as a parent. I don't know if Radko Sablik was here today, but the way I see secondary schools is that when I pick up my daughter at school in the evening, kids don't want to go home. They want to stay in their school. So I see the differences between public and private schools because my son could sleep, he could spend the night at school, they could build airplanes, they could develop their schools. So it was not about going to school just because it was mandatory, but because it was fun. So I think that far too often we tell kids, you must learn this, but I think we need to want them learn and play. I think that if 15 years ago a secondary school teacher told their students, this is the end of my career, it would be something. I think there are more and more good examples and good exceptions. The situation is changing with new trends, and very often it is despite the well set up system, not thanks to the system. Another side note about the labor market: how can we motivate people not to stay at one job? Employment mobility, moving from one place to another, continuous improvement. It's all about learning, and people who keep learning and educating themselves, they don't wait for the retraining course to start when they lose their job. No. On the contrary, it's somebody who keeps learning new things and educating themselves, which helps them also to gain more resilience and self-confidence, so they are not afraid of changing. 5.5 million people on the labor market, 1.9 million are about to join this. There are immigrants, Ukrainian children, and also graduates soon to be. So it's not about dozens of thousands of people. It is in reality a very big number of people, so we must be ready. I have 2 sons. One of them is in a public school, the other one is in a private school, so I fully adhere to what has been said. But I think that it's a system that takes a lot of time to react upon things. So usually it takes us 2 or 3 years more. What we learn now will only be implemented in 2 or 3 years, so we need to speed things up. We cannot accelerate education very much, unfortunately. Everybody knows this. No matter where you come from, changing education changes everything, but you need to wait for the fruit of your labor for at least 20 years, and also you need to be able to explain it to the public. And very often people will not praise the people who stood behind this. Schools in general, starting with primary schools, And it was said by both ministers that their children at secondary schools have a lot of project learning. I have always been in favor of this for the second degree of primary education. But what we see now, in the West at least, is that it starts with the first grade. It needs to be adapted to their knowledge and also capabilities, but it's important they can work on something and then they need to present it in front of their friends and they need to listen, present and negotiate, and ideally also in English. Just a quick question. The digital transformation and other retraining courses, how do you make sure you will have continuous funding for these courses? Now there is the National Recovery Plan. It will be empty in a year or two, so we need to find something new to extend the possibilities. But I think we have gathered know-how that if we had 3 to 4 billion crowns every year more, we would be able to secure the investments. So I will start to fight for this when we initiate budget negotiations for the upcoming years. It is important we keep this because unless we do, our country will not prosper. Another thing that needs to be improved is the involvement of professional secondary schools so they can see their opportunities and what they can do. So this is what we are lacking right now. Daniel, you wanted to say something? When I took the office, I talked with Mr. Spiros, who is the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, and he was in Barack Obama's administration, and then he was invited to help Greece out. He did an analysis to see where the European money ended up. Unfortunately, 90% of the money were wasted. 10% went to education of low-qualified people. So it was a very difficult combination of factors. We need to find ways how to see whether education is a good business case. And also people need to understand that labor office is a profit center, not just a piggy bank. And we need to see where investments make sense the most. If you have a manual worker and you retrain these people, they become welders, they can double their income. We have last 5 minutes. We didn't talk about the impact of AI on economic growth. I think that the impact of generative AI should go to Daria and maybe to Jana. Could you please comment very, very quickly with the very little time we have? I believe that the impact of GI is not only local, it's a topic that all the countries need to solve with a different level of success. So it's definitely a challenge and a task for the educational system to adapt to the pace in which it's done in other countries to remain competitive. Because unless we do so, people will leave, the people who understand this. Yes, and this is what we see already in the field of AI, work with AI and development of AI. I think it's more about AI literacy and implementation of AI in our daily activities, but this is a whole new challenge and discussion. I think that the use and development of AI, and I'm not sure if we as a country with pricey energies will become a leader in this area, because this consumes a lot of energy. AI is very heavy on energy consumption. It's a question of education and also of regulation, because these IT professions, we have skilled people. We have skilled people in these areas, but very often they flee, they go abroad, they go to other countries where these innovative countries and quickly developing startups have a better ground. I will repeat myself, we need to focus on digital capabilities and literacy since the first grade, and also on understanding of the cyber space. Data perception, data processing, data analysis, big data, which is a whole new industry. Most people in the future will work with this in their private lives as well. So I think that this is something the educational system will need to prepare our children for. The children who were born already to a digital world, and we need to make sure that the world is not faster than our capability to adapt to the labor market requirements. The US is obviously the place for AI development, but there is no private data regulation. So I think that the AI regulation in EU is a very good thing. It may seem short-sighted as a way how to get to new opportunities. I think that later we will be very happy that we have this regulation. How to attract these people who could be inspiring. We couldn't cover this system. Why does it take so long to companies to attract the experts? It takes up to 8 months, according to what I've heard recently, for these people to get all the documents. They end up going somewhere else, not to Czechia. We are under a lot of pressure of the private sector as well. We've had many meetings with associations and chambers, economic chambers, I mean. I think that if companies are interested in particular people, they can pay extra fees and the application can be processed. It can be a fast track processing. It will be also possible to do this online, and with the new act on residence of foreigners, this could also improve the situation. We improved access possibilities for people from 10 countries, and there is a list of other safe countries for which this fast-track processing of applications will be implemented, because we need these people. We have very good opportunities for these tech workers, so the situation is improving. It is very quick now. I'm not concerned about our labor market. I don't think that we will miss people. The birth rate is one thing. But now, Vít Rakušan said that we have 150,000 Ukrainian workers, which is the most, it's the biggest number in Europe. 60,000 people say they would like to stay here, and their family members will join them. So they work here, their children go to school, and there is going to be an additional group of people. So I don't think that we will need some extra 61,000 people, because the people will come in eventually based on family reunification rules. So I think this is inevitable. We are ending this on a positive note for Czechia, at least, not really for Ukraine. Thank you very much for this discussion. Vít Rakušan, Marian Jurečka, Jana Matesová, Jiří Švejcat, Daria Hvíždělová, and Daniel Kristof. Thank you very much. You can return to your seats. Good luck with the Vietnamese delegation and their prime minister.
To byl přehled všech panelů.
That was an overview of all the panels that we had here today at our annual Aspen Institute conference. And now it's time to wrap this up. That's why we will have again here Jakub Landowski, who is the director of the Aspen Institute for Central Europe, together with Pavel Řehák, who is the chairman of the board of the Aspen Institute. Good afternoon. I'm very happy that you made it through with us. Don't worry, I will not go back and repeat everything that was discussed here today. The morning session was revolving around the win of the Republicans in the US, and Minister Lipavsky described our future foreign policy. Misha Gleben talked about an island that is blocked between two countries, and then Oksana Rubaniak took the floor. She's an army officer and a heavy machine gun operator. She talked about many things, but she didn't talk about the most important things, that Ukraine lost during last week approximately what they managed to obtain back. Just in 1 week they lost what they attained in 1 year. Then we talked about defense and reasonable approaches to this, and we talked about American elections, how the US were brought into this and what is coming for Europe. We had Mr. Boháček here. He's 20. I think it is important for us to involve young people in our discussions, because very often we make decisions that are detrimental to them. Actually, we just keep postponing things. Somebody will need to pay for this one day. So we just need to make sure that we involve these young people in our discussions. I would like to pass the floor to Pavel Řehák, who will probably invite you to our next year's conference, and he will close this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I will not summarize the afternoon session, but I think that both in the morning and in the afternoon, one of the running themes were the ability to adapt to global changes and challenges, be it in the field of defense or new technologies. I was very pleased to learn many things are happening as we speak. Last year, one of the challenges we mentioned was to do something about implementation, so that it's not just words on the stage, And I was very happy to learn that things have moved forward, be it education or, in our last panel, some success stories. So if we focus on something and we have the right people, we can move things forward. And there are still things that remain to be improved and changed. So there are still gaps that need to be bridged. When I thought what would be great to take away from this conference, I'd like to ask you a question. If some things are happening already, and yet there are still gaps, if we keep doing what we're doing now, will we bridge these gaps? No. What can we do? Each and every one of us can contribute. Public servants can definitely contribute. People in NGOs and non-profit organizations can contribute as well. But what can we do to cover this ground? That's probably the question I would like to leave you with today. It may take some time to find the right answer, but it's the only way to answer these questions so they don't remain unanswered. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you who participated in our panel discussions and those of you who followed the conference. I'd like to thank our host, the organizational team, the Aspen Institute team, who was supported by Milan Vashina at the beginning of this year, then Jakub took over. Big thank you to both directors and to the entire teams. I would like to thank the board of directors, our partners, and everybody who contributes to the creation of the Aspen Institute community, because it's a great tool to do things. Thank you very much for attending. I'm looking forward to meeting you next year. I believe that the discussions about things that we will have achieved will take more time and space of our discussions. Please, Misha, join us back on the stage. And I would like to ask Jakub to thank you. I thank you. I didn't bring my notes because I need to be silent now. And you also should be happy about your work. Well done. Thank you for hosting all the debates. It was nicely done. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and see you next year at our next annual conference. We will celebrate 75 years, so it's going to be special. See you next year.